Good morning, everybody.
Here we are.
Welcome to Career Launch, day 2. We got
Day
a long
two.
day. Day
It's going to
2.
be a fun day.
It is going to be a fun day. It is. We're very, very excited. We've got some great stuff coming up for you guys. I'm very excited to have Dan Irvin here with me today. I couldn't be more excited about my co-host. We're going to dive into everything here in just a bit. I want to start off the day by just kind of addressing the situation going on in our nation. So before we kick off Career Launch, it's important to me to address the state of our nation and the unrest that we're all experiencing. First, to those that are in pain, I cannot imagine the weight that you are feeling right now and that you're carrying. And my heart goes out to you, as I'm sure Dan's does as well. I have very, very strong thoughts and feelings about everything going on, including racially biased injustice. And that I want everybody to know that there will be no form of discrimination or intolerance accepted on this show or by me personally. With this show, we're just using our skills, which are professionally based, to help our fellow countrymen. So that's what we're going to focus on today. But we did want to let you guys know that we're all thinking about you. So anyway, back on to Career Launch and talking about the exciting day that we have going on. We have some amazing guests today. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I'm
Dan,
super excited. I'm super excited. First of all, before I forget, Catherine, I have to tell you, thank you for letting me join you today.
You're very welcome.
On a wing and a prayer, I just kind of reached out and it worked out. And so I'm excited to be here and connect with the audience. I have to,
Absolutely.
if it's okay, I got to say a couple things. One, Trevor did a fantastic job yesterday.
Yes, yes, he did.
I did take some notes, though, in kind of a spirit of fun.
Boy, let's have it.
Trevor referred to a Drake song yesterday. Let me tell you, there will be no Drake references from me today. I couldn't even tell you one line from Drake. There was also a 9 Inch Nails reference from Trevor.
There was. Yeah, that one I was kind of more familiar with. I was going,
Also, Elon Musk was brought up yesterday. And then probably my most favorite part of yesterday was the fact that Trevor was a bit pixelated, because that's the only way I can look better than him. So that actually worked out in my favor.
It did. I think it'll help all of us to look a little bit better. That's hilarious. I love it. But and I know Trevor's probably watching, so I'm sure he's cracking up right now.
I wanted to ask you. So I'm excited today. I know you are too. You and I have been talking about this for weeks now, and super excited and prepared. And we have some great guests today. Talking about yesterday, what are some of your favorite kind of memorable takeaways that kind of stood out to you yesterday?
I would say I liked some of the human element that we got yesterday. People talking about their own stories and their own growth and kind of that motivation. I think I really liked Michaela's segment about discussing the psychology and all of that. I felt like she did really well. We had Wahid come on, who's a brand new entrepreneur, never done this type of thing before. I was really, really excited, but
with the unique
and gosh, right? Oh yeah, very unique. And actually, I will say Casey knocked it out yesterday. She did. She has so much to offer and has so much talent, and I really enjoyed having her on. And by the way, her opportunities are visible on our site at careerlaunch2020.com. Check out VIP. You can reach out to Casey and also just connect with her. She's a great resource. Absolutely terrific resource. So what about you, Dan? What was your favorite yesterday?
Other than Trevor being pixelated, is that?
Yeah. Other than that, you can't just always talk about that.
Okay. All right. I agree with you. I like the human element about and hearing people's stories. Right. It's sometimes we certainly as leaders in business, our own business or other businesses. We often go to kind of what's happening today, and we don't really understand how we got to today. And so to hear people's stories about how it's just not always roses,
right?
And there's turmoil, and there's ups and downs, and there's I think the resilience factor and the relentlessness in some of those stories help at least me kind of understand that, or at least put me back in that mindset. I think we all know that it's not easy for people, but we often forget
Right.
that.
Right. I mean, you had Joel, who had his whole industry disappear one time and had to completely restart, and did very, very successfully. And people, and inspiration.
That's super timely for what's going on today. I mean, we're seeing
yes.
industries go away, at least maybe temporary, but maybe permanently. So
we got some really great feedback about that segment, and I think that's why I think that people could relate to it, and we're feeling that, like, yeah, you know what, my company's gone, and now I'm kind of just in limbo and floating out there, in the professional limbo, and just kind of floating around out there. But yeah, I'm excited. Today we have some more of that. We have great motivation. We have LeVar Bennett coming on, who is really interesting, had a great career evolution himself, but he also just became an entrepreneur, kind of like Wahid.
Yeah, cool.
He's phenomenal. I'm trying to look at, just making sure I don't say somebody's name wrong. We have Ira Bowman coming on today, who started Project Help You Grow. All of his opportunities are on our site. Phenomenal guy, has a great, his whole service is free. He just brings people together and helps them find opportunities for free. Great guy. So cool. We have him coming on as well.
Such a cool offering. I mean,
it is.
The numbers that he's going to share with us and what he's doing on that platform is really awesome. For those of you that maybe didn't get to tune in yesterday, or didn't see how this process goes, it's actually a really unique way to highlight stories. Most of our guests are going to be on a 15-minute maximum, right? And so the nice thing about that is every 15 minutes there's going to be somebody new, something new. And but the good news for people that are watching is that Catherine and I will be here the whole time. So
you get to look at me all day. Me and Dan all day. Just get to look at us.
And then, Catherine, you want to tell them what we're going to be doing so we have some phenomenal guests.
Oh, yes. But then we have the all exciting, and actually all of you today that did not catch us yesterday, and you heard him talk about, sorry, I'm having to readjust here. I'm having some issues. Here we go. That's better. You heard him talk about Trevor. He is actually, you're going to get to see him too, because we are going to join up with his show, Who You Know, which we're very excited about. It's a great show out of DFW. They bring people together. They offer awesome advice, really inspirational show. It's Trevor Foster, and I forget who's the other.
Houston.
Yeah, no, it's Trevor and then Foster. Yeah, and then Foster's Trevor, the other host.
Mark.
There you go. That's the other one. All great guys, super smart, great energy. They have a lot to say, a lot to share, and they have some great guests coming up too. So we're very excited. At the end of our show, we'll be transitioning right into their show, and you'll get to see all the cool things that they offer as well. And Dan, you have a special history with that show, don't you?
I do.
And with Trevor and their summit. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I went through. They are just. I mean, I could talk for a while about kind of the give back that they do for the community. I actually live here in the North Dallas area, and that's where they're kind of based out of. However, they're helping people from all over the country and actually all over the world.
They've got international, good international space as well.
And so I was connected with them, and we'll get a little bit into my story a little bit later this morning, but I was laid off at the end of the year. And so I've been in this career transition. And the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex is pretty well known for being really helpful for job seekers. I mean, the market here for career transition folks is robust. Maybe one of the better areas in the country, actually. And so there are just a ton of opportunities. And Trevor and Mark are tapped into that, and that's their whole goal, is to help people. And so they put on a seminar before all this COVID stuff. Actually, they had it at the Dallas Cowboys Training Center, or maybe their corporate headquarters rather. And so that's where I was. I went for a half-day seminar.
That's so cool.
And they're there to support job seekers, career transition folks. And I thought, man, what an incredible opportunity to go learn. And I was already doing some pretty, what I thought, advanced techniques. And by nature, I'm pretty organized and disciplined, and I'm tracking a lot already.
Oh, yes.
And
we've had you on before talking about that.
That's right. And they helped me elevate my game, really take it to another level. And so I can't say enough good things about them. And I'm going to take Trevor up on his offer to come on their show, and I'm looking forward to that.
For sure. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, they are a fun group. I've been on their show. I had a great time with them. In fact, the link to that is on my site, titanmanagementusa.com. You can, if you kind of want to get a preview of what they do. Also, connect with Trevor Houston on LinkedIn. You'll get a lot of great content out of him. He puts things out every single day. He is putting up some kind of education, some kind of motivation, something.
Yeah, he's my video creation inspiration. So I always tell him, I think I'm like a couple weeks behind him. Like he starts doing something unique in his videos, and then I'm like, oh, I'm going to start doing that. You know, the best ideas, Catherine, are stolen. I believe that.
It's true. No, it's completely true. And he has a lot of creativity. He likes to laugh a lot. He's a very fun guy, so it's always high energy content, which I really like. And actually, yours are good about that too. Dan sent us a video this morning to kind of, I guess, get us pumped up too, and it worked. Of him cheering on the show. So yeah, that kind of energy is absolutely imperative with this kind of thing.
That's what it's about, right? That's what it's all about, because you can't control. And I know you guys talked about this a lot yesterday, but I think it's important to remind ourselves that we can't control how people react to us. We can't control how employers respond to us. But what we can control is our attitude and our activity. And if you go full on in those two areas, you will get the outcomes that you're looking for, you know, the activity and the attitude. And so that's where I concentrate my efforts in. If I can just have a positivity that just shines through, and then I am staying busy, but being busy with the right things, not just more things. That's what I talked about last time on the show, is that how you could focus your week around doing more of the right things and not just being busy. And so again, it's activity and attitude.
And I actually really want to tie into that several times, into that segment that you did last time, several times throughout the show today. So we'll be referencing that and bringing in some of your great ideas, because I tell you what, if anybody can stay organized, you can. I will say that. and staying motivated and staying on task. And that's so imperative, even with your job search, whether or if you're trying to be an entrepreneur and you're trying to start a business, you have to stay focused, you have to stay on task, and you have to keep that energy and that momentum going. You can't just be floundering around and grasping for straws. It just doesn't work.
Our time is too precious, right? And so it's way too precious. It's finite. We all get the same amount of time. And I think the difference between people is how you use that time, right? And again, I'm not trying to be cliche, because we've all heard that before, but if you really sat down and thought about what you did each and every day, you could probably cut out most of it.
Right. It's so true. It's so
at least
true.
Consolidate it. At least consolidate it into one of my favorite terms, which is just batch work, right? Like do it all together at the same time. Instead of doing email 8 hours a day, how about we do emails an hour a day, but or an hour and a half in 30-minute segments or something like that.
Right. And actually that is very much what I've preached for a long time. It's how I've trained people. Joel Knapp, that was on yesterday, that he taught me that. And now I've taught other people that. So very much share that. It keeps you organized. It keeps you going. That's how I'm able. People always tell me, you move so fast. How do you do that? How do you do that? I said, I stay organized, and I have a schedule, and I do it exactly like this. And and I mean, when you're in business or you're an entrepreneur, you're a manager, whatever, you're going to get pulled away, right? You're going to have things kind of throw your day, but then you've got to get right back into that loop and not let it keep you off schedule, not let it throw your whole day. So I'm very excited. And by the way, everybody, our theme today is career evolution. So you're going to be hearing a lot of people talk about how they evolved, how they got to where they are, tell their story, because I think it helps us to understand, where we're going. And it's a great time for career evolution. It's a great time to make a pivot, to make a change. As actually Casey talked about that yesterday, we had a few other guests that talked about it. I think it's a wonderful time to make that change. Would you agree, Dan?
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, it's you've got to be in that mindset. You got to be thinking that way. If you're not in that mindset, you're behind. It's just, it's just the world that we live in today.
Absolutely. So just so you guys know, we're going to start off, Dan and I each kind of had some topics we wanted to discuss. So we're going to do that. And then we'll move right on into our guests. And again, we have a great lineup. So stay tuned. We do have our agenda posted on the site, careerlaunch2020.com. So if you can't be with us go ahead.
Sorry, before you jumped into what you were going to talk about, and so I'm excited about, I wanted to make two comments. One, We do have live comments. You have questions or
Yes.
want to add input, we encourage that. Please do that. And then
yes, we will answer you live.
We will. And
yes.
then connect with the other thing I was going to say, Catherine, and you said this multiple times yesterday, and I'm sure we'll say it multiple times today as well, but connect with us on LinkedIn.
Yes, please.
Find us, connect with us.
Yes.
We'd love to stay connected with you and learn from you and hopefully be valuable in your network.
Absolutely. And I will tell you, I know Dan is this way, and I'm saying Trevor from yesterday. If you guys want to connect with Trevor, he will talk to you personally one-on-one. He's a great guy, very helpful. Dan's the same way. It's my personal policy to reach out and help people as much as needed, especially right now with everything going on. So connect to us. We will help you any way that we can. Also follow, if you're just looking for an opportunity, follow Career Launch. I share every opportunity I come across onto Career Launch. So go on there and check it out. See what you've got going on. So, first of all, welcome everybody. We're really, really excited to be here again today. We have a lot of energy. We were just talking about growing, right, and evolving. And one of the main things that I think is really important is to do that with ethics and to keep that going. It's really easy as you grow and as you get into higher power type positions to lose that ethical base that you have. And I don't just mean the obvious things, don't discriminate, don't, those types of things. Those things should be at least very obvious to us. I'm talking about even just how you treat people and how you interact with people. So a little bit of background on me, my career evolution. As I said yesterday, I started off my very, very first job when I was 15 years old was as a Sonic car hop. I did, I was quickly promoted to team lead. I did restaurants for years. I briefly worked for the travel partner to the Dallas Cowboys. I've done collections. I've done all kinds of things. I wanted lots and lots of industry experience and in different types of jobs because I wanted to learn and I wanted to see where I could best apply my skills and my gifts. Eventually, I ended up working for a great recruiting firm. Unfortunately, they're not still around at this time, but really great team. I learned a lot. Actually, Justin Motes, who's coming on later, worked with me there. We'll go back and forth a little bit about that. But we had a really, really great training opportunity there, and I learned a lot. But I found some things there that I didn't like in terms of the industry. I didn't like that people were being charged these huge fees when sometimes they couldn't, these smaller companies, it would just drown them financially. And I didn't like that all the candidates were treated the same. So I set out to do some things on my own, and I struck out and I formed Titan. And I've done some other things here and there while doing Titan, and now it's been full-time for quite some time. And I've grown it, I've learned. And I will tell you, and entrepreneurship, by the way, it's a kick in the teeth. It is something else. It's a lot of fun, but it's very, very challenging, and it's not for everyone. But I have found a real passion for it, and I wouldn't have it any other way. But growing, I started my company for a purpose. I started it because I wanted to be different, and I was growing, and I was growing. And I was getting a lot of, I was getting new customers, I was getting clients. And one day I caught myself blowing off an email from a candidate, and it snapped me into reality. And I thought, oh my gosh, what are you doing? This is a human being that needs your help. And, maybe they're being a little frustrating, but that's because they are frustrated. You heard Trevor and I talk a lot yesterday about empathy. And about the human understanding element. And that's imperative in the hiring process, especially right now with COVID, because I can tell you people are stressed and they are panicked. So I sat down and I physically wrote down, my ethics and my core values for my company. And then I sat down and I made a spreadsheet of how I needed to be actively accomplishing those things. I think, and go back to your expertise, Dan, being organized, right?
Yeah, yeah,
You can. It sounds ridiculous, but you can actually organize your ethics, and as you grow, it's easy to do. The reason I was, and it's an excuse, but the reason that I had gotten kind of complacent is I was so busy and I was getting pulled this way and that way, and there were frustrating things. But it's not an excuse. You have to still maintain those things. You have to keep that human element. You have to reach out to people. You have to connect with them. Um, and you also have to remember to remain grateful. That was one of the ethics that I wrote down. And so I did. I started reaching out to people that had helped me over the years. I mean, people I hadn't talked to in 5, 6, 7 years. And I said, thank you. Thank you for this. You gave me this. You taught me this. Thank you. Because of you, I had this accomplishment. And so now periodically I like to do that. I like to message people and say, thank you. You did this for me. I had this great accomplishment today. And because of the knowledge you gave me, I was able to do this. Thank you. And I think that's I think it's imperative to keep those kind of ethics and that kind of thing
100%,
going.
100%. You made a comment about that. It's important to do that. It's imperative.
Yes.
It's critical, right?
Yes.
But what I have seen is that most leaders have that internal compass, right? That north-facing compass. So they know the right ways to be or act or treat others, and in fact, they may even exhibit that in their behaviors. But they don't get it out of their own head and get it written down and fully have a clear understanding of what that means for them, right?
Right.
And
100%.
Until you put pen to paper and really flesh that out, if you will, and get a full comprehensive understanding of it, that is the only time that you're really able to get to really understand where it's coming from. And I think that's when it hits deep. And then you can share that with other people, and people will relate to that. Because when you put work into that and you put thought into something like that, it's more than just an idea at that point.
Right. Absolutely. I completely. And by the way, we just got a comment from Ken telling us about himself. He is looking for opportunities. It looks like he's an operations and technology leader. And he has expertise with software, including SaaS. And it looks like he is, and he's got he's managed professional services and stuff like that, support. Sorry, the message is kind of long and my screen's very small.
I know, Ken. Welcome, Ken.
But hi, Ken. Welcome. And so definitely can check out some of our opportunities, especially look in the section of Project Help You Grow. They have some positions that may be of interest to you. So please check those out at careerlaunch2020.com. I will also be on the show later. If you would like to message with him and communicate with him live on the show, please do that, Ken. We would love to have you do that. But kind of back to you have to stay organized with the ethics. You have to be.
Can I add something to that too?
Yes,
Catherine?
go ahead.
You certainly have to be organized, like you were talking about, and then it has to be visible.
Yes.
Right. And the reason I say that, and it's like you set this up, but literally right here in front of me, you can't see it obviously, but on my wall right here in front of me, I have my core values listed right here. Right.
Yeah.
For multiple reasons. One, it's a daily reminder. Secondly, when it comes up in conversation, I don't want to fumble around. I don't want to have to remember the thought that I put into it, even though, we say like, well, your core values should be like baked into you. Well, yeah, if you have like 2 or 3, I have 8. Right. And so there, and I could probably list them from memory, but why, if I could just have them right here, and it serves as a daily reminder. Right. And so you got to make them visible. And maybe it's not posted on your wall. I would say if you're in a company, in an organization, in an office, what few of us are these days, but
that's true.
Core values absolutely should be on the wall. In those environments, 100%. But and also I want to. You don't have to be a business owner or work in an office to have core values that you think through and post up on your wall.
100%. I was actually going to bring that exact thing up, Dan. I've had things like that I would post on my screen even when I was an employee. Help others. And bring value to the team. And what that would mean to me is finding ways to innovate, finding ways to make other people's lives easier. Mm-hmm. And that to me was part of my job, was to go around and help. So yeah, you absolutely do not have to be an owner, a manager, a VP or whatever to have core values. That should be
Well, I
in
think that's where
any
people,
position.
I think that's what is natural. At least it was for me to think, early on in my career that, businesses or executives, those are the people that think about those things, or at least write
Right.
them down.
Right.
And it's just over the years, that's my whole perception of that's changed, because now, and I'm sure this is what kind of what you were talking about, Catherine, is that when I connect with people, when I'm looking, like I mentioned, I'm in career transition myself. So when I'm talking to potential employers,
Right.
I'm very clear on what I'm looking for. I'm very clear on what's important to me, and I can see similarities because it's constantly being reminded. I have it written down. I put the work into really understanding what it means for me.
Right. And I will say that was actually going to be my next point. So that was a perfect lead in. Thank you. Is that when you are job seeking, obviously recruiters need to be conveying their culture and all that. But when you're job seeking, please tell people what you expect in a culture. Set expectations on your side as well. And don't take a position with a company that does not share your values, because you won't be happy. It won't be successful. And I understand, we get panicked in the job market and all that. I really do. But you can always research a company, get on Glassdoor, get on Indeed reviews, those types of things, and really get a true feel for their culture. Look at their website. Do they post their culture? Do they share it? For instance, if you get on the Google, the actual Google company page, not the Google that you type your search into, they really post their culture all over. There's a wonderful company in Dallas called Reward Style. And they're very much the same way. Really, really cool company. And they have a very unique, very, very fun, very employee focused culture. And I really dig that. And so look for companies like that. Or if you like the big corporate, leave me alone, let me do my job kind of setup, great. Look for that. Whatever it is that speaks to you, make sure that that's in the center focus of your career search.
Yeah, it's important. I think what you mentioned there is what came to mind is like trust but verify. And what I mean by that in this context is do your research, like you were talking about, Catherine. But the real true test for me, anyways, is when I get on the phone with somebody, when I'm in that phone interview or connecting with somebody in that, you can tell, right? It comes across in how they talk and in the questions they ask, how they answer questions, right?
100%.
You can just tell. I mean, if they align, and then you should have questions around your core values and how does the company, I'll share this. I was actually on a phone interview yesterday.
Okay.
And it was actually the last hour of the show yesterday, so I unfortunately missed that, but I went back and watched it. And I had 3 of my core values that aligned with what I saw on their website. And I asked direct questions around them. It was around authenticity, it was around loyalty, and discipline. And so I was asking questions around those because I saw it, and then they confirmed with me. I mean, the way they answered it. I mean, so you could pick up on that, and it's important that you find those similarities and then ask directly, because you're right. You're right. We're in an environment that maybe people need to find work and start working. But you don't want to get into somewhere that just is gonna create more stress on you.
Right. That's not helpful. Right. And I will tell you too, there are a few things that a lot of people don't realize will cue you into a company's stability. Employee satisfaction actually tells you a lot about the stability of the company. A stable company will have more plateaued reviews. They may not always have 5 stars, but it will be consistent, good pay, reasonable hours, good benefits, management gives you opportunity. You'll see things like that, right? So you want to look for kind of those plateaued. And also, when you're talking to them, share who you are in a professional manner. Please do not give TMI in an interview, and don't focus
We're going to talk
on
about some of those instances later on.
We're going to have a lot of fun talking about those. I have some doozies today, even better, I think, than the ones yesterday. So we have about the do's and don'ts of interviewing, but we have a tendency to focus when we want to tell people about ourselves, to say things like talk about our kids or talk about our politics or talk about our pets. And don't get me wrong, I love pets and kids are real cute, and I'm very political in my personal life. in a business interview, there's no place for that. So when you're telling them about yourself, tell them who you are and what in your core. This is who I am. This is what I do, and this is how it's going to help you. Tie everything in your interview back to how it's going to help them. Ultimately, I will tell you flat out, a company doesn't really care what you did in the past. They don't care. They care what you're going to do for them. So every single thing that you say, tie it into how you can help them.
So I'm curious for you on your side, as you know, on the recruiting side, when you're talking to a candidate that starts bringing up those types of conversations, and I mean they start talking about who they are from a core value standpoint and from a priority standpoint, and I mean from a recruiting standpoint, what does that say to you?
Oh gosh, first of all, one of the very first questions I ask is, tell me what's important to you. So it's the very first thing I ask. But I actually have had people beat me to that punch. That basically they just dive right in, man. This is who I am. This is what I've got going on. If they dive right in like that, first of all, that's a very confident person. That's a person who knows what they want. That's a very driven person. And that gets you very much ahead in the process. And I will tell you guys, I am not alone in that. If Casey Haston was on here, we were going to talk to a few other recruiting professionals today as well. They would tell you the exact same thing. And even the people that answer me very confidently when I ask what's important to you, and don't give the run-of-the-mill answer to that question, guys. Don't say, I want stability, I want growth. Well, yeah, everybody does. Tell me what that means to you. Tell me, what's very important to you in your next position. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's okay. I mean, I love that that's your answer. I mean, so a couple thoughts there. One is the only way that you can dive in first and really have a robust, unique, personalized answer is if you put time into really thinking about it. Right.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Like you were saying before, like how you kind of started off and really understanding yourself. Yeah. And so that's so important and that's so critical. And I think I'm happy to hear that from that perspective. Right. And that people, that's not a turnoff. And I think you can also, like you were saying about, if stability is important to you, well, there's maybe an opportunity to crowbar in some personal things through that answer. Right. I mean,
yes. Absolutely.
The way that, when you said that, Catherine, the way that I took it is like, yeah, stability is important to me only because I have a wife and 3 kids, and I'm going to dress that up and talk about it. And so I'm now answering your question. I'm also giving you a little bit of behind the curtain peek of who I am outside of work, which is also important in those initial discussions. We don't need to dive all the way in. I don't need to tell you their names and their ages and what grade they're in.
Right.
But you're already painting a picture now of me, of being married, 3 kids. Okay, now I understand why stability is important.
Yes.
So there's some context behind that.
For instance, to your exact point, I had somebody tell me once that they needed the ability to be remote 2 days a week, and that they needed the ability to they really needed stability because I was talking to a single father with an autistic son. And it was a really cool conversation. He was a really bright guy. He ended up getting all the way to final stages of the interview with the company I placed with, and then got another job, which is fine. No, that's great. He got a position. But yeah, it was really interesting. And so he did, we talked about that and what that meant for him work-wise, because he said, I need a culture that understands I am there. I will work more than 40 hours a week. That's fine, but I need flexibility. So
yeah, I mean, that's somebody that knows their priorities, right? Yeah. And is confident to explain them in a professional way. Because here's the deal, right? People are going to find out what your priorities are on day one of the job.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they're going to figure it out eventually. So we might as well get it out in front and in the open early on.
Right. Absolutely. 100%. I completely agree.
Which I think actually goes into my section here. If you want to transition into that, I didn't know if you had any final thoughts.
Oh, no, that was it. You're good. Go.
Yeah. And so a couple things I wanted to chat about, at least and we're about 10, 13 minutes away from our first guest coming in. And so what I wanted to talk about is just setting priorities and knowing your priorities, and talk a little bit about my career evolution. And so before I go into career evolution, Catherine, maybe you can help me through that and we can talk through that. But priority setting and really understanding what's important to you. So Catherine talked about core values, and really putting some verbiage and experience and thought behind that. And I think the same thing needs to go in priorities. Anytime anyone talks to me about priorities in life, it's very clear for me. Very clear, because I've sat down and really thought through it. The number one priority in my life is self-care. Now, I've gotten some pushback on that to some degree, not a lot, but people are like, well, how can you put yourself first? Well, if you really think about it, there's no way that you can really be effective in anything else that you do in life unless you are putting yourself first from a full holistic standpoint. And oftentimes when we talk about self-care, and I know that I have some questions for Michaela on this later on today.
Oh, good. She'll be very excited.
But oftentimes when we think of self-care, we immediately go to like exercise and health. Right. And that's an important part of it. But there's all these other facets of self-care. I mean, we're talking emotional, social, parental, marital, financial. I mean, all of those things need to be taken care of and thought about, and intellectual. Right. And so all of those components affect us as people, affect us as individuals. And if we're not paying attention to it, it can hurt us. And so for me, it's self-care is number one. I always like to use the analogy, when we used to be on airplanes, they would tell us, make sure, in case of emergency, put your own mask on first before helping others. And so it's kind of that analogy of take care of yourself first. And then number two for me is family. And then number three is vocation, right? And so it goes in that order. And so the picture I like to paint is, if you had a bucket and you were going to put rocks in it, and the self-care, the number one priority for me are the largest rocks, and then family's the little bit smaller rock, and then vocation is the third or a little bit smaller than that. The only way that's all going to fit is if you put the big rocks in first and then fit everything in between it. And I have a good visual that I do when I train this and I talk about this and setting priorities in life. But for me, that's the lens in which I look at all the things that I do. And so when I'm scheduling,
and I have a question, Dan, real quick. I had a question because you said something that I find very, very interesting, and I wanted to touch on. First of all, I know you're a great family guy. You love your kids, and they're the center of your universe. So because you always hear people say, I put family first, right? So in your priorities, you listed self-care first, and you explained that to me the other day. Can you explain that for our audience?
Yeah. And so I was talking a little bit to explain it a little bit further. When I'm planning my week, when I'm scheduling the things that I want to get accomplished this week, the goals that I have for the week, I'm putting in the self-care pieces first. Now, the interesting thing is that I mentioned earlier is that self-care is more about than health and eating right? So part of self-care for me is parenting. And so I schedule time with my kids. And that's part of my self-care, and I tell my kids, I'm like, you and I one-on-one, like last week, my daughter who's 9, she and I was like, what do you want to do? You got this hour with dad and we're just going to be together. And I have it on my calendar. Oh, she's 9, right? So I can show her these things and she thinks, it's cool. And I'm like, look, your name's on my calendar. Isn't that cool? And she loves that. And so she wanted, I said, whatever you want to do. And we ended up going to Sonic, and we just sat in the Sonic stall, I let her use the app on my phone. She ordered whatever she wanted. And we just sat there for 45 minutes and talked with our Sonic drinks. Right.
Oh, that's cute. I like that.
And then my son wanted to do, he wanted to play video games. He's 6. And so we shut the door to the media room, and he and I in there for an hour played video games and just talked. Right. But the important part is that I had that schedule on my calendar because, again, it's part of self-care, even though it goes into my family component. But for me and how I think about how I want to be, and if I'm not taking care of my kids and spending time with them, to me, that's affecting my self-care.
Right.
And so I have to schedule that in, just like my exercise routine, my food habits, the time with my wife, right? All of that.
That's important. Yes, don't forget her. That's
that's
very important.
So all of that is part of self-care for me, and I fit it in. And so then you have the other things too. You know, I run 3 days a week. I'm training for a marathon right now, and I have goals towards that. And so all of that fits in as well. And so that to me, again, if I am mentally in a spot where everything is firing to the level that I want it to be or beyond, I am a much better dad, husband, employee, leader, everything for all the people around me. You know, the adage, rising tide lifts all boats. Right. And so if I can be the rising tide for those around me, I know that I will have that positive, lasting impact that I want. It's not because I'm doing it out of guilt. I want to be an incredible father. I want to be an incredible husband. I want to be a great leader, right? And so I have to be intentional about that. It just doesn't happen. You have to be intentional about it.
Right. Absolutely. And like, I love that everything you're saying is back to intentional. Do everything intentionally. Don't just let life, knock you around like a kayak in the middle of the ocean, have purpose, have, full steam ahead type mentality.
It's so easy to drift, right? To use your analogy. It's so easy to drift. And oftentimes, and I was drifting for a long time when I look back. And it's just, it's easy to be reactive. This happened to me. Okay, now this is how I react to it. But let me tell you how empowering it can be when we take control of the outcomes that we want.
Right.
And it's so, I finish each and every day with success on my brain, right? I start off the day with, this is what success looks like for me. I end the day knowing that I had success in that day and I can let it go.
Right.
And start the next day knowing that I'm not behind. I'm just got a new, fresh day at achieving goals that I have, which is the other component too. I sit down every year and I create goals for the year. I just so happen to work out in 2020. I have 20 goals.
That's funny.
You know what? And it's funny about that is I didn't even realize I did that. I actually counted them all up like a couple of weeks ago, and I was like, "It's 20. How crazy is that?"
How fitting.
How fitting. That's right.
I like that.
I have.
So when you make these goals, I have a question. When you make these goals, do you categorize them? Do you try to have goals in each area of your life?
Yep.
How does that work for you?
Yes. So I have 10. There's 10 domains in my life that I set goals in, and so I'll run through them quickly, and so you can kind of hear all 10 domains. But spiritual, and I have written down here: spiritual, parental, intellectual, social, emotional, vocational, physical, avocational, marital, and financial. And so those are the 10 domains that I set goals in. And I have 1 to 3 goals in each one of those areas. And some of the goals are like, they're meant to be fun, like avocationals. I actually have a goal to play 20 rounds of golf this year, right? That's one of the goals.
I like that.
I
really like that.
Because I like to play golf. But other part of it is that I'm playing with people. And so it's an opportunity for me to connect with people and have that kind of, again, self-care, being outside of the home, having that space with other adults, because I have 3 little ones running around here, right?
Oh, yes.
Is important to me. But then I have some more serious ones, right? Like I have marital goals with my wife that I want to accomplish. Like, for instance, I'll just be candid with you guys. One of them is that I want to attend a marriage retreat this year with her.
Oh, okay. All right.
We have a fantastic marriage, but again, self-care and me wanting to be the best husband I can be, I want to just keep leveling that up, right? And being a better version of me each and every day. And so
that's awesome.
Those are things I look at I've set them at the beginning of the year. I literally look at all of those goals every week and try, and depending on when they are falling, I put goals towards them each and every week. So that's awesome. I could go on and on. That's into my life there.
No, I like it. And I will tell you, first of all, I have a lot of respect for people that set these goals for themselves and make sure that they attain them, whether it's personal, professional, whatever. I think that that's fantastic. And you always need goals, right? I don't think I have 20, but I definitely have.
Most people don't.
I definitely have several goals that I set for myself, and I do them both in my personal life and in my professional life as well. And I don't miss goals. I always tell people that I've never missed a goal. I've never missed a metric. I don't know how to do that. So it's something that I think is really awesome. And I'm really excited to we have our first guest about to come on. Mike Goldberg, great guy, has his own show as well. So let's bring Mike on. Let's say hi to him. I know he's already here. Where are you, Mike? Here he comes. There he is. Hi.
How's it going?
It's going great. We're doing really well.
Cool. Well, after I heard the last 5 minutes of Dan, and I've known Dan on the show. We've known each other for about 8 weeks now, and I don't know if I can top that.
I know he's pretty good, right?
all his goals. I feel like, man. I will say that I am waking up, Dan. I'm waking up every morning now, and I am swimming for. I'm probably doing about 1,500 to 2,000 yards a day, and
wow, good for you.
Yeah, so I used
That's
to be
amazing.
So setting goals is important, and having a vision for what's down the line is he's spot on to everything.
Absolutely.
You're talking about language. I love working out in the morning. I mean, how much better do you feel during the day by doing that?
Right there with you guys. I finally got to get back to the gym. After 2 years off, I finally got to get back to the gym, and let me tell you, couldn't be happier.
You're brave to go to the gym. I'll just stay. I have a pool here, and I'll just do my thing here.
Oh, same too. I've got a really lovely. Well, I live in Florida, so you kind of have to when you're in Florida, right? It's kind of a requirement, you know.
But do you have the screen around your pool?
Oh yeah. I got a beautiful tiki bar. I've got the whole bit. Oh yeah. Where's the anytime, dude. Come on. Right. Come to sunny Florida. Any of y'all are always welcome. We have a lovely guest bedroom.
It's recorded. So
it's recorded. So Michael, I mean, I am dying to know too, because we didn't get to really dive into this the last time you were on the show. So tell us your career evolution real quick before we dive into your segment.
My career evolution?
Your career evolution.
So after graduating from college, decided to go work for Marriott because, campus career programs really weren't that good back when I went. I'm not going to divulge the year that I graduated. But I went to work for Marriott. I basically grew through the Marriott ranks, and I'm blessed because that's where I met my wife, now almost 29 years. And but when I got to Dallas and moved here to be with her, basically decided to go get a MBA in HR from the University of Dallas. So I got that in about a little under 2-year period because I went straight through in the summer and all that, and grew through the ranks of HR. But really, back in 2001, I decided to go in business for myself and created my own recruiting agency, if you will. I did that for about 4 years, and then went back into corporate world, but went in as a recruiting leader and worked for $3 billion organizations over the last 15 years and helped turn their recruiting functions around. And so where I am today is I go in and help companies who are ready to kind of take off or who need turnarounds, a turnaround situation, and help them figure out how to identify and hire the right talent through recruitment marketing. I do some executive search, not too much. It's more on the consulting side. But over the last 3 months, I had to pivot, right? Because nobody's really buying those services right now, unless you're totally focused on executive search, right? So I pivoted, and now I'm a job search accountability coach, I like to call myself. And so I help job seekers. Yeah, I help job seekers really understand what their job search strategy should be, rather than, hey, I'm applying for jobs. That's my strategy.
It doesn't work. It does not.
Dan will tell you that. You'll tell me that. I mean,
yep. So what's your number one piece of advice right now for people that are job searching with all the craziness with COVID and all of that? And everything going remote and some things being on furlough? What's your advice?
I think my number one piece of advice is to have a strategy, and number two is to be patient.
Right. And
a lot of people during these times, what they'll do is they'll end up taking the time or jump on the first thing that they see, right?
Right.
Fear that there's nothing that suits them, and it might not fit their values. It might not be a good cultural fit for them in the organization.
Right.
So,
right.
What's your thought Sorry.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
What's your thought, Michael, on the idea that, people are certainly in a position now where they may not have the financial means, right? And so it's that position of, well, I need I want to be patient. I want to find the right fit, but at the same time, I need to make money.
Right. And look, there are plenty of people, and it's easy to say
Yeah, right.
that you should be patient. But I think if you take the time to find the right opportunity first, instead of doing a shotgun approach to your job search, you'll find that you're able to find the position you want just as fast, as long as you have a plan and a strategy.
It's true. And I will say too, you can always get temporary work, that type of thing in the meantime, while you're finding your permanent path. If you're IT, you could do contract gigs. There's always temp agencies, and people think temp agencies are just for like secretaries and things like that, but that's not right. You can be a temp, in anything. I've seen temporary managers hired. So
Exactly. So do you offer temp services, Catherine, or do you focus?
I do primarily direct hire, but I have in the past done, and actually it was specifically to fill maternity leave needs and things like that. So I have. Yeah. So I've filled those holes before, and you can absolutely find good work. There's great agencies out there that can help you out.
Hey, Michael, I got to say, I agree with you. That I think the platforms out there have made it so easy for us to take that shotgun approach. Mm-hmm. Right. I mean, literally, like on LinkedIn and some of the, it's like one click apply is like is currency these days.
Yeah.
And the mistake they're making, and I'm sure you're having somebody on to talk more about the resumes, but they don't take the time. They think, oh, it's easy, just a one click apply. I'll just send my standard resume, instead of tailoring their resume to the actual job posting. I think that's where mistakes are made as well in their planning.
100%.
Talk about how important that is. Because here's in career transition myself, I can just share with you that it's frustrating to have to change resumes, or at least in my mind, it's frustrating that I have to like fully redo my resume for every job that I applied to. But two thoughts there. One, what's a strategy for not have to redo the whole resume? And then two, I think that you can have less of a shotgun approach and more of a kind of pinpointed. So you're actually doing less formatting on resumes when you're actually applying to jobs that are truly good fits for you.
So you nailed it right there. It's, a lot of people will just apply. I remember back as a corporate recruiting leader during the recession in 2008, 9, and if it goes on, how far ever it went. And basically, I would get CFOs, COOs applying for operations analyst, accounting specialist positions. And look, I get it. You need to bring money into for you and your family. But if you're applying for those jobs, you're not going to get a response back from the recruiter. Number one, because you're applying for jobs that are too high level. You already have that experience. So make sure that you're taking the time to really read through the job posting and pick out the keywords. And so when I say reformat their resume, they don't have to reformat their whole resume. That's not the point. The point is to make sure that the keywords that you've pulled from the job posting, when there's enough detail in there, because we have seen plenty of vague job postings, right? And you're just like, help.
Yeah, what happened here?
Right. So instead of having to redo your whole resume, as long as the basic concepts are there, like if I'm seeking, I'll use a human resources position. We know that a business partner. So a human resources business partner is the new hot buzzword for HR generalists, which means they can cover more than one specialty in the human resource arena. It could be recruiting, employee relations, benefits, compensation, you name it. And so if you've done the HR business partner piece, you want to have bullet points that have keywords from the job posting, but you don't have to change up the entire, you don't have to have like 1,000 different resumes. You're just changing up keywords in the resume. And in some of the research that I've done, the more you take the time to tailor your resume to the position you're applying for, the better your chances of getting contacted. But I think timing is also a very important piece of that application strategy. Think of it this way. Most people are applying for jobs when they see it. And if the job is generally more than 5 days old, the chances of your resume getting seen are slimmer than if you applied in the first couple of days.
That's actually very, very true. And a lot of people do not know that. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's that, or it's really funny because there's that window at the front that's really important, right? And then there's this weird window, like right at the end, right before they pull the ad, where all of a sudden they pay attention again. And you don't know.
You don't know why. Well, they want to have backup. They want to have backup for their,
right.
It's for their pipeline.
Right. Yeah,
but here's the one thing that most people don't know. Here's the one thing people really
hot tip coming in.
Hot tip on the hotline coming up here on non-hotline time. But basically, recruiters look at positions. Generally, they'll look at candidates 25 people at a time, maybe 30, because their goal is to have 15 conversations to get that down to 3 to 5 top candidates to present to the hiring manager.
Right.
Once they have those 15. And there are 300 people applying for the job. What happens to the, what is that?
Yeah, just sitting there floating around. 250 people left. Yeah.
Thank you. That was never the strong point. So basically,
no problem.
Right. It just, you have to, so timing is everything. So what I tell people to do is set up job alerts, set up Google alerts.
Yes.
That with keywords that pull from the applicant tracking system, otherwise known as the ATS, and on LinkedIn. I still think the algorithms are off on most ATSs.
Oh gosh, yes.
I mean,
I hate them.
Yeah, they just don't work. So
they don't.
So I think, if you have a good strategy in terms of how you're going to apply, meaning you're targeting your positions, you're targeting the companies you want to work for, set alerts, Google alerts and job alerts for positions that you are truly qualified for. Don't apply just because you think you can do the job. You're you're wasting your time. You're not going to hear back from recruiters.
Here's what I will tell you about that. I get applications all the time that, and I'm very good about, I put in bold at the top of the requirements, things that cannot be negotiated. Everything else, we can work with it. But if it's in bold, it has to be there. And it says must in capital letters. If you see something like that, pay attention to it. You don't have to meet every single job requirement. That's ridiculous. It's never going to happen, or very rarely. But if it's bolded, if it's emphasized, if they state it more than once, it's not an if. It's something that actually has to be that way. And I'm all for making a career evolution and making a creative jump, but you need to do that with a personal touch. That needs to be it. That's not a click and apply, right, Mike? That's a get in person and talk to you and show you who I am and that I can do the job and that it's worth training me. That you're never going to get anywhere trying to convince somebody with your resume of that.
Exactly. And I think that leads to a good point as I know we got about 30 minutes left, but really it's you can apply all day long, but if you're not networking and trying to create connections inside your target organizations, again, you're wasting your time. And a lot of people think, I'll just, on LinkedIn, they have this, hey, connect with the job poster, which is generally the recruiter. The chances of them responding to your message or in-mail message is it's rare, but at least you're connecting with them and then trying to figure out what the email string is. And you can use tools like Email Hunter, which is probably the one that I go to the most. You can Google email finders, and you'll get there's a bunch of free ones out there. But try to connect with them personally. Send them pieces of work that you've done. Send them, send them industry pieces that might connect with them, about, hey, the future of hiring in the airline industry or the future of hiring in logistics. Right. And stay in front of them. So it's kind of like us in our sales roles that we do, because when you're in a job search, you're selling yourself.
Yes. I say that all the time. Yes. Thank you for saying that. You are pitching yourself, and vice versa. By the way, they should be pitching to you too, but 100% spot on.
but the goal is, and so when you look at it, what I've always learned and practice is, don't bury your head in the sand and wait for someone to apply. Stay in front of them as much as you can. The more you do that, the more they're going to go, all right, this person actually cares about me and is sharing information with me. And don't just send it to the recruiter. Send it to the VP. Send it to the SVP. Send it to the hiring manager. Send it to the CEO.
Yeah, somebody
that will read it and take the time. And a lot of people, well, I've never written anything. What do I do? Just talk about what's passionate to you and why the company is passionate to you. That's all it takes. And it doesn't have to be a book. It just needs to be, it can be 2 or 3 paragraphs. With
absolutely.
Yeah, most people aren't going to read that much anyways. You're absolutely right. Well, as we wrap up here, Michael, where can we find you? What do you have going on? And how can people connect with you?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you're interested in the job strategies, you can reach out to me on LinkedIn, Michael Goldberg. It's the last. So if you do the linkedin.com/in/ it's Dallas, like the town where I live, the city where I live, Dallas, Michael Goldberg. They can also go to www.hiringtransformed.com. And reach out. I'm happy to help you, happy to provide job search tips. Join the hotline show on
definitely.
Thursday at 4 p.m. Central, 5 p.m. Eastern. And if you're a job seeker and you want to share your journey, on Wednesdays at 1 o'clock Central Time, so including today, I need some more job seekers to step up to share their journeys and what they do. So if you're interested, just reach out to me, Michael at hiringtransform.com.
All right, everybody, you heard that. Michael at hiringtransform.com. Definitely reach out to him. He's a great connection to have, very collaborative. Mike, thank you so much for coming on. Have a wonderful rest of the day, and best of luck.
All right, good luck.
All right, so we have our next guest coming on. There she is. It's Heather. How are you today? Oh, we can't hear you, by the way. I know we were worried about technology, but we can hear you. Oh, now you went away.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you. There you go.
Great. Okay. Awesome. Okay. Hi guys. How are you today?
Doing really good. How are you? So Heather. Good. So Heather is our resume expert of the day, right? And she's going to talk to us. She actually has some really great tips. I will tell you guys, I've been recruiting for a long time. I've heard all the ins and outs and all this. This lady actually has some very unique stuff. I'm actually very, very impressed with her. So I want to let Heather kind of tell you a little bit about her and all that. But I want to start with your career evolution, Heather. We're making everybody do this. Let's hear how you came to be a resume expert.
So I always had no trouble getting interviews. I just found out recently that I'm a little bit on the spectrum. So I'm a bottom-up processor, which means that I can see patterns and things that a lot of people can't. And this ended up being really great for resume writing. But the path that took me to resume writing, as I'm sure you've heard from a lot of folks, is very windy. And so my first job, I got lots of interviews and kept talking with different companies. And my undergraduate was in biology. And so having that science background, I didn't realize that going into biology meant that I would be either euthanizing animals or being a glorified dishwasher, like washing glassware, without a master's or a PhD. And so I decided to start my own company in nanotechnology, doing in vitro toxicology, which means that I did toxicology testing, so for toxicity, but no animals. So I only did cells and tissues. And so that was my first real job, other than like kind of retail stuff in college and a couple law internships. I actually thought I wanted to be a lawyer, and then I did a law internship and was like, oh no, this is not for me. But yeah, so that was my first job. But I never really struggled to get interviews. And then as time went on, people kept asking me to write their resumes because I had a very active blog. I did a lot of writing. And what I realized was that other people saw something in me that I did not see in myself. And it wasn't until about 2 years ago that I was teaching entrepreneurship and computer information systems. So I've done like marketing for an insect poop startup. I've done, I've just done anything you can think of, which I'm sure is what you hear a lot from people that end up in HR. And it's because we see so many different parts of HR that I think that people who just go and get jobs never see. And I also kept talking with recruiters and hiring managers. And I kind of wanted to ask the audience a question. Who do you think a hiring manager is? Like if you're looking at a company and you're on LinkedIn, you're okay, I'm going to apply to this company, I'm on LinkedIn. Who do I talk to? who do you think the hiring manager is? Do you think that, because I realize as I talked with a lot of candidates that they think that a hiring manager is some dedicated HR person.
Yes.
And they're not. They're not at all.
No.
They're just a normal employee.
Right.
They're a normal employee whose job is to find someone to join their specific team or department. And their day-to-day is not hiring at all. And so I think what I want to start with before I dive into the resume rules that matter is I just want to start with, when I hear a lot of candidates talk about fear around what is this company going to think? It's not a company, it's a person. And so when you're having all this anxiety trying to predict, I know that people on the spectrum do this a lot. We're constantly trying to predict what people are thinking because we kind of, to a certain extent, realize that other people don't think like us. And so we're just trying to constantly predict that. And the best thing to do is just ask. And so the other thing that I see a lot of people do is just the other day, I was talking with someone and they said that they had shown their resume to, hold on, let me tell you what the list of things is. It was such a great list. It was like college professors. Sorry, I have the list written out. Oh no, I can't find it. Sorry. So the first thing that they said was they don't have anything to lose except time. I could not possibly disagree with that more. Actually, time is equal to salary. Salary is going to make you more money than a house, a car, like anything. Stock dividends, your stock portfolio, all of those gains, even with compound interest, are not going to be equal to your resume. And so your resume is the single best investment you can make for yourself in your life. And when you're trying to write your resume, I see a lot of people, they show it to their parents, their, neighbors, their college professors. I hate to break it to you, but as someone who taught computer information systems and entrepreneurship at Baruch College in Manhattan, and who really I embedded myself into the college and academic system, it's a mess. And they're floundering just as much as any other industry, especially right now, with their luxury margins. But they don't know what they're talking about. And so whenever I hear a candidate say, oh, I showed it to my, especially entry-level people. So I think most of what my talk is going to be geared towards is entry-level people, because you guys don't have the money, and I don't think you should spend the money to get a resume writer necessarily right now, because the good ones are going to cost at least $400 or $500.
Right.
And that's just for your resume. That's not even including your LinkedIn or career coaching or anything like that.
That's probably one version of it too, right? And like Michael was talking about, you've got to tailor
having the multiples,
and that's just one version.
Exactly. So let's talk about, Heather. So you have a really like I said, you have really great tips of when somebody's entry level versus an experienced person. So they're not going to have as much experience. They're not going to have as many keywords to put in and that type of thing. how do they stand out to the, because, and just so you guys know, again, ATSs are the systems that most companies, not all, most companies use to kind of initially filter resumes before a person ever even sees it, which I could go into a whole spiel about why that's a really stupid process, but it's reality. So Heather, how do they stand out, these entry-level people?
So I'm going to give you a list of rules that are just going to be like the bare minimum to do, and then we can talk about how you're going to stand out, because I think that just doing the bare minimum is going to get you like at least 40 or 50% of the way there. Okay. And that's a lot better than zero. Right. So the first is don't include a picture, especially a giant one. In the United States, we are very concerned with diversity, which is rightfully so. I mean, we just saw what happened with George Floyd. And that is a result of racial, sorry to get emotional, but that's a result of racial, that's a result of racial inequity and not having access to information like this. And so, first, number one, if you're an entry-level person, don't have a big picture on there, because that is automatically going to make ATS throw you out. I actually just got into a pseudo debate with someone on why this is not a good idea. And the citation that they pulled was resumes from Google. And the first resume that this person sent me, I looked up, and this person is unemployed and has been unemployed for 2 years. And so while I think it's great and it's entrepreneurial to post your resume on Google, like somewhere that's Googleable. But
Mm-hmm.
if you are the discerning user and not the creator of that content, but the discerning user, do a little more research to make sure that what you're basing
Right.
your entire career on is not someone who's unemployed. And so when you're talking to
100%.
professors, when you're talking to all these people, I hate to say it, but the reason why I became a professor is because I love to teach and because I kind of didn't know what I wanted to do. And I just, I knew that I was on the cusp of some kind of breakthrough and I didn't know what it was. And I knew I wanted to move to New York. And so that's what I did was I taught. And so first off, don't have a picture on your resume.
Hey, Heather, let me ask you
so
about that because
yeah.
I actually have two versions of my resume that I use. I have the one that's like I think the typical kind of what I would consider boring resume. It just has like all the things I've done. And then I have one I call a non-traditional resume. When I'm applying online, though, I use that kind of boring traditional resume. And then when I'm actually connected with somebody, then I may send them this more creative version of a resume that kind of gives the same information, but
Right.
in a more creative way. But I explain that, like, here's my non-traditional, but I don't lead off with that. What are your thoughts, at least having, if you want something more that would stand out in a pile of resumes, to have that available? Do you see any traction with candidates having something like that?
Only if you're in a creative field. So unless you're a graphic designer or someone who's a high-level creative, 3D animator even.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
other than that, I'll say it real simple, Dan. It's a distraction.
Okay, but
So it's a distraction from your content.
Even those creative types should have a traditional version for the ATS systems.
Right.
When they're applying.
Right.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And so when you're applying online, definitely upload the boring version.
Right.
And so the boring version, I'll just get your pen ready. I'm just going to rattle off all the stuff because I can tell that I'm kind of wanting to explain. And so I think it's important.
Yeah.
Let's just get the list down.
Let's
and
do
then
it.
Go ahead.
If there's time, we can explain. So the first is no columns, no fancy formatting. No columns at all. Do not use the column function on Word. Also,
I heart you right now, Heather. As a recruiter, I heart you for that. Thank you.
Number 2, no picture, especially if it's in the US. If you're somewhere else where they don't care about diversity, I mean, you could argue we don't care about diversity. But if they don't care about diversity, then we're caring more, I hope. But if it's another country, look up what their local rules using Visual CV. They have a great international guide on visualcv.com. But I did test all of their templates. Don't use any of their templates. Number 3. Okay, so this is one page if you have less than 10 years of experience. Definitely one page. If you're like Dan and you're sending it to someone that you know, then you can include 2 pages with more of a master resume, including everything. But
or if you're IT and you need to list all your technologies, they could be 2 pages. Because they could take a while.
There's a way that I do that doesn't take 2 pages. But yes, if you have a super comprehensive list of things, or if it's a CV, then you'll want to have longer.
Right.
So here's another one: summary, 1 to 3 lines. Always put a summary, but only 1 to 3 lines.
Not this big. Yeah.
It should not be that big, and it shouldn't just be a bunch of lines from your resume copied into the summary. It should be different. And I'm coming up with a course right now that's going to have details on how to do that, but that's not ready yet, so I don't want to dive into it. So here's another one. And this one, write it down. For every bullet point, 1 stat earns you 1 line. 2 stats earns you 2 lines. And then 5 or more stats, which you're only probably going to have if you're management or leadership, are pretty senior, but 5 or more stats can earn you 3 lines for 1
100%.
Bullet.
And we have a question, Heather, that you can help answer, and I have opinions on this too, so I will share them as well. But I'm going to let you take it first. So we have somebody ask, why do people tell you that you are overqualified for a position, especially if you're looking for an entry-level position?
So number 1, you don't want to work there. Number 2, they're probably saying this because they want someone to hit the ground running, and they're running off of fear. And so to tell you that you're overqualified, it might just be a canned response. I wouldn't take feedback like that to heart necessarily. If you want real feedback, Other than a yes or no, that's going to tell you whether or not your resume is working, but I wouldn't necessarily take that feedback to heart. If you really want useful feedback, show it to someone who's hired 20 people.
I think there's a difference, though, if you're hearing it from one employer or 10.
Or all. And I will say this real quick before we go into the next segment, because we are kind of at the end of Heather's segment, is to fully answer that question. There's a few different reasons they could be telling you that. If you've done management, it may be disconcerting to them that all of a sudden you want to go back to an entry level. So that's one of those situations where if you're trying to break into an industry, something like that, you may want to reach out direct and explain
transition's
to them.
Different. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So maybe reach out then. Otherwise, Heather's advice is absolutely right. Forget them. You know what? I've hired plenty of people that were overqualified and they were phenomenal in their jobs. So don't let that get to you. Just march on to a better company. But thank you, Heather, for coming on. It was so wonderful to have you. Very, very excited about that. So we're going to say bye-bye to Heather.
Bye, Heather.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll see you next time. And now we have Michaela coming on. Michaela, she's done a lot of work. Hi, there she is. She's done a lot of awesome things. She's a psychology major. She's presented at several conventions. A very sharp young lady who's joined us every episode so far for this show. We are excited to have her back. And Dan actually is going to kind of lead this segment because he has a few questions for you, Miss Michaela.
Oh, good. Yeah, I heard great things about you, Dan, and I heard that you're sort of into psychology, and so I was real excited to have you today.
I won't try to out psychology you, though. I promise you that. It's more of a passion project for me than an actual researched educational journey like you are on, a professional like you. But I do enjoy the psychology of just kind of our mental space. And when we allow space for us to think through things and really apply things to our life and how that can really have tremendous impact. And so we were talking earlier about self-care. I know that you're talking about motivation, how to stay motivated, and the psychology kind of behind that. And for me, that all starts with self-care. And oftentimes self-care can be categorized for people in this health space where it's eating and exercising, which is a critical component, I believe, of self-care. But there's all these other areas too that we've got to take inventory of to ensure that we are leveling up. It's not, if you eat well, but you're constantly tearing yourself down inside, who cares, right? You're not, there's not consistency.
We're holistic beings. We are a body, we are a mind, a spirit, if you believe in that. And yes, it is very much a holistic process. And when I'm so glad you brought this up, because when people stay just in the body, you're right. A lot of times they miss what's going on in the mind. And I think that's because there's a huge stigma around mental health still. And it's getting broken down. I'm really enheartened when I see things on social media that break down that stigma. Yet it's still a stigma.
Yeah. And it certainly is. I mean, every time I've had to get myself out of that and really consider the opportunity, because the benefits are too great to allow the stigma to live on. I mean, it's just the opportunities for us to grow as people. And I've just learned this over the last few years, just my growth from a mental standpoint. I was talking earlier to Catherine about this idea that, a rising tide lifts all boats. And I believe that it starts with us. And if we want to have true impact on people around us, we've got to create the space for ourselves to grow in all of these areas in self-care. And so that's kind of the genesis, or where I wanted to start with you, and then let you kind of take it over and talk to us about how to stay in that space, how to stay motivated, and the importance of it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I talked a lot yesterday about this limbo that we're in, and trying to stay motivated in this limbo. And Catherine used the word limbo, and I'm going to keep using it because
it's the professional limbo of COVID that it's put all of us in, just floating around.
Well, professional, absolutely. But even as Dan was just referring to, and we don't have proper self-care, it puts us in a limbo too. And there's and I'm going to use this analogy again because I love it so much. And I think that it's so important to understand the physiological side, because like Dan and I were just discussing, we are holistic beings. And this is what I call the hand brain model. And it's just a little, here we go. Just a little exercise, making sure y'all can see my hands. And so our hand's going to be our brain for just a second while I describe what goes on here. And so our wrist is going to be our spinal cord. Thank you, Nina. I appreciate you giving me the whole screen. But yes, this is our forearm's going to represent our spine, and the bottom of our palm is going to be our brain stem. And what happens in our brain stem is all of our basic processes that are unconscious. Like, we don't have conscious control over them. So things like blinking, breathing, digestion, arousal, fear responses. Fear responses occur down here. So when we feel like we need to mobilize action to keep ourselves from dying, that's going to be down here in the brain stem. Pinning that a little more on that later. And then when you fold your thumb over your palm, this is going to be our limbic system. And our limbic system is basically the guardhouse of our brains. So the limbic system decides what information is safe and what information is not safe, and decides where to send it. So if information, is unsafe, it goes straight down here to that fight or flight response, like, oh God, we're in danger. Respond, do something, move. And so that's, if it's unsafe, straight down here to the brainstem, our primitive brain. And if the information is perceived as safe, it can go up here to the cerebral cortex. And that's these four fingers are going to wrap down and be our cerebral cortex. And our cerebral cortex is responsible for things that are executive functioning. So problem solving, working memory, organization, and planning. That's what's going to be up here in the cerebral cortex. And so really, when it comes to intentional decision making, and I think that's a big part of self-care and motivation, is intentional decision making, and not just being on what I like to call autopilot. Because when we're down here in the brainstem on that fight or flight response, that's an automatic pilot. We don't have intentional decision making in fight or flight. When we're up here in our cerebral cortex, we're in another sort of automatic process where it's thinking. We just get in this process of thinking. And what I see happening, and I'm guilty of this too, I mean, I think we all are to an extent, but I'll take ownership here, is that when we get in this thinking, we can start creating worries and anxieties for ourselves that then shoot down here to the brainstem, and we sort of get in this process of, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? Because we're on this automatic pilot and just letting our brains go. But when we can work with this limbic system, we can then decide, okay, well, hold on, let's take a step back and see what's going on.
Yeah. So how do we do that? Like, how do you flex that muscle, as it were, to be able to take that control? Because we were talking earlier kind of about just floating through life, kind of floating through and allowing things to happen to us and being reactive. But what you're talking about is an intentional action, an intentional thought process, and
Right.
almost stopgap, right? To be able to say, this thing's happening. How do I recognize it and then kind of put it? So I know you could probably unpack that, Michaela, in like 2 hours.
Let me write you a dissertation real quick.
Yeah, what's the mini version?
What's kind of some practical mini version that we could think about, at least, in the beginning of that and learning that?
I'm so glad you asked that, Dan, because you're right. It is a very difficult process, right? As humans, we are programmed to run an automatic pilot. It's not a judgment at all. That's what we're programmed to do. And I said this yesterday, that if we were to be intentional all the time and aware all the time, we would go nuts. It would
right.
too much. So the first thing I want to say is be gentle with yourself. And I talked about that a little bit in the first career launch, is first and foremost, be gentle with yourself and your processes as human beings. You're going to be on automatic pilot. You're going to experience pain on automatic pilot, and just pain in life and difficulties in life. Be gentle. That's my first step for everybody.
Yeah, I chalk that in my core values. That falls under grace for me.
Yes.
Right. Like having
grace is a great way to put that. Yes. It's a good
Yeah,
word.
I have so much pride in you right now. Yes, grace. Absolutely. On top of that, I'm gonna have everyone do a quick little exercise with me real quick. Yeah, we did it yesterday, and I'm just gonna brush on it again because I think it's really, really easy here. So I want you to just for a moment bring your attention, your awareness, into what's going on in your mind. And there may not be a lot going on right now. There may not be many thoughts, but just sit with yourself and what's going on in your mind. congratulations, you've broke automatic pilot.
Yeah.
Yeah, seriously, even if there's nothing really major going on at this exact moment, just stopping and taking some time to realize, okay, what's happening in there? You know, what are those thoughts doing right now? That even just thinking about the thoughts, noticing the thoughts has a tendency to change them.
Right. Absolutely. So how do you, what are some other exercises that you would encourage people to do to keep their mind in a positive and energetic place and motivated place?
Ooh, that's a good question. It's difficult for me to answer because it's different for everybody. For me, rejuvenation, that's one thing I will say here, is in order to keep your mind healthy and to really be able to stay present with the situations going on in your life, keep your mind healthy. For me, I do.
Oh, she froze. That's okay. Michaela. There she is. Now she's back. For you, you do what?
Sorry about that. But no, all I was saying is that to find things that rejuvenate you. And it can be things simple like self-care. It could be, just jumping in the shower. Oh my goodness, do I feel so much better a lot of times after I just take a shower, or going out on a walk on a pretty day. I'll go outside and hang out in my hammock. Yoga is big for me, and just taking time to be with myself, because a lot of times especially as a counseling major, I'm out there for other people, and I love being out there for other people. But if I'm not taking care of myself, I'm not going to be able to be there for others.
I love that word. It's actually it's actually one that I use often when I'm talking to people about finding time for themselves. I intentionally try to use that word with folks, right? And say, go and find time to rejuvenate your soul, your mind, because I think it paints a completely different picture than, hey, enjoy your weekend, go relax, right?
Yeah.
True rejuvenation, right, is more than just kind of shutting it off. True rejuvenation is actively shutting it off. And actively engaging in things that fill us back up. Oftentimes,
like Dan, with you talking about your daughter, your time with your daughter that you do. I just thought that was so great that you schedule these little one-on-ones, because you have multiple children, right? So it's you got to give them that one-on-one and really build that relationship. And I think that's a beautiful example of that type of behavior.
Yeah, and I thank you for saying that. And it adds like this efficiency effect too. And I'm, I don't try to put efficiencies into the realm of relationships with my kids, but me being a better father and attending to her needs in that scenario.
Right.
I'm being a better father. I'm being a better parent, and it truly is time for me to rejuvenate. I mean, I love those moments. I shut it all off. I turn my phone off. I'm zeroed in on her and what she wants to talk about, and those are, the self-care and mental health that provides me, just those moments, is tremendous. And so, I love that rejuvenation thing, space in that word, Michaela. I think that when we're intentional with the words that we say, it can really have a positive mental clear picture, more so than others.
Well, and Dan, you just brought up a really good point, actually, and that part of rejuvenation is attending to your values. And one thing you value highly is your family. And it became very apparent as you were discussing your family and how they rejuvenate you. So I think also, I would add that paying attention to your values and how you can rejuvenate through your values is very important.
Absolutely. And I think too, just taking stock and taking time. You were talking about intentional. We've talked a lot about planning and thinking. Take stock, stop, reevaluate, think through, give your brain in a quiet space. Maybe you want to listen to music while you do it. It's not about a conversation. Just have that relaxation. Go into nature and do it. Sit at home on a comfy couch and do it. Michaela, you and I go back and forth about this all the time, and she reminds me to do this kind of thing, to take that time and to think for yourself and to let things process.
I think we've been. Can I just add one thing to it?
Sure.
I think we've been tricked in society today to add value and this idea of currency behind being busy.
Yes.
And I often refer to it as the hustle fallacy.
I like that.
And that some people prop up the idea that it's funny when I talk to people, and I have to try really hard not to say this because it's just knee-jerk reaction when people are like, "Oh, how's it going?" Our tendency is to say, "Oh, I'm busy," and like that has value to it or something, and it doesn't, right? And so I try to be intentional and say things like, I spent this time with my daughter, or I spent time with my family, or I have this project going on. I'm trying to be really about what I'm doing instead of just busy, because we just move past it.
Right.
And then it
Absolutely.
This thing that we think is valuable.
Yeah, seriously, intentionality with speech is extremely important. And I don't usually use busy as mine, but I'll say good or bad. Oh, it's a good day, it's a bad day. And that's a judgment on my day. It's not a feeling. It's not a way of being. It's a judgment. So I'm glad she brought that up. But you and I should get together and write a book, Dan. I think
you should. I think that's a really good idea. And Michaela, we want to thank you so much for having come on. You've been a great guest yet again. We've really had you. And guys, if you want to connect with Michaela, we're very big on connecting on this show. So number one, don't forget to visit our site, especially if you're job seeking. careerlaunch2020.com. Go to the opportunities page. There are dozens upon dozens of opportunities. So again, that's careerlaunch2020.com, and connect with Michaela. Michaela will talk with you. She'll reach out to you. And by the way, she is striking out and starting to work on therapy, and she's going to specialize in pet therapy, which is really exciting. So follow her on LinkedIn. You'll get some cool content, I'm very sure. And have a wonderful day, Michaela.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. And we're going to be welcoming in Andrea, Miss Andrea Crum. Hello.
How are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you doing today?
I'm good. It's so good to be here.
Good. I'm so glad to have you. By the way, I love your bright colors. You got this big bright smile. This is really uplifting.
It's summertime.
It is. Yes, I know. I'm so excited. I live in Florida, so it's sunny and happy. How is it where you are?
It is nice today. It's a little muggy, but it's good. It's good.
Good.
Where are you at, Andrea? Where are you coming to us from?
Dallas.
She's in your neck of the woods. Yeah, she's in my hometown area in Dallas. And just so you know, guys, we are across the country today. We are having people from California to the Northeast to Texas. I'm in Florida, Southern Florida, so we are all over the country today. So let's start off, Andrea. Tell us about your career evolution. That is our theme this time. So if you could run us through how you got to the point that you are. You have a very cool story. So I'm excited to hear it again.
Thank you. Awesome. So yeah, I was in corporate for 25 years, and I had worked at 3 organizations during that time, and built my career. I started out at Nortel Networks, where I started out in high school, actually, and then I worked my way to a managerial position there at Nortel. I was there for 11 years, and then I went to Mary Kay Cosmetics, the corporate offices there, and was there for about 12 years. That's where I spent most of my time in leadership. And then after that, I went to a company called Norwex, and I was there for about a year and a half, and I was a member of the executive team there. So I've gotten to do a lot of wonderful things in my career. Most of my time in my career has been in marketing. So it's been very fun, very fast paced, a lot of creative, amazing people. And basically, we're talking here about like career evolution and purpose, my purpose path, basically. What happened was back in, I would say, August, when my last role was no longer there, I was looking around and going, what was that? God, what was that? What was that about? I mean, that's really I actually asked that question because I had been in an organization for 11 years and another one for 12 years. And so I thought this last organization was going to be kind of my last long stint. And I was just going to kind of have my, career in thirds. And so after that wasn't going to be what was going to happen, I really started getting this mantra and then this prayer of, I want my next thing to get me closer to my end thing. And really what I realized was that I had not been intentional about my career. I certainly loved the roles that I had, and they were always very exciting, but I wasn't necessarily on a specific path, or I wasn't picking roles that were going to get me where I wanted to go. And what I knew for myself is that when I retired, I always wanted to be in women's leadership development. I wanted
Right.
to coach women. I wanted to train them in leadership. I wanted to write. I wanted to speak. I wanted to do all these things in personal development, but I figured I would do that when I retired. And when I didn't have to, quite honestly, make the same level of income that I did before. So maybe my kids would be out of college and my house would be paid off. And then, I can do what I really want to do, right? And so I'm going through this process. I have this mantra and I want my next thing to get me closer to my end thing. And what I really realized is I was going to start inching closer to this goal. And my goal was still 10 to 15 years away. It was going to be way far off, but I just wanted to be intentional. And so I basically just looked at life kind of like looked at it like a spectrum, I guess. So if this is where I want to go, this is where I'm right here as where I am, then I just want to kind of inch my way a little bit.
Uh-oh.
We froze. That's okay. Where are you?
Do you see me?
Yeah, there you are. Now you're good. Oh, nope. She froze again. That's all right. Hey, we've COVID, technical issues, Murphy's Law. What are you going to do?
You see me now?
A little bit. There's a little bit of delay.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's see. There you are. Yeah.
Okay. So I kind of figured if I was just going to inch my way, then maybe I would go into some corporate HR roles and things like that and just get more experience in that training and personal development space. And basically through that whole journey, I just really felt in my quiet time and my prayer that God was saying, it's not 10 to 15 years from now. It's now. You're ready. You have the skills. You've been doing this for 15 years in leadership specifically. And so time to go. And so I started.
So tell us kind of what you've been working with women and all of that. What have you learned about leadership as you've done it on your own? Because I know you're training people on, but you still learn, right, as you go. So what have you learned from the women that you've been coaching, and what additional kind of skills have you gained as you go?
Can you?
Sure, you're breaking up again. That's okay. So Andrea, I think Andrea's having a little bit of technical difficulty. That's okay. Let's see. Are you back with us? I think she's moving again.
I'm back.
Okay, she's back. Yay! All right. So basically, what new skills? So you've been doing this for a little bit now, right? How is it? What evolutions are you seeing? What types of advice can you give to women in leadership right now that are wanting to grow, that are wanting to pivot?
Yeah. So in their leadership skills specifically. Yeah. So I think one of the things, the reason that I started my company, Genuinely You Leadership, was to help women to lead more genuinely while also still getting results for their organization. It's a process of leading with both your heart and your head. And so many times as leaders, we feel like we can do one or the other. We can either get results or we can have a really great team dynamic where everybody loves us, but it's really hard for us to manage both of those. And the biggest advice I can give to women in leadership is that really take it and examine. And I was listening to Michaela on the previous episode.
Oh, she's listening to Michaela. We know that. That's all right. We're just gonna. It's like she's leaving us in suspense. I know. That's what it is. I think she's doing it on purpose. Yeah, she's just like, really, what's happening? So you're listening to Michaela.
Yes. And a lot of times on our journey, we fall into the leadership pit. So everything is going great. And then that first level for women is typically stress, overwhelm, exhaustion. And that's where most women live most of the time. And then what happens is when we stay in that place for a really long time, we can go even further down into that pit. We go into, addictions. We can go into anxiety, depression disorders. We can go into unhealthy lifestyle. We can go into career identity. We can do, the workaholicism and all of that stuff. We can just really lose ourselves. And so I think the main thing to discover or recover who you genuinely are is really to take a good look at where you're at and figure out if you're actually on solid ground or if you're somewhere in the pit. And if you're in the pit, you got to work to get
100%. And actually we've talked about that multiple times, is staying energized, keeping yourself cycling. And Michaela gave some good tips some good tips there. So professionally, how do you tell people to get out of those pits?
Professionally, so similar to some of the things that were said, but it's taking a break. Sometimes it's walking away for a little bit, especially with women. We take on so much responsibility. We don't want to let anybody down. We have high expectations for ourselves. And so a lot of times it's about, especially if you're on the first level of the pit, which is that stress, overwhelm, exhaustion, take a break. And that might mean take a vacation, and that's hard in the season right now, but
right.
we've all kind of been, staying at home, but it could be getting up earlier in the morning and having quiet time. It could be meditation. It could be yoga. There's things that we can be doing even in this season, yoga, whatever that is, that's about, you guys used the word rejuvenation earlier. It's that rejuvenation time. Really good to do that earlier in the day, but be really mindful of that. And kind of step away, put boundaries around your time limits at work and things like that. Things that are going to make you feel good. So that's the first. And then if you're lower on the pit, honestly, a lot of that is about getting a little bit more help sometimes. Sometimes that's therapy, sometimes that's medical help. So sometimes we need those things. So that's kind of how I coach women.
100% agree. And I also want to bring up, so in my segment, much earlier at the very beginning of the show, we talked about ethics as you grow, right? And keeping your ethics and keeping your sense of self, essentially, and what's important to you. So when you're coaching and I was really excited to get your take on this. So when you're coaching these amazing, female leaders and helping them reach their next level and find their purpose, how do you coach that aspect with them? How do you address that portion of the puzzle?
And when you say ethics, I'm assuming you mean being genuinely who you are, being your authentic self, like saying who you are. Yeah, absolutely. Yes. That's the biggest part of the journey for genuine leadership, really. And that's actually the first step when I talk to women is about significance. First of all, it's about knowing your value. It's about knowing your worth. And then it's about, and then figuring out who that genuine person is. And a lot of times we overuse our strengths. So what happens is we lean too far into one, and when we lean too far into one, the other one goes down. And so genuine leadership to me is about leading in balance.
Right. Oh, she's leaving us in suspense again. Here we go. We've got balance, and now and now we don't know.
You don't even
now we don't know. Just balance. It's just hanging out there on a cliff. Oh, here we go. All right, she's back.
I mean, I think that's a great point, right? I mean, you've got to have balance in how you approach different situations.
Yes.
Continue on, Andrea.
Yeah. Thank you for filling in there. And so a lot of times we're leaning in. So for me, I lean in when I get really stressed and I'm in the pit, I'm going to lean into my action-oriented self. And the compassion that I have kind of goes away because I'm all about urgency and getting things done and getting the results.
Right.
And I have to know that about myself to go, oops, you're going there. And I need to stop. Yep. I need to reassess. And I need to go, okay, you're full of compassion. You need to be thinking about what's going on with the other person. So that really is where I, help to train or develop women, is to really get to that place.
It's like understanding, awesome. It's kind of understanding where, what the healthy version of you and the unhealthy version of you is.
Right.
Absolutely. And like strength finders, it's like basement and balcony, but we want to be on solid ground.
Right. And I always tell people, I actually like to sit down once a week. I kind of schedule a time. Dan and I are very big on schedules, if you haven't noticed. I like to really schedule a time for me to kind of stop and reflect and make sure that I'm on track with my ethics, and that I am doing the things that I need to stay, with those other parts of myself. Because like you said, I'm a bulldozer, man. I will just go and go and go and go. And, but you have to stop and reflect, right? You got to remember, wait a minute, right? Empathy and compassion. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And I love that you're calling it ethics. It's like our own code of integrity, right? I love that.
Right.
Fantastic.
Right. Yeah. And it is. And people think ethics is this, is more things like, be kind to others. It's not that simple. It's what's important to you. It's what's inside you, your personal morals and ethics.
It's that genuineness. I love that word. I mean, there's some key words all day today that have come up. We were talking earlier about rejuvenation, and then I think just genuineness. I mean, to me, that just paints a picture of, and then how that relates into my core values is authenticity. Just being who you really are. Oftentimes I have to remind myself, like be authentic today. That's what people want. They don't want the facade version of you. They want the authentic version of you.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's very, very true.
And what I think about with genuine, it's just got that connotation of the realness and the heart. You know, that's kind of what I think of when I hear that word.
Right. And I love that I love that you put that word into your company name, because, you know, it just immediately makes people smile and feel comfortable. And I do want to thank you so much for coming on today, Andrea. You've been great. It's been wonderful. Please connect with Andrea. She's on LinkedIn. She will reach out to you. She's very conversational. She's an absolute blast to talk to. So reach out to her. Ladies, if you're looking to grow, here you go. This lady will teach you how to do it.
Come hang out with me. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Bye.
And once again, guys, if you're looking for an opportunity, please go to careerlaunch2020.com. Again, that's careerlaunch2020.com. Go to the opportunities page. There are dozens upon dozens of opportunities. And also feel free to connect to Dan and I. We both love to talk to people and connect. And we have a very special guest on next. Dan, you brought her into the show, so I'll let you introduce her.
Yeah, this is one of my special guests. Hey, Lori.
Hi.
Lori, I've known Lori for several years now, and I'll let Lori talk a little bit about her career evolution and where she's at today. But I am just excited to have a perspective that Lori has. Lori is the Louisville, or the president of the Louisville Chamber of Commerce. She's been there a couple of years now. I have a special connection there. I'm the most recent, this year, I'm the past chairman of that chamber. And then the last 2 years, I was the chairman of the board for that chamber. And so Lori and I have worked closely together. She is an incredible advocate for the business community. She told me, I won't reveal it here, Lori, but you told me how many years ago you started your own business. So you've been in all these various stages of business, and you really have a huge heart for entrepreneurs, business leaders, and just helping them and their businesses thrive. And so, especially nowadays with what's going on, I know that we need more people like you than ever before. And we're going to talk a little bit about that. But first of all, thanks for being here.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
And why don't you give us a little bit about your career evolution, and then how you spend your days these days?
Okay. Well, when you get as old as I am, you've a lot of places you've been and things you've done. But like Andrea, I started a job as a part-time job in high school, really into college, at a finance company. So it threw me into commercial finance. Now, I'm a marketing major, and commercial finance probably isn't really where I belonged, but it did teach me so much about customer relationships and how to solve problems. So that was kind of my early career. When I came back local with my husband and I started a business locally, got involved in my local chamber of commerce, and eventually became a real estate agent. And I won't tell you too much. This is kind of a boring story, but when the local chamber of commerce executive left, they asked me to be the interim because they figured I was a real estate agent and had a lot of time on my hands probably. And so I started as an interim at a neighboring chamber. It turned into a 10-year career there. And I was so inspired by all the businesses and entrepreneurs, and I had a love for interior design. So I left after 10 years. I thought that's a great time to go do something different. And so I went and became an interior designer for several years. I did a lot of other things after that and ended up in economic development. And then this Chamber of Commerce executive job came up and again, and it was suggested to me that I apply for it. So I love chamber work. I love relationships. I love people, and I love businesses and helping them be successful. So this is my last job, but I love it.
Share with people kind of what does a Chamber of Commerce do? I want you to kind of explain what the chamber does for businesses, but then also if I'm not a business owner, if I'm a leader, is a Chamber of Commerce something that would help me, and how?
Oh, yes, for sure. So we work with businesses, small, medium, and large. So we have a lot of corporate members. We have a lot of one-man entrepreneurs. So it's the gamut. but we do a lot of advocacy, and we're a lot of times we're that connector between our local government and policies and helpful information and resources that these businesses need, even the corporate types, because they're busy running organizations that are very large. So we can be that relationship builder for them. We also provide a ton of networking opportunities so the small business and medium-sized businesses can come and get to know each other and really just support each other and talk about what they do. So I like to think we're the people who keep the economic structure of a community going and moving forward. We're the engine behind that.
I mean, I've seen that firsthand with the, with just this COVID situation, right? And
Yeah.
In this tight knit group of business leaders, they've been networking, they've been connected now for however long people are a part of Chamber. And then when something like this happens, I'm kind of putting you on the spot a little bit, but share maybe some of the stories that you've heard or experiences that you had where people have helped each other. I mean, I've certainly seen it in that community, in those networking events. And I'll just share, when things kind of shut down, I noticed when a lot of companies were unsure of what to do or where to help out, the Chamber was really there as a staple in the community to make sure that people stayed connected.
Right.
Yeah, we tried to make it our goal to be the place to go for resources and to help, to find help. So when we got word of a government grant, obviously everyone knew about the federal ones, but then our local county provided grants.
Right.
And so we helped people kind of walk through those processes and encouraged them to apply. We even kind of did some door-to-door. Hey, don't forget, this is here for you. So in these times that are so stressful, we want to make sure everyone takes advantage of the resources that are there. They're free. So we want to make sure that nobody misses that. And the county government officials told us, we don't want this deadline to pass at noon on Wednesday and have someone call us at 4 o'clock and say, I had no idea this was happening. So that was our job. It was to make sure that we just blasted that everywhere. And we really helped. I like to think we helped people during this because we allowed them kind of access to our social media sites, and we just blasted out what they're doing all over as much as we possibly could.
And I will say, by the way, I have some very good friends in Louisville, and they have actually on multiple occasions sung the praises of how well Louisville has handled all the stress that's been going on right now of all the different issues. I mean, Louisville has really been a shining example in the DFW area, and I'm from the DFW area, and so I know it very, very well. And I've heard very positive, very, very positive things.
Thank you for saying that. Our city government has been very proactive as well, and had people actually making phone calls to residents and asking how they can help. So it's been a team effort for sure.
It has, and you've done a great job. So I'm sorry, Dan, you look like you were going to say something.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Lori's been connected to communities for, I would say most of her life in a very impactful way. You were talking earlier about being in a 10-year spot at a local chamber, and how have you seen business and the business landscape and business leaders change over the time that you've been connected with them, and where do you see leaders have evolved or need to evolve into? Do you have any thoughts or ideas on that?
Well, for one thing, life is so much more efficient now with technology. It just we work at a fast pace, and we thought we did before, but we didn't have any technology. Honestly, that's how long I've been in the workforce. But we had really no technology to speak of. So technology has made everyone so efficient that they can actually have time to expand their brain to see what it is they want to do. So, great, I don't have to stand in front of a fax machine for 3 hours and send communications out. Maybe I could do something really innovative. So I really love that part. I love that we have the opportunity to be as innovative as possible. And we love to do that. I want to be on the cutting edge. I love to learn. So if anything's available that is new, Dan's always sending me these new technologies and I love that because I love to pass those on to people and make better leaders because of that efficiency.
What does our business community, from your perspective, need, especially in this trying time right now? If you were, and you are, I shouldn't say if you were, you are a voice for the business community, and so having that voice, what are the needs that they have, that they're trying to get that word out, that they're trying to explain to people, that you could help echo those comments or those voices?
I think they need support. They really just need people to come back and support them.
Mhm.
So I've sort of been standing at the door of my favorite retailer for 3 weeks. Hey, are you open yet? But honestly, that's what people need. They need people to be enthusiastic about their business and as enthusiastic as they are. I just
Yes.
listened to
Yes.
a therapist talk to us about kind of post-traumatic stress and through this
Right.
whole process. And she said that these business owners a lot of them are experiencing a feeling that they've let down their family and their employees because they're responsible for all these people. So
Mhm.
they've got this feeling that, hey, I've let everyone down. So
Yes.
what I love to tell people is, please just go back and be a patron, do all your favorite things you did before, walk through the store, tell them you're back and you're ready to, help them get back in business. It's been really, really hard to watch these people. I have a good friend who calls it mourning the loss of your business plan, because
Yes.
all blew into 2020
Yes.
with great guns, and ready to
Vision, right? We all had these vision themes.
Yes.
2020.
Yeah. And
Vision 2020, right? And then all of a sudden it's gone. And the word pivoting has been overused probably, but they did. I've been so impressed with how they've been able to pivot, but some weren't given that choice. Some had complete shutdown, no choice.
Yes.
And so the best thing I can say is to be supportive and to go back and patronize these places and let them know. And then also to be patient with them, because there will be a lot of missteps along the way as everyone
Yes.
reopens, a lot of missteps. And we're all learning.
Yes, and remember too, and on that same note, that was a perfect thing to say, because and Dan and I have talked about the patience and the human understanding. Trevor and I talked about it yesterday. You have to have that right now, and understand, people, that some of the things that are going wrong in businesses, they have no control over. If their credit card machine is down, let me tell you, as somebody who works around merchant services a lot, that has nothing to do with them. They can't do anything about that. Right. We had server issues yesterday on the show that created all kinds of hullabaloo. It happens. It's part of what's going on. Be patient with them. Be kind. Talk to them and go, and you know what? Tell them thank you. Hey, we're so glad that you made it, and welcome them back. We're so glad. Welcome back. Woo! You're here.
Right.
I high five. I mean, I guess I high elbowed. Actually, we did this. I high elbowed one of my favorite bartenders when I got to see her again. Hey, you're back. Woo! So celebrate with them. I think is really important.
This is something no one ever saw coming, and no one had
any
plan. Even if you planned for the rainiest day you could ever think of, you didn't plan for this.
No,
and because nobody's business model includes 2 solid months of zero income. So,
Yeah. Right. It's tough. And the smart ones didn't plan for it, but they were in the position just in case. And that's always the best thing to do. Yeah. But I want to ask you too, because I'm kind of interested to know, as these places are reopening, what are you seeing in terms of employment in the DFW area, and how it's adjusting accordingly?
So I thought a lot about this. I had people who hung on, for a few weeks, and their companies thought, okay, we can weather this storm. And then eventually they didn't. And I'm talking about companies with 800 employees and companies with 200 employees and companies with 3 employees. So I think what's happening is now everyone's reevaluating what they really need. So, you have a few businesses who their business really exploded during this time. They had to really ramp up and get employees and find people everywhere. But then you've got the others who said, okay, I laid off 95% of my workforce. How many of those do I need back? I have a few friends who are experiencing this, and their company is trying to decide, are we even going to be a company? And it was a big one. If I told you it was, you would be surprised. And she said, you know what? I've wanted a career change. I didn't like my job for a long time anyway. I knew I was restless. I was uneasy. So I think a lot of people are using this time to reevaluate and just say, this might be the time I get into an industry that I really am passionate about. Because life is too short to work somewhere you don't enjoy.
100%. And that's something we are preaching very heavily on this show is to go for the culture you want, the environment you want, go for happiness, and really stop and take stock of what you have to offer. Right.
Yes.
You know, and even like with you, so it's so interesting. You have your business or had, or what and then you go to the Chamber of Commerce, find ways to contribute, you know, and give back.
Yeah.
I always tell people that'll keep you sane better, more than anything else, is to give back.
That's so true.
Yeah, it really is. So I was really excited to hear you say that. So Dan, you look like
I think that's a positive message.
Yes.
You know, employers were put in positions that they didn't expect, which put employees in positions they didn't expect. But I think the hope is that things come back. And it sounds like, Lori, based on your comments, I mean, the business leaders, the business owners are saying, you know, obviously they want it to come back and they want to bring those employees back. Is that your feel that things will bounce back and kind of I mean, I think we all feel that, but you're so connected to the business community. What's your thoughts on just the timing of that and then the business leaders themselves? I mean, I'm sure they want to get back to where they were.
We're probably running a little faster than a lot of areas of the country. We're even in the Metroplex, because Dallas is pretty shut down, and we're outside of Dallas, so we're running a little faster. I've seen a few casualties. I've seen a few permanent closures that won't be back, but everybody else is really trying hard to ramp up quickly. So that's what I'm seeing, is that everyone's just anxious to get back to normal, and they're not using the phrase new normal. There's no new normal. They want to go back to
normal. Yeah.
Right.
Right. So I'm seeing a lot of that, and I really feel like once everyone's questioning summer, you know, is are we going to do anything? But then I hear a lot of people making plans, so that's encouraging to me. And because when you're making plans, you're going somewhere, you're spending money, you're excited to be out of your house. I still see, hear and see both sides of it. I still have a lot of cautious friends, but I think we're all getting back fast because we've been closed up for so long.
Exactly. And thank you so much for coming on to talk to us today. It was wonderful to have you. And you've been an absolute joy. So thank you. Good best of luck to the city of Louisville, and connect to Lori. She's LinkedIn and all that as well. Yes, find her on LinkedIn and reach out. So thank you so much. We're going to be welcoming.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye. And if you're looking for an opportunity, careerlaunch2020.com, in case you're not watching. Well, you can't be on the site today. We had to just put a link to YouTube. Yay, technical difficulties. We've had that Murphy's Law thing going on. But it's been good. So careerlaunch2020.com. Check out the opportunities page. There's dozens upon dozens of them. And we're going to be welcoming on Hollis. Let's bring Hollis on. We're super excited to have Miss Hollis. She has some really interesting things to say to us. Hello.
Hey, Hollis.
I'm so excited to be a part of the show today.
Oh, I know. We're so excited to have you on. So first, everybody's doing this for us. Walk us through your career evolution.
Sure. So I spent 10 years in the marketing and branding industry, working with big clients like McDonald's and Walmart, and woke up one day wondering, what am I doing with my life? And from there, started doing a little investigating, took leadership programs and courses, and realized that I was using a skill that I really enjoyed and really loved and was valuable, but in the wrong space. So over the last several years, I've transitioned to helping individuals market themselves to find positions that are a good fit for them. So I love being able to help someone understand their unique value and their brand and use it to connect with quality positions and companies that value what they have to offer. So
that's awesome. And
with big businesses, but to apply it to people, which is really special to me.
Absolutely. And I wanted to kind of to touch on you. So you're talking about your unique brand, and you do resume writing. And we had Heather on earlier who talked to us about getting your resume through the ATS, right? Which is so key, because so many companies, unfortunately, use those insane systems that'll block you out. But from your perspective, and talking about your unique brand, how do you put that into a resume?
Sure. There really are two schools of thoughts. And one is to create an ATS ready resume, which can be really important and really valuable. And then there's a secondary approach, which is using your resume as a tool to connect with people. I mean, in the end of the day,
Right.
people have jobs, not a computer. And so
Right.
there's a time and a place and a need for that ATS resume. But unfortunately, these days, a lot of people have two resumes, one that gets you through the system and one that helps you connect with people. So
Right.
I like to help folks create a strategic story with their resume. So I recommend for folks to figure out what is their unique value, what are
Right.
companies that need what you have to offer. So you go
Right.
out, look at monster.com, Indeed, LinkedIn to find positions and companies that might value what you have to offer, and then try to connect with those people. So instead of just using, just applying online and trying to make it through the ATS system, to actually connect with human beings and people at companies
Yes.
that want to work.
So how do you go about, because it's hard for people, there's LinkedIn and all that, but especially during COVID, a lot of people just got tired of being bombarded with messages, right?
Mm-hmm.
So especially right now with everything going on, and HR is just coming back. We've talked about that in the last show, that HR is just coming back too. They've been gone for a couple of months. Let them catch up. How do you recommend grabbing their attention?
Yeah, that's a really great question. I think a lot of us are figuring out how strong our community is, our professional community, or how much we've been neglecting it right now.
Right.
I really suggest starting from a place of honesty, and the honest part of, you are where you are right now. And so if you have been connecting with people outside of your, current professional environment where you work, then you're having to pick up right now and connect with people. So yes, LinkedIn is a really great place, but past colleagues are a great resource. And instead of calling and asking for a job, just call and try to build that connection.
Absolutely.
And the job will happen down the line. And it's really hard to tell people about this until you've experienced it. But when a job opportunity comes about, someone will remember you. So you don't always have to ask for a job. You just have a conversation.
Right.
See how you can help someone, and it will come back to you when the time is ready.
100% agree. I think that's fantastic advice. So when they're trying to communicate their unique value proposition or their unique value, how do you, first of all, how do you determine that? Because a lot of people kind of struggle with determining what their unique value is. So how do you teach them to do that?
So the easiest way to do it is to look back at projects, companies, jobs you've had where you've been really successful or really enjoyed what you've done, and try to see a strategic thread through it. So for instance, most of us, as we're trying to build our resume, we just try to put in, how many years have we worked somewhere?
Right.
What is what big name clients have we worked on? And that's valuable in some regards to show your street cred. But what's really important to companies is that you can articulate what you can bring to them. So at every company you've worked at, have you been the one who's turned around challenging accounts, or the one who goals into reality? What is your thing that you do? And the great thing is that what you offer is something that's valuable to any kind of industry, organization, company. It makes it easier to change jobs, change careers when you know what is that you have to offer. And it also takes a lot of the fear out of interviews when you understand what your value is, and you've already done a little homework to know that they need that. So it can be a conversation starter when you in any organization.
I think it's so critical. That's exactly how you do it. And then I think you have to think through it too, because it's not just like I know that you were just kind of saying this is what I've done for companies, but it's the why behind, or the how, right? And the how you did it, because if you can articulate that well, then that's really going to separate you. I always tell people, and I have this list, I'm in career transition myself, Hollis. And so I have this list whenever I'm talking to people about 20 different scenarios that have happened in my career, like kind of high level scenarios. And I kind of have a few words that remind me real quick of what they are. But the reason I picked those particular ones is that they tell a different story about how I operate as a leader. And there's a good story there to tell. Right. And so you can explain yourself. And so people get to know how you think and how you operate when you have a good story to tell. So sometimes it's just sitting down and really thinking, because all of us have the stories. We just got to think about what they are.
Yeah, and I think thinking about it through that strategic lens. So if someone asks you, what are 3 experiences you've had in your career? You're going to bring up 3 random experiences. But when you decide you're the one who takes, makes goals a reality, you can think of 3 ways that you've made a goal a reality.
Yes.
So you have the ability to bring to your next job the type of work you want to do also by understanding your unique value instead of getting hired for what somebody else wants you to do.
Yes, 100%. We have talked about that, about bringing who you are to the interview every step of the way, and knowing your unique value is such a key part of that. It's such an integral part, and presenting it with every one of your answers. I said earlier, tie everything back to how you can help them. Well, part of that is by expressing your unique value.
Yeah, and not operating in this, sorry, Hollis, not operating in this like scarcity mindset. Right. I think when we get in this lack of giving it all away, or this lack of abundant mindset, and we just got to hold on to it, or we have to conform to what we think people want us to be. And this applies directly to the job interview process, right? It's like, well, that's probably not a good fit for me, but I could probably make it work. No, you can't.
Right.
Not for long term.
Right.
I think especially right now, a lot of us are scared, and that fear makes us just want to get any job.
Right.
And so over flexing and think, I could change up my whole resume to showcase that I could do that job, or worse, not even changing your resume and blankly just sending out resume.
I get that all day long, trust me.
I can imagine. And that overflexing doesn't really help us. So we think that that's helping because we're casting a wider net, but really when you're trying to be everything to everyone, you're nothing, right? So
yes,
send out a resume, here's everything that I've done, here's everything I could do. Well, company has to look at that, and they have to decide, then what could you be to me? So if you don't show that, then oftentimes you're not really showing any strategic value to an organization. And right now, if you really are in that fear mindset of, oh my goodness, am I going to get a job? Will I get a job quick enough? Then it's even more important to make sure that you're showcasing your strategic value to an organization and not going to be everything.
I know we're not talking. Go ahead, Catherine.
Sorry. I did have a question for you that I was kind of holding on to, because I thought you might have a very unique perspective. So the other side of this, we've talked about people that aren't confident yet and they need to learn their unique value proposition. What about the person that or what advice do you give to people that are overconfident in what they can do? And what I mean by that is somebody who seems to think that they are Superman and don't know how to hone it back down into reality.
Yeah. I mean, there's a wonderful value to being confident. And so I would tell someone who is overconfident, because I've definitely worked with clients who have this, they really think that they can do or be anything, right? And they have 100 reasons why they could do just about anything. I love working with clients in that regard to say, okay, then part of your superpower is that you're probably, in Clifton Strength Finder word terms, a wooer, right? So that power, you're not everything, but you can sell yourself. Therefore, you likely can sell other things too. So being honest and straightforward to clients is important. And even if you're not working with a coach, just find 5 people who will be extraordinarily honest with you to give you feedback about how you've been valuable, and listen.
Because don't argue, listen.
Listen, because if you really want to know your unique value, then you have to be approachable, and for somebody to be able to actually tell you what they think your most your best gift is that you can bring to the company.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah. And challenge it if you need to, in your own mind, I guess. I that's kind of the lens. I think when you know yourself really well, then when other people challenge that, then you can, like, wait a minute, is that something that I just don't know about myself, or does it align with what I already think? The comment I was going to make earlier, Hollis, when you were talking, I love this concept of value, and I think the psychology behind it's really interesting. When you were talking earlier about applying to all these different positions that potentially you're not even eligible for or have the background or credentialing for. I mean, what kind of internal story do we start telling ourselves when we apply to 30 jobs that we're not qualified for and we don't hear anything back from those 30 jobs, right? And then the value, I guess, degeneration that occurs because we're just applying for things, but we're really not. We think we're applying to things that we could get, but we can't and we don't. And then we start telling, again, this internal story that eats away. So when we actually do apply to a job that we're confident about, or we think that we could actually be of value for, we're like, well, this is probably going to turn out like everything else because I've turned in 30 that I haven't heard anything back. And so then you're not putting your best foot forward. You're not maybe taking the time to really what Mike was talking about earlier about tailoring resumes for the specific job. I mean, you're not doing the right steps because you're already in that negative framework.
Oh, right. Sure. Definitely. I'm glad that you brought that up because a lot of the clients that I see, they usually come to a resume writer when they've struck out. So they're coming with a really low self-confidence, and it is extraordinarily important to remember what you do have to offer and also to get off. So most of the jobs are really not even going to be found through that portal. It's going to be found through someone you know. And so instead of going online and using the strategy for finding jobs, of connect with people, have real conversations about what you have to offer. And the opportunity might not be there right now, but it will be at some point. Somebody will hear of a job that sounds like it's a great fit for someone like you. So if you come to the point where you are feeling down on yourself, first, stop spending the majority of your day applying online. That's, it's addicting. It feels like you're accomplishing something when you're really not. So spend more time connecting with people than you are looking at and applying for jobs online. And the second thing that I would say is, go back, and even if you've done the exercise, talk to people about where they think you'd be a great fit. Start hearing more positive messages than the strikeout messages.
100%. And thank you so much, Hollis, for joining us today. You were wonderful. It was great to get that unique perspective that you have about building the unique value. So thank you again. And anybody who wants to connect to Hollis, she's on LinkedIn. She will message with you. She's phenomenal. Definitely reach out to her and interact. So thank you so much, Hollis.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Anybody looking for an opportunity, please visit careerlaunch2020.com. Check out our opportunities page. Connect to Dan and I on LinkedIn. We would love to talk to you. Also, feel free to message us in the chat. And right now, we have a very exciting segment. We have Tapan Trivedi, who's a wonderful comedian. I am a huge fan of his work. He's hilarious. So we're very excited to have him on. Let's see. There he is. And he is going to he's going to give us some levity today. He's going to bring us some joy with his hilarity.
Yes, that's awesome. Can everyone hear me? Can I assume everyone's here? Awesome. Oh, we are StreamYarding this show. Most people do Zoom, and I know this is supposed to be a comedy show, but I would like to start the show with a moment of silence for the people at Skype. How do you blow a 15-year lead in a pandemic? How do you do that? This is what you were born for, and you blew it.
It's a talent. It's a talent.
Talent. Well, you guys used to be a verb. Skype me. Now everybody's Zoom me. Oh man, it's 9 a.m. here. It's 9 a.m. here in sunny California. It's not quite a time for comedy, but let's see if we can make this a happy place. So what are you used to when you go to a comedy club? A 2-drink minimum, right? So there, I just gave you a reason to justify your day drinking. So go ahead, have your 2-drink minimum, at lunch. It's not like you were not doing it anyway. Okay. I'm not bragging, but my garbage man left an AA flyer on my trash can.
How you know you have a problem?
Because the garbage man also left a note saying, "You have a problem." they say I have a 13-year-old daughter, and they say it takes a village to raise a kid, and then COVID-19 hit, and so my village disappeared. So now it takes a vineyard to raise a kid. That's what I'm coming up with.
Especially a 13-year-old girl.
13-year-old girl, yes. And you guys wearing masks when you go out? I wear a mask everywhere. When I go to the store, I wear a mask, a gloves, an umbrella, a hazmat suit, and an 8-foot sombrero to keep people away from me. I kind of like my interactions with people when I do that. I intend to keep doing this way after COVID is gone. Like, are you guys also making a list of people that you never want to know that social distancing is gone because we want to social distance from them all the time?
Oh, yes.
There's one good thing about COVID, though. My budgeting has become really simple. It's $0 for gas, $0 for entertainment outside, $2,800 for groceries.
So true.
So true, especially in California.
All the rest of my budget goes towards hand sanitizers. That's it. Look, one right here.
Yes.
And I also wear a mask inside the house. And you may think it's too much, but that's so that I don't eat too much. Am I the only one that has like 13 pounds over? Oh my God, I got to work out so much. But that's going to happen when the gyms are. I have a rock solid excuse now not to go to the gyms. They're not open, honey.
Exactly.
As if it was not enough. Like murder hornets? What? Where'd they come from? We have a minor plague that no terrorist organization is taking credit for. How did that happen? I heard this yesterday about, it's too dangerous. But if you leave them alone, they leave you alone. And that was a murder hornet talking about America. Murder hornets, they came to get us, and then we are doing this to the country. They're like, can we go back? We want to go back to the lab. We want to go back to the center of the lab. Now I'm going to show you the most useless thing in my office next to me. You see this thing right here? Right there? Mm-hmm. That's a 2020 planner. The stupidest purchase I ever made in January.
It's so true.
Well, all those car commercials that we used to see on TV, they don't seem that fake anymore, right? Because every time you see a car commercial, like, yeah, I'm going to see a single car on the road.
And then voila.
It's like, hey, it could actually happen, man. This is not a bad thing. So, guys, a little bit about me, just in case my accent didn't give it away. I am Indian. I am I'm not a Muslim. I'm a Hindu, and there's a difference. I have to let people know I'm not one of them. So people look at me like, "Hey, we got one." No, I'm not one of them. I'm a Hindu, not a Muslim, and there's a difference. Like, they come from Pakistan, we come from India. They don't eat pork, we don't eat beef. They are associated with 9/11. We are associated with 7/11. Okay. And of all the days that they could have done it, they had to do it on September 11th. And September 11th is my birthday.
Oh, oh no.
September 11th is my birthday. That pretty much messed it up for me, right? For the rest of my life. Think about it. If you saw a guy who looks like me celebrating on 9/11, What are you going to do? I mean, I could be just drunk, living it up in my backyard. You guys are going to be calling me FBI. Hey, you guys want to come check this out? And a lot of things changed for me after 9/11. Like, I cannot be late for a flight anymore. Because, I don't have the option to run into an airport. If I run, I get tackled. You put me down. Hey, I'm late for flight 11:32. Yeah, that's why we're stopping you.
Yes, that's why we're stopping you. Oh my gosh.
As an immigrant to this country, I have to tell you guys this. Like, there's a lot of things when we first come to this country. Like, America does not come with an owner's manual.
No.
And if you were born here, like they just give us the Constitution. Most Americans haven't read the Constitution. It's this big, man. Can I get a Cliff Notes version like this big? Stuff that matters.
Like, come on.
And where we come from, I'm from India. Like they don't have dating, right? They don't have dating. So we have no idea. Like my dad and my mom met each other on the day of the wedding. Talk about an ultimate blind date, right? So we have no idea how to date. So I used to get broke. Like I would say stuff and I would get broken up all the time. Like somebody once broke up with me over an email.
Right. Oh my gosh.
Please don't write anymore. I am dating a few of your friends. P.S. If you don't send this to 10 people, something really bad will happen to you.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
I think that's it. That's it for me. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so very much, Shapad. You were wonderful. And I do want to ask you, so by the way, for those people that found you just as hilarious as we did, what is the best way for them to catch your comedy, see your videos that you've done, that type of thing?
Oh, yes. I have a show on Amazon Prime right now. I've been on national TV 5 times. One of my best things that I ever did was I worked with Robin Williams. And
God rest him.
God rest him. He was an amazing human being. We were all shocked when that happened, but we were not surprised. That's the point. But here's the thing. Go to Amazon Prime and look for Coexist Comedy Tour. It's right there on the bottom of the screen. Yes. Coexist Comedy Tour. And if you go ahead and see it, I get like 3 cents for every time you guys watch it. And,
Cool.
I also need money. Damn it.
No, that's awesome. I love it. Yeah, we will. We'll definitely have to. We'll post this clip and kind of put it around of your comedy as well and support you that way. But yeah, thank you so much for coming on and offering the levity.
Thank you for being
so
here.
Important.
Kind of breaking up our day and making us smile. I can honestly tell you my face hurts because I just had a smile for 10 straight minutes. I had a smile on my face. So
I have a good thing on that for a second, Dan. You said my face hurts and stuff. I did a casino gig at one point. And if you think that COVID is not serious, here's one thing you need to consider. Churches are closed and casinos are closed. When heaven and hell both to get together and said, shut this thing down, you have to make sure it's down, okay? Back to the point. I did a casino gig, and when you do a casino gig, here's the thing. They usually put you up at the hotel. So what happens is you get to see the people that you perform to the night before at breakfast.
Right.
And that's a little bit different. That's why I don't do cruise gigs, because I don't want like 3 days with people that have just seen me perform, so they want to come and talk to you about it. But this guy came up to me and across the breakfast line, right? I am taking my breakfast and he's at the end of the line, hey, Indian guy, hey. I'm like, yeah, hi. And he's like, oh man, you were really good last night, man. My cheeks still hurt. not quite the right words I would put it in, man.
Right? I don't think that's what you wanted to hear. Like, nope. There's a show I used to watch that go phrasing, and that's all I thought of was phrasing. Don't do it. Don't say that.
That's funny.
Oh my gosh. Well, thank you again, man. Have a wonderful rest of the day. Take care of you and your daughter.
Thank you so much.
Adios.
And check Tapan out on Amazon. Like you said, he's hilarious. All of his stuff will have you doubled over. He took it a little easy on us today, but trust me, his stuff gets pretty crazy. One of our guests.
Could I just say that I love this is one of the reasons I love what we're doing here, right? There's just a variety. We all should be laughing and smiling, and we're talking about some really important things today, but that doesn't take away from the fact that we can have fun doing it, right? I think that I'm always looking for the fun in kind of what I'm doing when I'm working with people. And so I'm just really appreciative upon being here and just making us laugh for just a quick part of the day. So that was awesome.
Absolutely. And our next guest is actually logging on. He was running just a smidge behind, but he is about to come on. But until he does, that was really wonderful to have that levity. And people, this is what Michaela was talking about earlier. Just take that minute, refresh your brain, you'll laugh, have a good time. That's really important. That's really, really important to do.
So let me check in with you, Catherine, because we are 2.5 hours in today.
Yes.
And I know people are popping in and out, which is great. If you can stay with us the whole time, it's great. If you can't, in and out, it's great. This will be back and replayed, and people will be able to watch it in its entirety. But how are you doing? How are you hanging in there? How are you feeling about the day so far? Uh-oh. I think I just lost Catherine. Not sure what happened. So it's just me. So I guess I'll answer the question of how
I'm back. I'm back. Hi.
I was about to monologue here.
I had a brief technical difficulty. No, I'm back. So what was your question? I'm sorry.
I was just going to check in with you. How do you think the day is going so far? We've had some great speakers. We have several more coming up.
We have. I've been really excited about it. This is this has been a great show. We've had, these ladies have been knocking it out of the park. We have LeVar Bennett coming up too. He's a great entrepreneur, and Linnell Renfro, some of those great people. But we are. I'm really, really grateful to you guys that have come on, and I've had the most fun. And Dan, what was your favorite segment?
Well, I don't know. There were so many that I enjoyed talking about. My piece was great. I'm just kidding.
It was though.
I was taking a chapter out of Tapan's section there and trying to make a joke, but I'll leave the joke to him.
Your best joke was first thing in the morning. I just want to put that on out there.
I loved obviously his section, but I like the different perspectives. I certainly like the career evolution question that you've been asking each person. Again, we talked about at the top of the show that it's really rehumanizing who we're talking to. And I think one of the questions we had earlier was, who do you think these recruiters are? Right? Do you think that they're like superhuman or they're real people? Right? And they are. They're real people. They might be superhuman. But
kind of. No, really, it's the human element, and people forget that, and that recruiters are just right there. People trying to do a job. They're not perfect. So, give them a minute. And also, people seem to think that recruiters can just make a hire decision. There is that next step of the hiring manager that always has to be taken into consideration. So, be patient with them. Sometimes they're waiting on feedback and things like that.
Yeah, 100%. And then probably to answer your question directly, I liked all of them. I often talk to people about the psychology of things. So Michaela's section certainly spoke to me. When she made the comment that her and I should write a book, there's a part of me that the antenna went up, right? And I've had multiple people tell me like, there's a book inside of you. And I agree with that. I probably just need someone to help me pull it out. But I like, that's where real change occurs, is in our minds. And I know that, again, I'm not trying to be cliche. I am talking about, I have real life examples that I could point to in my own life that things changed for me when I was intentional about changing them and consistent with rewriting the narrative that I'm telling myself. And so it's a real thing for me. And I know there's a lot of people out there that are watching this or even thinking that same thing. It's a real thing. It's not in theory, it's in practice. And so if I can give, so I think there's been some buzzwords today that we've been talking about, right? Intentionality and rejuvenation. I really like that when that came out. So yeah, I'm just, I'm loving it. I'm enjoying it. I know that we've got some great things coming up, and it's kind of a long day, but I've been energized through it because of the people that are coming on here with their energy and their perspective. And then kind of their journey. I think that's what's, again, rehumanizing all of this and kind of bringing it home for me. And I'd love to hear from people in the audience if they think so as well.
Well, I think that Justin, who is supposed to be on right now, I think that he's actually there. We just only have sound for him.
Oh,
so okay. Let's bring him in. Nina, can you bring him in? Nina.
There may be a sound issue.
Is he working? Well, oh, no, she said no. She said she can't. All right. Well, sorry, Justin. Thanks for trying. So one thing I did want to bring up too, and we have a few minutes left to kind of talk about this before LeVar comes. Actually, we have quite a bit because he's not scheduled till 1, so we can really go into this subject that you and I wanted to do. We have,
we're 12 o'clock Central Time. 12 o'clock.
Yes, I know. Yeah. Nina, are you saying that he can come in now? I don't know what that means.
Hey guys, I think he got me in here now.
There we go. Okay? There we go. All right. There he is. There's the guy.
My fault on the technical issue. Sorry about that.
No worries. It happens. You should have seen me yesterday. I had all kinds of special issues. So don't worry. Murphy's Law, right? You know, what are you going to do? So first of all, guys, I want to introduce Justin. This is somebody that has had a big impact in my career that I've worked with several times. We worked together in the payment space, and we worked together in recruiting. This gentleman, which I referenced at the beginning of the show, he actually is the one that taught me how to do sales contracts and recruiting, and taught me one of the most important lessons that I learned about sales, which is that it's about doing things right and about doing things ethically. And that just because somebody else does something a certain way, you might need to rethink it because every single business is different. So that was awesome. So thank you, first of all, for that. He now is working in marketing in the payments industry, which is a fascinating space. So tell us, if you could, Justin, first of all, a little bit about your career evolution.
Sure. So for me, the payment space wasn't exactly something that I, grew up wanting to jump into, right? It's not one of those little kids' dreams that I want to be a payments guy when I grow up. And so, which I think speaks a lot to a lot of the things you guys are hitting on in the show here today as well. It's one of those things where an opportunity came along. I was 20, 21 years old or something when I first got into payments. It was one of those deals where I was just looking for something different. I was looking to see what was out there and trying to keep myself open. And I got into it and looked around and thought, man, there's a lot of opportunity here. Credit card payments and electronic payments are not going anywhere. This was somewhere circa 2005-ish, I guess. And so I started off as an outside, 1099 commission only rep in that industry, like I think a lot of folks do. And just kind of worked my way up through the ranks and ended up actually moving from Cleveland down to Dallas somewhere around 2007, I guess, to work for the company that I'd been doing sales for. And, the rest is history, I guess. And so, when I first kind of jumped into it, I was very much ingrained in the sales side of the business, and that's what I wanted to do. That's what I was having a lot of success with that. But as I got further into it, my path took me in a lot of different directions, as you well know.
Right.
So, I had the opportunity to kind of share some of those skill sets and be able to train some other sales reps over the years, and that was kind of my next step, I guess, in the career path. And I was always kind of that sales guy that could speak some IT too, right? So I could bridge a little bit of the gap there. And so I think that's kind of what led me down the marketing path. Right. And so there was actually a pretty long stint in there once I had started with that organization, to where I helped them build out a marketing program for the company. And then somewhere along the way, ended up diving into some project management and product management type roles. And then, taking it full circle back around, I wanted to get back into the creative side of the business. And that's kind of what led me to where I'm at now. In the marketing role. And so that's something that I really enjoy. But I think in all of that, what I could tell folks is that keep yourselves open, be open to different opportunities. Don't box yourself in. Very few people have a really specific thing that they know they want to do, and that's where they're going. They might have a general idea or direction that they want to head, or they know the things that interest them most or what they like. But you can't box that in too much. You can't get into too much detail there, or you're just cutting yourself off.
We've talked about that. We've talked about, don't let your resume define you. So that was an excellent point, to just let yourself, experience that evolution naturally. So you work in the payment space, and merchant services is one of those kind of unique industries where they kind of know everything before it happens because they see it. So they know how the economy is turning. They know what industries are up and coming. They know everything because they actually are watching the money move, right? So through all of this, what interesting trends have you been noticing in the last, let's say, month or so in the payment space, or what interesting kind of comments can you make about what's going on in the business world because of that unique perspective?
I think a lot of the things the space is experiencing right now through all the stuff are pretty standard across the board. Some of the same things that other companies are experiencing. You're going through the paces of trying to get everyone working remotely and trying to get things in place to be able to handle different types of communication with everyone working from home, and all of the stuff that comes along with that. But one of the things that I've always noticed about the payment space, and one of the things that's kept me in it and wanting to continue down this path over the years, is that it's really, nothing is ever recession proof, right? But it's very recession resistant. At the end of the day, no matter what's going on out there with the economy, no matter what's going on with various aspects of business in general, payments aren't going anywhere, right? People still need to be able to accept money for goods and services, whatever those may be. And so you might see a lot of dynamics that shift a little bit in a situation like this. There are definitely going to be some walls and things. The space I'm in right now is actually in government payments. And so, as everyone knows, a lot of different government agencies and related have kind of been laying low, if not completely, closed to the public for a time. So, you got to work around those things. You got to get a little creative to kind of get through some of those lulls and whatnot. But I think with payments, it's always, to me, when I see something like this, my brain immediately goes into, man, this is an opportunity for us when this is all said and done. Right. This is an opportunity. This is the time right now for us to start positioning ourselves to get in there even from a support point of view, we're reaching out very aggressively to our clients to see what we can do to help. Everybody needs help.
And that's key. Yes. And that is key. That reaching out to help people. I mean, even if it's, clients, coworkers, whatever it is, that communication is crucial right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are so many ways that you can do that. Sometimes that's within, the program or the product or service itself that you offer. And sometimes that's just reaching out to touch base and letting them know you're there to back them up and support them when they need it. And, those things go a very long way. And I think that shows even more so in a situation like what we're in now.
I agree with you completely. And one thing that's been going on, and I've been seeing a lot of very interesting comments and thoughts and all of that right now, is people are still trying to send out the kind of generic messaging for sales, right? And every time you get a LinkedIn connection, there's an immediate pitch. You're getting emails about this. As somebody who's in marketing and who's done sales for quite a while, what is your take on that? What is the best approach at this point?
I think unquestionably that first and foremost, it has to be the we're here to back you up, we're here to support you, we're here to help message. right? And it you know, and that it's got to be a genuine, no strings attached message. I mean, if you're
Right.
you know, if you're not looking at it like that from a business point of view, then you're just not doing it right. I mean, it's you have to be able to you know, you have to care about your clients and your customers, and that
Yes.
you know, this is the time to open that communication up and let them know and show them that that's the case. Now, you know, for me, you know, from a marketing and sales point of view, not, you know, not to get too cheesy on everybody here, but, you know, I think when you really care and you're really trying to do the right thing in the first place, and you're trying to go out, I mean, the bottom line is, if it's good for your customer, if it's good for your client, then it's good for you. And in a time like this, there are so many opportunities to where you can go in and provide simple things, the simplest things you can imagine from a support point of view, that are a huge benefit, a huge help to them. And,
Yes.
you know, if we put them in a better position to succeed, and we're able to you know, provide some of that support to them, that's going to be good for us long term. So I don't feel like I have to go out with this overly powerful or super strong marketing or sales pitch to be able to get someone's attention. I'm going out and saying, hey, you know, here's some things we can do to help support you. Here's some things we can do to help you out. And
100%.
start building that, you know, either furthering the relationship that we already have, or with you know, prospects and potential new clients, letting them know that this is how we do business. This is a chance to really show that the character, I think, of your organization as well, and build from there.
100%. And I think the same thing for candidates as well.
100%. I mean, that's exactly it. You know, it applies both ways. So.
Yeah, that's actually, Catherine, you took my my thought there exactly. I was gonna ask Justin, say, hey, I want to tap into your marketing brain a little bit. And from an employer and a candidate perspective, you know, what are some of the best tips or tricks you have in this time that we're in? So you talked about really showing your character as a company from an employer standpoint, and some of the things. Can you give us some specific examples about what you guys are doing in that space? I know that you're showing character and you're there to support them, and you're being and you talked about being genuine in that support, right? It's not just lip service; it's actually coming through with some of that. And I'm curious if you have specific thoughts on what an employer could do for their clients in that space, and then as a candidate or a job seeker, specifically on a marketing standpoint, how could they set themselves apart or show that same? I mean, I have thoughts on that, but I'm curious on yours. Show that same level of support as a candidate to a potential employer.
Sure. I think from an employer point of view, I guess just to give a couple of examples. So, you know, we have spun up a couple of programs over the last couple of months to help our clients better analyze and assess the payments that are coming in for them. You know, a really, really big focal point for us right now is that, look, you know, we offer all types of payments. So walk-in payments, you know, let's say we're talking about taking payments for like a court, which is a very common client for us, right? A municipal court or a county court. You know, those guys may have been closed for a period of time, or maybe they had limited hours, whatever the case may be. I've got mine sitting next to me too, Kat.
I know we have a new guest, everybody. This is Yager. He is a team member of Titan, my company. He is also a service type animal for me, and helps me with seizures and things. So this is a working beast too. He has opinions apparently about what you're saying, Justin.
Perfect. I'm glad we could have him join. And so, you know, a big thing for us is, you know, these guys, we're doing walk-in payments for them. We have a call center that actually does live phone payments and kind of assists folks through the process. And then we have a really strong suite of online payment tools. And so a really big focal point for us is making sure that they have not only access to those online payment tools, but that they fully understand how they work, what options are available. And then to take that a step further, you know, how are they communicating those tools out to their community? Because at the end of the day, as they begin to reopen and as things begin to get back on track, there's still this huge, you know, caution that everyone's, you know, putting on this to be able to make sure that things are safe, that they're doing it in a way that's going to, you know, make not only from a safety point of view, but a community comfort point of view, making sure that people are are comfortable getting back on track with things. So ultimately for us, we're doing a lot of additional analysis to help them better understand the products and services that they have now, how those might apply or help them with reopening efforts and things of that nature. And then we've even gone as far as to offer some various discount codes and things, without getting into all the details of it. But of course, online payments can be a little bit more expensive when it comes to the actual fees and things that folks are paying. And we've been able to go in and discount a lot of those things down. So that those folks that would have maybe walked into the courthouse to pay their citation or their fees or whatever the case may be, can go online now and get the same rate and not ultimately, end up paying more money for it. So just a couple of examples, but I think you have to look at your business and, what portions of your business can you maybe give a little on to help the situation, right? And then, further than that, you got to guide people. You can't just put it out there and say, hey, we're doing this. You got to call them. You got to get them on the phone. You got to walk them through it. You got to, give them some insight and information because they're busy. They have a business or in some cases a city to run as well, right? And so they've got a lot going on, and the more guidance you can give them, the better.
I think that's what struck me the most, Justin, is what you're saying. I put that in the framework that I consider like this good, better, best mentality, right? Like there's a good way to be a vendor for a company. There's a better way, and then there's the best way, or a great way. And what you just laid out is like, well, we could just do this, but we ended up doing this and this, and then you even took it a step further, right? It wasn't enough that you kind of created kind of this alternative way that people can take payments, but then you educated them on how to use it. And then you stepped in and said, hey, well, now what else do you need? How else can you provide value? And I think that's where companies, and I would use the word delight. I think that's where the direction that I go when I'm working with different vendors or companies, organizations, is how can I delight you? How can I make it that impression? And people that are doing that well today in any industry, are going to be remembered, right? Like that court system, that system is going to remember how you guys came through for them in this time when that vendor contract negotiation comes back up, I would imagine.
Oh, yeah.
And that's, definitely a positive side effect of it. But in the meantime, you also learn a lot, right? As you have these conversations and you get feedback and you walk these folks through the paces of, whatever the program is and whatever it is that you're putting out there for them as a lifeline, you start to better understand your clients as well. It's incredible insight for the business. It's incredible insight for the future direction and other things that may come up. I think part two of your question was around candidates, right? And how they can kind of differentiate in the same way. And I think for me, it's a similar mentality, right? It comes down to, in a nutshell, you don't just do things to get the sale. Right. And that's sort of in a nutshell what we're saying, even from an organization point of view. It's the same thing with a candidate. You don't just go in there and spout a bunch of BS and highlight, the top line items on your resume. So they've already seen those. They've already skimmed through your resume. They've already seen the headers, and the categories.
Justin, you just touched on a really important and almost sensitive subject for me. My number one pet peeve as a recruiter when I ask a question is for somebody to go, well, on my resume, as you can see.
Right. Yeah.
I don't care. First of all, yes, I looked at your resume. I did see it. I'm asking you for your interpretation.
And when it comes across as disingenuous, but I think it's the mentality that you go into that conversation with, into that interview with, right? You're not going in there to just go in and go through a punch list. And that is especially important now. It's especially important now, right? Because if for the companies that are looking to grow their staff right now, it's new territory for them if they're looking at remote roles and things like that, right? So it may have been something that not more than a month or two ago, they were completely uncomfortable with. I know hiring managers and executives in this space that I in a million years would not have had employees working from home if that was their choice. They're either old school or that's just not their mentality and whatever. And I could see the argument for that even in the past in some cases, right?
Right.
But we're in a very different world now, and all of a sudden their eyes have been opened up, but that doesn't mean they're not still a little cautious. That doesn't, old habits die hard. And some of those things are still knocking around in their head around why they, that wasn't their approach in the first place. And so when you
Right.
go into those conversations, in part, you got to put them at ease a little bit too. And you're not going to do that by just going through that punch list and highlighting your skills. You're going to do that by showing your real character, by talking to them about the things that you're really passionate about, by talking about, to them about how your flexibility and what you can bring to the company in terms of willingness to be adaptable and to help their business grow and be a part of the team as a whole.
Absolutely.
So, I know it's a bit general, but I think the sentiment there is exactly what's needed in the job market.
Right. 100%. 100%. And I also want to address too, because you and I did work in recruiting together for a while. You weren't actually recruiting, you were doing sales, but we were side by side.
My short sabbatical from
your
yes.
Very brief sabbatical. I mean, from what we've talked about earlier in the show, ethics. That was my whole bit today, was about ethics as you grow and that type of thing, and keeping those ethics. So when you're looking at hiring and HR and that type of thing, especially with COVID going on right now, what would you think are the most important things, ethically speaking, to be kept in the forefront, both on the candidate side actually and on the HR and recruiting side?
I mean, I think just general work ethic, drive, being driven, showing somebody that you're driven, having genuine interest in whatever, you might come across an opportunity and it's not in your normal interest wheelhouse, for lack of a better way to put that, right? It's not something that maybe you don't know a lot about it. Maybe it's just not something that in the past has gotten you excited. But if you can't find some exciting things about it and that will really help to drive and motivate you, no matter what the situation is, right? Then why are you there in the first place? It's anybody can go out and find a job, and that's fine, but you got to find something that drives you about it. And when you get into that conversation with an employer, any good hiring manager is going to be able to very quickly assess if your head's in the game. And what that boils down to at the end of the day, right, is, are you going to work for them? Can you, when we talk about remote roles, for example, right, can you be trusted with your own time management? Or are you going to work a full work day? These we're talking about roles where you're not reporting into anywhere, you're not clocking in anywhere, you're not, walking past a manager's office, your desk and whatever. It's a very different world. And so I think even from an ethics standpoint, a lot of that is going to be assessed based on the conversation and the character that you show in that conversation. Now, when it comes to the actual ethics themselves, I mean, I could talk all day about business ethics and making sure that you're honest about things, that you're a straight shooter, that you're doing things the right way. But if I don't trust you out of the gate, based on your general attitude and character and what you display to me, I'm just going to automatically assume that those things aren't going to fall in line later.
And you're right. Trust is spot on.
To be yourself and to be genuine with your interest. If there's something about the position or even the organization that you don't like, don't be afraid to even express that. I don't know that, now obviously you want to be a little careful around that, right? We don't want to start bashing.
And don't be weird.
But
we do have a segment on that later, by the way, folks. We do have a segment on that right after LeVar. Yeah.
I plan on keeping it on in the background as long as I can this afternoon. So, but ultimately, it's just you get in there, and I think that's what I was saying. So ultimately, when you're talking to these guys, don't be afraid to have real conversations with them. I think it's more important now than ever that you're not just spinning a bunch of BS to try to promote. Yes, you should always be selling. Yes, you should try to sell yourself. Yes, you want to highlight the positives. But I think a little bit of realism in the conversation now will go a very long way in establishing, a better relationship out of the gate and starting off on a good foot where the ethics conversation is concerned.
Well, I think it tells a story. Right. I mean, exactly. if you're able to come with those types of thoughts and questions and potentially concerns, a good, solid employer is going to read into that and understand that, whoa, there's a little bit more depth to this person. There's a little,
Right.
you know, this candidate's a little bit on a higher level than maybe some other candidates. And I think ethics plays a part in that, right? Like to your comment, Justin, if there's something you don't like, I mean, obviously there's a professional way to do that, but bringing it up tells a whole lot about a candidate. Like they're not afraid to confront issues that they see in a real professional way. I mean, that just tells a ton of different stories. So I love that.
Right. And that, you know, that's from a hiring manager's point of view, that's the person I want working for me all day.
Absolutely.
I don't want someone that's just going to feed me a line every time I have a conversation with them, especially
100%.
And you can't build that face-to-face relationship. You can't read body language. You can't get the feel for some of the other, you know, nuance that you normally would. You know, I think it's really important to verbalize those types of things, again, carefully and cautiously in some cases, but ultimately, you know, just have a very real conversation with them.
Absolutely.
Right. And I want to thank you, Justin, for coming on and for being flexible, and you stayed on extra long for us. Which I really, really appreciate. So thank you for sharing your knowledge and everything. And guys, if you want to connect with Justin, he is on LinkedIn. If you are looking for employment, please go to careerlaunch2020.com and go to the opportunities page. We have dozens upon dozens of opportunities. So we are going to say bye to Justin. I know he can't wave to us, but we're waving to you. Bye.
I'm waving to you too.
And we're going to be bringing on our next guest. I'm very excited about him. This is LeVar Bennett. He is located in the Fort Lauderdale area of Florida. There he is.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, doing good. I don't know if you saw your buddy Yager joined us earlier.
I know. I was like, hey, Yager. I saw him.
So I've known LeVar for a couple years now. Sharp guy, very interesting. He's got some really cool stuff going on. So let's start, LeVar, with everybody's telling us their career evolution, and you have a very interesting one going from managing stores to where you are now. So tell us a little bit about your story.
So my career evolution started, worked for a Fortune 500 company, retailer at the time. Started at 14 years old, worked my way up through the ranks. I excelled a lot, was very happy with what I was doing at the time, so I thought.
Okay.
But it just kind of got boring. It just kind of got boring. You know, I was doing very well, assistant store manager, and working 80 to 90 hours a week, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Which anybody that's worked in retail, they understand how it is. It's pretty hectic at times.
Yes.
So, I mean, it's not like a long story, but that's basically the story as far as starting out as a retail store manager and then working up through the ranks. And then one day I just got tired of it, basically. I was just like, there's going to be something better out there for me than 90 hours a week.
So tell me, so now you're working in insurance, right?
Yes.
And you actually are branching out. You're starting your own company. Can you tell us, let's start with a little bit about your company. And then we'll kind of dive into some questions that we have for you.
Okay, so with True Experience All Inclusive, we're an insurance brokerage. We typically deal in 3 areas as far as how we protect our clients. And
I think Joker has to go out.
is she?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Go
so
ahead.
True Experience All Inclusive basically is an insurance brokerage. We have a couple of platforms that we use as far as insurance products in the under 65 market, and then insurance products in the turning 65 market. So basically, that's what we are, is pretty much a one-stop shop for insurance.
You're still good. There's some weird background noise, but you're good. We can hear you, LeVar.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Yeah. So basically, we have a bunch of products. I'm so nervous, guys.
No, you're fine.
You're good. You're good.
You're doing great. So y'all actually have some really diverse portfolio of things that you guys offer. I mean, y'all even offer Legal Shield, which is an amazing service to help protect you. It's almost like insurance for your. They do wills. They do tickets. They do all kinds of things. It's actually really cool. If you have problems with your landlord, they can write a letter for you, that type of thing. So in True Experience, what is kind of your differentiator? What sets you apart from the other companies?
what would set us apart from other companies is our willingness to be patient with a lot of people that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. A lot of times when you have insurance agents that sell products, it's pretty much the products that they have. That's pretty much what it's. They may not offer a bunch of different products, but so if they have a certain product that they use, that's just the product that they're going to go to. With us, we're very diversified as far as all the companies that we actually have. So we're able to do the client a better job by truly doing what's right for them.
Right. And I love that. We've really been stressing ethics in this show. And that's one of the reasons I was so excited to have you on, because that is something that you preach, left, right, sideways, up, ways, backwards, forwards, every which direction is ethics. And I know you really take care of your clients. So as people are, looking into, I know also, by the way, Lamar is looking to grow his team, by the way. So here's an opportunity right here to go work with a top salesperson in the Southern Florida area who's now branched out on his own. Can you tell us a little bit about what you're looking for in an agent?
So what I would be looking for in an agent is somebody that's self-motivated. That's very important. Somebody that's highly driven, ethically sound. I know you guys have been talking about that a lot, but ethically sound is a very big one for me.
Yes.
Definitely somebody with, go ahead.
I was gonna say, what does that mean to you, by the way? When you say ethically sound, what does that mean to you?
Ethically sound for me would mean doing what's right for the client. I'm just going to say it like it is, doing what's right for the client, although it may not provide you the best commission, so to say.
Right, 100%, yes.
A lot of times in the insurance industry, you have individuals, like I was trying to touch on earlier, you have individuals that only have one product to offer. That may not be the best product for the client, but it's all they have to offer, so that's what they sell to them. That's being ethically sound.
Right, exactly. So other than ethics, what else? I mean, and self-motivation, right? Because in sales, you have to have that. So what else would you be looking for?
Somebody that pays attention to detail. Somebody that is
somebody that lives in that area. Does that have to be local?
No. We're actually licensed in about 38 different states, so it doesn't have to.
Yes.
Be so we have opportunities that you can work from home. We have a dialer system that you can plug into, take calls from home. So no, not in this area. We're actually looking,
which is amazing, by the way, and kudos for having such a flexible business model. I like that. I do. and so, I mean, and by the way, you have an interesting thing that you do. So you have to become, just like with a real estate agent, you have to be licensed to sell insurance, right? And one of the very cool services that you offer is you will actually train people, once they've gotten their license, and you can you actually even point them in the direction of things to study and all that to help prep for that. And then once they have the license, you even have a training for somebody that wants to strike out on their own or wants to do their own thing as well, right?
Correct. Yeah. So that would be the agent portion training. Basically, nowadays, especially with the coronavirus going on, everybody's looking for employment. They may, when you go into sales, it's a little bit uncomfortable as far as what you're doing. So with the agent training portion, we basically take you through a model that starts you with very simple products. You gain product knowledge. And then once we get you through that product knowledge, for any type of, for the startup policies or whatnot, we'll advance you to more, to different types of, what am I trying to say?
You lost your word. It's okay. This has been the Murphy's Law show, so don't worry about it. We've had technical difficulties. Don't worry about it. So basically, so you do all the training. You can bring people on from across the country, which is amazing, and it's a really great opportunity. So where can people go with this? With insurance, like what's there? Because people always want to look for growth, right? I always want to look for opportunity. So getting into insurance, what is the stability of that industry, and B, what is the career path that is the most quick way to advance?
So to answer your question, I would say, as far as potential, I mean, it's really as far as where you want to take it. The insurance industry right now is very sound and secure. Everybody always needs insurance, whether it's life, health, annuity, long-term care. Everybody always needs insurance. So it's just really where you want to take it.
I think it goes back to what you were talking about before, is like being a self-starter, being motivated. It's really dependent upon the person that has that mentality, that wants to grow a business, can take it where they want to take it or not.
Yes.
Right? But you can probably, and correct me if I'm wrong, LeVar, but they can probably take it as high as they want to take it. I mean, the opportunity is out there because it's a service offering that everyone has or needs, or is constantly looking for, better coverage or a better deal. I mean, I know that I work with a broker and I connect with them every year or two and say, hey, let's reshop this, right? And that's what I love about those types of what you're doing, is that you go out and you do all the research for me.
Right.
I email you and say, hey, my renewal's coming up. We need to do some research and make sure I'm still getting the best deal out there.
Right. And not just price. LeVar helped me when I had to shop for insurance to make sure that I could get a surgery that I needed. He helped me make sure I have the right plan that would actually cover my surgery, because a lot of plans are sneaky and they don't actually cover what they look like they do. Yeah. So he helped me.
Yeah,
yes, that's right.
If I could kind of take us a different direction. I noticed that with your background, LeVar, that you've been in sales training, and you've been in that space a little bit. I'd be curious, especially nowadays. Most of us are. We were talking about this earlier. We are all in sales, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you are. If you don't think you're in sales, I could probably prove that you are.
Right.
Even if you're the furthest away from sales in your job, if you have kids, you're in sales. I'm selling my kids every day on something that they got to do. Right? And so I'm curious, from your sales kind of training background, and kind of the space that we're in today, on that people are all sales people. What tips or advice would you give folks that are looking for positions, that are trying to put their best foot forward, and with that sales mentality when going in for interviews or looking for new opportunities? How can they do that well? Do you have any thoughts on that?
So my first thing is don't be afraid to fail. A lot of times, especially nowadays, when you're going out looking, you're unsure. I would stress, don't be afraid to fail at anything you do. I have failed several times over.
Great advice. Success comes from failures, right?
Yes. But once you fail, you learn a lot, and it kind of helps you progress to the next level. Because unless you like failing, but no, it helps you progress to the next level as far as that. As far as tips that I would give.
Well, while you're thinking about that, I want to say, like, that's the key thing about failing, right? I mean, I think that if you're just failing, getting frustrated, and then trying something new, I think you've lost an opportunity, right? I mean, fail, think about what happened. As painful as it might be, go back and retrace your steps, go back in and what happened, and learn from that opportunity. As cliche as that might be, I think that oftentimes we're just like, ugh, I'm embarrassed by that failure. I'm embarrassed. I botched that interview. I'm embarrassed and I don't want to talk about it. But in reality, if we just open up a little bit and say, here's what happened, here's how it made me feel, and then we have someone, even if we do it in our own minds, it's even better if you can get somebody to help you through that, and say, okay, let me retrace these steps and think about what happened, so that way I don't make that mistake again. I think that's where real growth
100%.
So the more opportunities that we have to fail, I think as long as we can reframe that into that's the more opportunities we have to learn and grow, is the way to view that. And so I cut you off, LeVar. Sorry. It was
a great point. But yeah, I mean, so what is your advice? Because you are one of those people that just conquers and keeps growing no matter what obstacle hits you in the face. And you have been hit in the face with some obstacles and that were just nonsense, and you got through them. So yeah, how do you do that? And how do you tell people that are trying to interview to get past that?
Well, I mean, I think that goes along with having a bunch of goals set. with me, I'm a very goal-oriented type of person. So there's a certain pattern that I follow every day as far as when I get up, when I come to work, when I get off. Yeah, I just do it every day. So the first thing I would say is you would have to be, have a set of goals and stick to them. You may not reach that goal, but if you got halfway there, you almost met your goal.
Dan and I love goals.
Hey, LeVar, I got to ask you, is one of your goals to like lift a car every morning? I mean, you are.
I know. Let me tell you, nobody posts more about their personal fitness than this dude right here. I got it. and he's all about getting in that gym. He was pouting during COVID, man. Pouting.
I was crying.
It's a true story. It really is.
It looks like in the comments, LeVar, you got some fans in there. Kizzy.
Oh yeah.
You're doing a great job. And Jetty said, "Go big brother, LeVar."
Look, LeVar is one of his great strengths is creating a family feel, and is really is really good at that relationship building aspect, both in personal and in professional. So kind of the last question I want to dive into with you, LeVar, is one of the things that we preached really hard yesterday and that I want to kind of carry over in today is, how do you do that? How do you cultivate? First of all, what's the importance of that? What's the importance of cultivating your network and really growing it and keeping that network tight? And then how do you go about that?
So cultivation, I would say the best tool for that, or what I use, is I'm non-judgmental. I mean,
yes.
And especially in today's era, which we know what's going on, that's very important to me.
Yes.
Non-judgmental. Giving people an opportunity is another big one. And then just, I don't want to say.
And what do you mean by that with opportunity? When you say give people an opportunity, what do you mean by that?
Give people an opportunity as far as just getting to know them, we're talking about family, and just getting to know them, taking time to listen to. I can have a conversation with anybody. You just take time to listen to them. And then, you give your feedback, they give their feedback, but it's just, you grow that way. Everything that I say is not always going to be right. Everything you say, and you and I, especially everything.
Oh, we know.
We know, but we're able to look through that, see each other's point of view, and keep growing. And to me, that's right. When you're trying to build a strong group of people around you.
100%. And by the way, I love the poster right behind you, Success Nutrition Facts. That
every day.
That is hilarious. But it was actually, I like that having that front and center. Dan and I addressed that earlier, having that kind of thing front and center to where it's always in your mind. And I know you are a very positive person that keeps positivity in your mind. So I want to thank you so much for coming on. Great guest. We have great interaction thanks to you. And thank you to all of your viewers that came on. If you want to connect with LeVar, please get on LinkedIn. Reach out to him. He's very communicative. Also, if you're interested in his opportunities, if for whatever reason you can't find or locate LeVar, please come to me. I'll be glad to make a personal connection to you as well. If you are looking for opportunities, also visit careerlaunch2020.com. Again, that's careerlaunch2020.com. Go to the opportunity section. There's dozens upon dozens of opportunities. But again, please connect to LeVar. He is awesome. And if you need insurance, that is your man. He will take care of you.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Thanks, LeVar.
See you later. Take care.
Oh, man. That was great. And, I got to say, we're getting into the show. We've got a few more hours left to go. I've had a lot of fun. We had some great energy there, back-to-back kind of sales type guys. So that was kind of nice. And I want to take a minute. You and I talked about this subject and the importance of going into it, the addressing the elephant in the room. When you have a difficult topic to address with either in an interview or with an employer, and kind of go into that a little bit for the audience and let them know kind of some thoughts on that.
Yeah. So there are oftentimes people don't want, there's something on their resume. There's something in their background potentially that they are afraid of, and then don't want to bring it up. Right. And so for me, it goes back to a mindset of who do you want to be, and how do you want that employer to view you? And so it's important that we're honest in that process, because the last thing that you
Right.
want to do in the end of it is that you want to come to an employer as your whole self, right? And
Right.
you want to be seen as your whole self. And there's way more to us as individuals than maybe that one story or two stories or our resume. There's way more
Right.
depth there. And if
Right.
we allow ourselves to be defined by something, whatever it might be, then I think that does a disservice to ourselves first and foremost,
Right.
and then doesn't really give us a good opportunity to find the right fit, the right organization, the right leadership to kind of work under.
Right. Absolutely. And there are different subjects that are, in some cases they're kind of taboo. In some cases it's something people just feel uncomfortable talking about, but it's something that's important to talk about. So one thing that hits home for me, we met my dog Yager earlier, who decided to make an appearance on the show. And as I said, one of the neat things about him is that very naturally he cues to me when I have seizures. And I do have a seizure disorder. I also run a company. I also do this show. I also volunteer and I do things. And I have a regular life just like everybody else. But if I were to go into an employment situation again, I would have to have a very unique circumstance. In other words, if I'm having a bad day, I can't go into an office because A, I can't drive, and B, and even if I want to do Uber or something like that, it's not safe for me. It's not, and it's also not good. It's going to mean I'm going to have more of them if I try to go out and do things. I have to be able to, if I'm having a bad time, a bad hour or so, I have to step back, whether I like it or not. I have to step back and not work. So that would be something to address, and that's an elephant in the room, right? It's something that it's awkward, it's weird, but you've got to address it.
But what's interesting is like people are so accommodating these days, is what I've found. I think that we build up issues in our minds way bigger than they actually are. And when we actually, there's kind of a 2 or 3 fold effect that happens when we actually talk to people about these things. The weight gets lifted off our shoulders, right? It's kind of like this calm. And then also you can really understand if the employer, in what we're talking about here, is going to be understanding of that. I mean, you're going to know right away, right? You're going to make that comment, and they're either going to have a favorable response or maybe no response, which I think is unfavorable. And then you know right away where they land on that idea. And what I have found, again, like I said before, is that employers and business leaders that actually get it, that I want to be connected with, that I think most people want to be connected with, will be more than accommodating for any scenario, even if it's you're talking about a potential medical concern, right? I could also see, I've worked with people before, like single mothers, for instance, that or single parents that say, hey, I have to pick up my child, and so I need to have this. Again, I think that when we're honest in those situations, it gives the employer the opportunity to be creative, because for me, none of that really matters. What matters to me
100%
is who you are as a person, how you're going to deliver for me and my organization and our customers and all of those things. Because I'm willing to work. I mean, for the right candidate, Catherine, I'm sure you feel the same way. For the right candidate, I'm willing to flip cars. Maybe we get LeVar back in here and he can flip cars for us.
Right. He can flip it upside down for us.
But I'm willing to move the world for the right candidate.
Yeah. It's true, and I've had candidates with all kinds of situations come up. I shared with you the story when we discussed this topic of this one was an employee. I had an employee of mine who had a very close family member try to commit suicide, and he had no PTO left, and he came to me just bawling. He told me he had to quit, and I said, "Why? Why?" I said, "You're a very valuable employee. I know you still need money. Don't worry about it. We'll take care of it." And I got PTO donated to him. And there are plenty of employers out there that'll do that kind of thing, folks. I have seen it all the time, not just with my clients, but just, the networking I've done and the people I've spoken to. This is a common thing. If you just go and you talk to people and you tell them what you need and you express the fact that you still value your job and that you value the company and you still want to be there, they will work with you in most cases. And if they don't, forget them. you're better off without them. Move on.
Yeah, and then I would say the flip side of that, as a leader or an entrepreneur or a business leader, whatever, obviously we need to be able to provide that space for the people that we work with, our team members, the people that we employ. We have to create space for people to share those types of things with us, because oftentimes people will come, and I've been guilty of this. I know I have, where people have, it's boiled up to the point now where they get to a point where like, I have to quit, or, you know, it's, they're so emotional that they can barely get the words out, where had I created this space and made them feel comfortable, that they would have, I would have already seen it coming.
Right.
I would have been able to interfere or mitigate a potential issue, or just understand it, and then to be able to have the emotional intelligence to check in with them and say, hey, I know that thing's happening. How's it going? How can I help you today? And so as leaders, we've got to provide space for people to step into that.
100%. 100%. And you have to take that responsibility. I mean, completely. You are 100% on par. We all fall short, right? Nobody's perfect. Even the best leaders will sometimes, you know, get distracted or what have you, and not do that. But you have to create that safe space. And even with your candidates, HR and hiring professionals, that is on you to make sure that they feel comfortable. I always tell people, truth is a two-way street, right? If you want somebody to be forthcoming and honest with you, you have to make them feel comfortable to be able to do that. And so you have to take that time, and you have to kind of, you know, let that soak in, let them feel comfortable, let them come out. And there are plenty of times I have to take an extra 15 minutes with an interview because I know that there's something this person wants to say to me. And I just have to go a little slower. I have to kind of work with them. I have to kind of, you know, bring it out, kind of take that time. And then they tell you what's up. And guys, the other thing I will tell you too, if you do have an elephant in the room, whether you're a candidate or what have you, come in prepared to tell them your, not necessarily solutions, not the right word, but your options for them. So for instance, you know, with my situation, you know, hey, but I am glad to work flexible hours for you. I am glad to, and I will always let you know ahead of time. I promise, you know, this is not an issue. I'm never going to just disappear on you. I'm never going to ghost you. You will know what's going on. I'm an excellent communicator. Always have something that you can present to them and let them know what's going on. A lot of times, one of the most awkward situations that comes up in employment is maternity leave, right? So, because number one, you don't know when you're going to give birth, you know, unless you schedule a C-section. And even then, sometimes it does not go as planned.
Most times
and then
own it into a certain time frame.
Right. But you can't necessarily say this day, you know, on this precise day, I'm going to give birth. And some women want to wait until it actually comes to start their leave because they want all of that time with their baby, which is a wonderful, beautiful choice. But so it creates kind of this awkward, and what I always tell people, and then employers are having to chase you down to say, when are you coming back? Never make them chase you. Okay. Whether you're a candidate and you're in the application process. I've had candidates who had their parent die in the middle of a hiring process. Obviously you're going to step back and you're going to have to deal with that. I've had people who this is a true story. I actually had a candidate whose car exploded. And I don't mean like there was a little fire. I mean, kablooey, you know, just completely exploded. So they had to deal with that. But communicate with people. Do not ghost them. That's the thing that will make you lose somebody's trust and that will make you lose an opportunity. Communicate, and communicate punctually.
Yeah,
So,
I think
not after the fact.
You hit on a couple topics there. You know, one is communication, right? Just being proactive in that communication. I don't know of a time where there's ever been too much communication. No. Just what's happening, especially in a situation like you're talking about. Right. But then also, you hit it on earlier, is that solution-oriented discussions, right?
Yes.
I mean, there is nothing that I love better than when I'm working with leaders that say, "Hey, here's the issue that's happening, and here's my suggested course of action to fix it," right? Right. And then I can say, "Man, that's fantastic. Go with it." Or, you know, it's like, "I like that idea. Have you thought about this and this?" But even to your point about maternity leave, right? If that's the elephant in the room, it's explaining who you are. This is what's going on. Here's my plan. I don't know exactly when it's going to land, but as soon as I have this baby, here's my 60, 90 day, 120 day plan, whatever it might be. And then these are the milestones or the check-in points that I'm going to have with you to let you know what's going on.
Right.
And so you're proactively coming at them with, here's exactly how I'm going to do this. I want you to be fully in the know. So there's no surprises. And I think that you can apply 100%. That to any of these kind of elephant in the room thoughts that you're saying, is just have a plan.
100%.
Just come and just dump this on me, right? If you were to come in and be like, hey, I'm going to have my baby pretty soon.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say to that.
Yeah, right. Okay, cool.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
I'm excited for you. Or, my mind would go to, okay, well, let's figure out what that looks like for you. But if you are already saying, here's what it looks like for you, how does that sound?
Yes.
Anything that you think I should change? I mean, now we're actually, I'm feeling a lot better saying, man, they've really got it together.
Yes.
And I feel comfortable with where they're at. So I think just having a plan, solution oriented, and then communicating through it. Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
Oh yeah, 100%. And if you decide to change course in the middle of, for instance, with the maternity leave example, if you decide, you know what, I love being a mama and I want to stay here with my child. Again, beautiful choice, fully support it. Please let your employer know that in advance. On the day you're supposed to come back, don't send them an email. That's really, really rude. And that's for anything, medical leave, traveling.
More than likely, there's been resources deployed, right? To help in your absence. And so we need to organize and prepare for your return.
Right.
I think in the last point I'd make on this, Catherine, is that the reality is that, and we talked about this earlier today, is that real people are hiring real people. Right. And so I think when we start trying to create a facade of who we are in front of potential employers, not only are we doing a disservice to ourselves in the longevity of that potential position, but we're really starting off on a bad foot with that employer because it's going to come up, right? And they're going to be like, wait a minute, I would never have had an issue with this, but you didn't tell me. Now I have an issue. You didn't
tell me. Yeah, I've had candidates do that to me so many times. I've had somebody sign their offer letter and go, oh, by the way, I had a 3-week vacation planned in a month, so good luck with that.
And it's so interesting, right? It's like even in that scenario, like I don't have a problem with the vacation. That's not the issue.
Right.
The issue
that's
I
not
have a problem that you didn't disclose it to me.
Yes. And that's almost always the case.
Now I'm going to start thinking like, what else are you not disclosing to me? Right. And so I start going down that path. And again, it starts off on the wrong foot.
And vice versa too with companies, they need to have full disclosure too. And on kind of this very interesting note of different companies and hiring, and I can't wait to get his thoughts on some of this. We have Ira with us, who has a really cool. Here he comes. There's Ira. Hi, Ira. So he's got his own show, and he's got a really, really cool kind of project going on. I don't even want to call it like a company or anything like that. It's a really neat project that you have. Projects help you grow. So tell us a little bit about it.
Sure. Project Help You Grow is a philanthropy, and it's been around for, oh, it's funny. I can see my background. I've got a green screen behind me, and it's not quite all the way back. Set up. So there, that's wonderful. You can fix things on the fly. So Project Help You Grow is a website. It didn't start out that way, but that's basically what it is now. It lives on LinkedIn and its own, just projecthelpyougrow.com. It's a free bridge. I connect job seekers to recruiters and employers around the world for free. So if you're a job seeker and you need a job, you can come build a profile if you like. You don't have to. There's job listings. There's millions of job listings, in fact, all over the world. So not just the United States, but if you're in India or the UK or the UAE or wherever you happen to be, there's jobs for you too. You can apply, but more importantly is the ability to go to the blog and go to the podcast. I bring in experts and from all over the industry, talking about recruiters, talking about HR folks, talking about business owners, talking about authors, career coaches, people who have expertise in different subjects, so that you can get better at the strategy with which you're applying. Because a lot of times people aren't landing jobs because their strategy is broken. And they need help with that. So it's all free. Now, if you're a recruiter, any of these job site, the job boards will basically allow the job seekers to use it for free. But what they don't do is allow the recruiters and the employers to get the information from the candidates for free. They have to pay. Well, not on Project.
That's right.
On Project Help You Grow right now, I have over 8,500 candidates that have listed that are looking for work. If you're a recruiter and you want to find, one of these 8,500 people, you don't even have to have an account. You can just come. You can do the search for the candidates. You can interview them. You can hire them. There's no fee. So there you go.
I love so very much what you're doing from several perspectives. Number one, it shares the values that we have at Career Launch, which is it's not about money, right? It's about helping people and about making those connections. And then also, I love it as a recruiter because it gets so frustrating. You have these different subscriptions, and sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. And by the way, Indeed has really bombed it on how they changed their subscriptions and things like that. So, and that's the other thing. They make these weird updates, and it's just always pandemonium. Your site, I've gotten on there. I've looked around, and again, it's easy. It's stable. There's nothing strange or odd that you have to worry about. So I really like that.
Yeah, real quick. You don't have to sign up for an account. The only person who has to sign up for an account on my site are the employers if they want to list their jobs.
Right.
There's some legalese there. They have to,
Well, right.
But the job seeker, the recruiter, and the employer, frankly, don't need to sign up for anything. In fact, there is no shopping cart. There's no place to put any money. You can't even donate to my cause if you want to. I have absolutely no way for you to get any spam. And for those who do sign up for an account, I'm the only person who ever sees your information. I don't sell your information. I'm not making any money on Project Help You Grow. So there's not like third party, hey, would you like 8,500 email addresses? You will never get an email from me on Project Help You Grow unless you send me a question. I do have a contact form on there. And so people email me directly and they ask me questions, but I don't always respond. I'm not
at least you're honest.
But it's the opposite. Like there's no pop-ups, there's no email, there's no newsletter, there's none of that. So you don't have to worry about getting over inundated with all the stuff. That's what happens when you sign up for Indeed. You go to Indeed.com, you got to give them everything, and then you're gonna start getting emails from them and people
constant.
A lot.
Right?
Constant. Yes.
Now let me tell you a secret. All the jobs that are on Indeed are also on my site. What I told you is, and this is why I don't understand why I get hundreds to thousands of people who visit my website every day, and everybody they're amazed by the traffic that I get. But I'm actually surprised it isn't more because I've been doing it for 2 years, and again, there's no spam. That's the most valuable thing to me.
Oh my gosh, yes.
I hate signing up for new accounts because I know it's coming with it. All the junk.
50 million emails.
Project Help You Grow was created for one reason and one reason only. I like to help people. And people, when I created the group, I actually wanted to grow on LinkedIn. In fact, today I will exceed 150,000 followers on LinkedIn. So,
woo! Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. So I have a few, right? So what was people kept asking me, hey, can you help me find a job? And I'm like, no. You know what I mean? I was in San Francisco. So if you were in San Francisco, I might know somebody that I could organically give you a for. But for people from New York or from Miami or from Chicago, or people from London or Dubai or, Pune or wherever they're from, the answer was no. Well, a lot of us hate to say no when people sincerely need help. So that's where the project began. And I must give credit to my web developer, my website developer with Dealers League. They created the site for me. And so
they did a great job. They did.
Still maintain it for me.
They really did.
They keep out the hackers, they keep out the spammers, they keep out everybody who's trying to do nefarious things. Right? So
nefarious things.
Yeah, no, you'd be amazed. You'd be amazed at what people try to do on the back end.
Oh no, I wouldn't.
Every single day on my website, there's somebody who's trying to be funny, and but I focus on the help, and they focus on making sure I'm stable. And in fact, it speeded up the site. The number one issue that people had is it was a little bit slow. It was about 3 seconds to load, and now we've got it down to 3 seconds. But the reason why it takes
awesome
to load is I allow every single user to load their resume and I allow them to load their artwork, and I allow them to load their videos. So one of the things that I encourage people to do is like give the recruiters and the employers a 90-second to 2-minute interview introduction of yourself, right? Because you guys were talking about
right. Elevator pitch.
Yeah, people hire people. It's your way to get a little bit of a rapport before they even decide if they're going to interview you or not. You know, every advantage you can get is something you should take.
I love that.
Yes, I do too. That personal element is a beautiful thing, and it's so. I in almost every single one of my posts, I use the hashtag hiring made human, because it's such an imperative part of the process. So, I mean, you've been doing this for a while, and you touched on the importance of not just throwing out your resume and and using all this insanity.
Please stop.
It's crazy.
It's not 1985. You don't need a briefcase, and we're not going to Kinko's anymore. So stop it. Every job. If I could just say one thing to job seekers, your keywords need to be adjusted for every single applicant.
Yes.
Before you hit the submit, make sure you change, because you can read your resume and read the job description and say, hey, it's obvious I'm the perfect candidate. But if your keywords don't match, the hiring manager is never even going to see it, because you're not going to get a screen. You have to use JobScan, or if you're out of your 5 free scans, come over to my website. I teach you how to do it manually. I have blogs that will teach you. I actually spoke with JobScan, and I spoke with some of the other ATS companies, by the way, like Taleo, and I developed all these things that were kind of universal truths. Now, there's over 2,000 ATS programs, as you guys know. A lot of people think it's one program, right? No.
There are a million.
So the thing is, you have to like use the universal truths, the ones that pretty much do anything. I'll teach you how to do that for free on Project Help You Grow. Go to the blogs. It's the number one thing that people don't do that they should do when they come to
Right. And we had somebody on earlier talking about that, the importance of using those keywords and getting through that ATS. I actually use an ATS system called Jazz HR, and what I like about them is that they don't do any of that dumb screening. Every single person that comes through and applies, I see it. And I like that. I love that. I told them, I said, if you ever add a filter to this and don't give me an option to turn it off, I will leave you. I was like, you have to leave it like this. I love it. And
that was the case everywhere. I really do, because that part of the ATS is a bummer. The rest of it actually works great, right?
You have to have it. I mean,
it's a CRM. People don't.
I love that comment about individualizing the keyword search. I mean, nowadays, especially in the last few months, Ira, we have there are way more people, right? Over 30 million new job seekers, and many of them maybe have not been in this position for some time. And so the idea of job searching is they have an idea of what job searching looked like 10 years ago or 20 years ago. Yep. And so that imagery with the briefcase really kind of put me in that space.
Yeah, that was perfect. I loved it.
I'm an analogy guy. I like to teach things via analogies. So that's just kind of the way my mindset is. But it's true. How many people come in and they're like, I know how to find a job. I've never been able to find a job. I'm like, well, how come you can't find one now? Because it's changed. It's called paradigm.
Well, it's like my father-in-law used to be a recruiter years ago, and he was the recruiter back when you opened up the white pages and thumbed through and found people, called. And I said, no. There's none of that anymore. And it's really interesting because the same mentality applies, right? Like he still, he and I talk on and on about ethics and how you properly interview and all that. Really smart, sharp guy. But it's just changed from how he used to do it. Now it's you reach out on LinkedIn or you email people or things like that. And that just seems so weird to people. And it's the same thing with job hunting. And it's by the way, evolved, folks, since pre-COVID to now. It's gotten very different. It has changed. It has evolved. And one thing we've been talking about, Ira, and I wanted to get your opinion on it, is how HR is coming back too, right? They're coming back from COVID. They've been furloughed. They've been sitting back on the back burners. Are you starting to see some of those jobs that were sitting for a little bit getting some activity?
So I actually post jobs, as you know, because we're now connected on LinkedIn. Like, so yesterday I added 17 new jobs from Siemens.
Wow.
All across the world, which I'm looking for employers like that. I'm looking to help everybody. So I look for employers like Siemens. So Siemens I had jobs from the UK, from the UAE.
Yep. All over.
from Canada, from the United States, all put up yesterday. And I have seen a few industries that are really, I hate to say the word skyrocketing, but you know, they seem to be accelerating, right? So there's silver linings out there. And
Yes.
I was talking to my friend Kirsty Bonner the other day about people transitioning from you taking your soft skills and transitioning from, you know, just because you've always worked, like I've worked in the print industry and I have for 20 years. Well, guess what? I'm on furlough. In fact, my furlough started on Monday. Okay. So
oh boy,
I'm not employed right now either. I'm employed, but like I don't think I'm not employed if I'm not getting a paycheck. In fact, you know, that is
two of the three people here on the screen are in that position. not getting the paycheck right now. So.
But here's the thing. You can take your soft skills and pivot is the word, right?
Absolutely.
Right.
100%.
We have been talking about that. Yes.
I'm a business to business sales rep. Now, have I been in the print business for 20 years? I absolutely have. And I've dealt with business owners and, you know, directors of departments and, you know, managers and all that stuff for 20 years. I can take my business to business sales skills and go into one of these other industries. What industries are you talking about? Things like finance, things like security, things like healthcare, things like sanitization, right? A lot of people aren't thinking about these things.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Gotcha.
There are a ton of industries that are hot right now. So if you're looking for them, just come to projecthelpyougrow.com. There's a shameless plug, but come to the website.
Hey, y'all are on our website too. Hey, just so y'all know, he's not just plugging him. We're plugging him. There is a page for them on careerlaunch2020.com. Go to opportunities. There's a whole page where his page is embedded. It's awesome. And then definitely still go to his site because it's really, really cool.
Yeah, the free is hard to beat. And when
nothing's better than free.
Free's in the budget for sure.
Free when it has the value is amazing because if I told you that my site costs $99 a year or something like that to be, a lot of people would pay it. In fact, people often,
heck yeah, in 2 seconds. Yeah.
Of all the things I said, the no spam and I'm not sharing information and the value of the jobs. I don't bring in garbage jobs. I vet every single job that comes on my site.
Oh, wow.
Right.
Personally vet.
Yes.
Make sure you're not getting connected with somebody who's trying to scam you. And then, like I said, all the free advice, like each one of those classes could be hundreds of dollars for you to go learn information. For example, and this is something I wonder if you guys have talked about, where are people getting stuck in the process of the job search? If they are not diagnosing where they're at, then they're doing themselves a major disservice. It's the number one question I ask when I get a job seeker on the line. Where are you having a problem? And if they look at me like, I don't know, I'm like, okay, then that's what we need to do first. We need to figure out.
That's what we need to talk about.
Real quick. There's 3 phases, right? I'm not getting the interview. I'm getting the first interview, but I'm not getting the offer.
Right.
Those are the 3 phases. So if you're not getting the job interview, then means one of 2 things. Your resume, cover letter aren't up to par, which is likely the case. Or 2, you're trying to do something that we used to do in the old days is promote with the job change. And you can't do that right now. Right? About that, but now is not the time. If you want a promotion, stay where you are because they know you, they'll elevate you. And if they're not elevating you, you're not going to get it. Why, Ira? Why can't I promote now with a job change? Because you won't meet the ATS requirements. You won't.
Yeah, and now if you can get through to a person, we talked about this earlier too. If you want to do that kind of thing, if you want to make that kind of pivot, or even like a whole career pivot, you know, then you need to get face to face. That needs to be networking. That needs to be something like that. It's never going to work sending your resume.
That's part of the who you know, right?
That's right.
That's right. That's part of the who you know.
But here's and people need to be working on that every single day. Network
100%
off. It needs. I don't care if you have a job, if you're a business owner. I mean, I built my whole everything. You wouldn't even know me if I didn't build my network. I promise you.
Right.
Yeah,
that's very, very true.
In 2018, I had 1,520 connections. So if you wonder how I did, that's actually how Project Help You Grow got started. I wanted to build my own network. Okay, so that's
as a sales guy,
right? Now, if you're getting the interview, but you're not getting a callback, then your interview skills are broken. Okay, and if you're getting the second interview or the third, however many interviews there are, if you're getting those and you're not getting the offer, you're likely not doing enough research on what the pay is, and you have a problem with that part. And
Mhm.
if you want to know, now I have it. I don't know if you guys can share it, but I have a blog on my site. It's called Winning the Interview. It's a blog that I wrote.
Yes.
This blog that I wrote, if you took this class, would be hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. But I will teach you everything that I just talked about will be from the interview. How to do research on the person that's interviewing you before you get there so you have something to talk about.
So critical.
100%.
I'm going to teach you how to research the company, their competitors, the pay, so that when you go in, you are prepared and you'll ace it. That's what I call it. I think winning the interview, acing the interview, something like that. But that's
right. No, that's phenomenal, and it's such valuable content. So talking about interviewing, our next segment, I would love to have you stay on for, Ira, if you have the time. I really want you to stay on for this. Sure. So what we did yesterday, and we had a lot of fun with it, is I'm going to tell some funny interview stories that came either from my experience, another HR representative, or another recruiter's experience, and we're going to talk about why that was wrong, and then what should have happened in real life.
I love this. I'm excited.
I like funny anecdotes. I could probably share a few myself.
Oh, if you have some, please chime in. Please chime in.
I was a hiring manager for a couple of years, so yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Oh, good. So so if you have some, just hop right on in here. So, one of my favorite ones was the HR representative went out to greet the woman, and she starts to come in, and there is a train of toilet paper. There's not like one piece. It's like the whole roll has come off and into this one. And she walks into the office, sits down, tucks it like under her, does the interview, gets up, and walks back out, walks all the way out of the building, trailing the toilet paper behind. And I mean, and people are turning around and laughing, and there's like 15 feet of toilet paper just followed her. She knew she had to.
Yeah, there's no way you can hire her because from day one, she'll be the laughing stock of the company from day one.
Yeah, sadly, that's very true. But this is, that's one of the things. It is comical, and you will have ridiculous things happen to you in an interview. But address it and pull the toilet paper. Don't exit with it too. If something weird happens to you, stop and fix it.
Did you see what happened at the beginning of this? So you guys changed the angles, and my green screen was wrong. And what did I do? I just fixed it. I mean, that's
right. Yeah, it's okay.
I love that aspect. I love little aspects about what rehumanizes any process that's kind of become dehumanized, right? I mean, anything that you can put that human spin back into it. That's why it made me think of you're talking about just fix it. People sometimes tell me my background, I have my bookshelf back here and I have these golf balls back inside, can't go outside, offices. And it's no, we're real people. We have real issues. It happens. Right? Sometimes toilet paper gets stuck to our shoe. We can't help it.
It happens. So the next one is, there was a guy who came in to get a job. And of course, it was one of those hire on the spot type interview situations. They said, okay, here is your cup. We need your drug test. Okay. A little bit of time goes by. They're waiting on it. And the next thing you know, somebody comes in on the HR person's door and says, there's a guy out there soliciting clean urine.
Oh, geez.
And he just asked an 8-year-old.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
No.
So they have to get him.
Game over.
And take him off.
Game over.
Ooh. I don't even want to touch that one. I don't even want to even comment on that one. That one's
no. I
actually that's 30.
It's not good. Now, I will say this: if you are going to have problem with background or drug testing, either one, tell them ahead of time. They're going to find out. Okay,
Yeah.
You're not going to hide it.
Yeah, and this is the thing. I've actually had this experience. Okay, so if you are upfront about it, a lot of times it is not a big deal. And you guys were talking about this before I got on, where you were talking about somebody who has a 3-week vacation planned right before, but it's good luck with it. I actually fit that mold. This last job that I just got furloughed from, so I really don't even want to name them. But anyways, I had worked for them twice. And so coming back in, I didn't realize I was going to be changing jobs. So we had booked 2020. 2020 has been such a disaster. But we had a trip to Hawaii in February, which I did go. And then I was going to go to Alaska this month, but that got canceled.
Oh, wow.
It was a 2-week cruise. So I had 3 weeks of vacation planned, but not all at one shot. But I was upfront with them ahead of time. I didn't realize I was going to be changing jobs. You guys are excited to have me back. Everything's good. But just so you know, I know this is weird, but it's a once in a lifetime thing. I had never been to either place. I'd never been to Hawaii. I'd never been to Alaska. I'm like, I've got to go.
Gotta go. No, that's awesome. And you should.
That conversation endeared my boss to me. He was like, you know what? I respect you for A, having the guts to go through with it, and B, bringing it up so early. So that
no kidding.
Right.
And I mean, that's exactly what we were talking about, right? Like that's the employer that you want to work for that even has that positive type of response.
Yeah. Like, oh, great. Yeah. Have fun. Have a good. So, and that is how it should be responded to, is with a smile and a, hey, have fun. No worries. We'll work with you. So, this one was me, and I don't mind telling this one as no, not me, like I did it. I was the one on the receiving end of this ridiculous situation. So I was doing an interview, and the young lady sat down with me, and there were a couple of things on her resume that were a little, I don't usually use resumes in interviews. It's not something I believe in. I think it takes out the human element. It's just weird and awkward. But there were some things on there that were a little questionable, and I had some thoughts on. So I started asking her, and she would just make this real weird face, and she'd kind of do like that. And I said, okay, well, and these were basic questions, like, so, okay, it says these dates and these dates. When did you work there? And she would give me like years before it said that she worked, and different little details. So I finally looked at her and I said, is this your resume? And she said, no.
The old copy and paste.
She gave you on purpose. That is awesome.
So she literally just copy pasted a resume that she thought would land her the job with me. And I said, okay, and she told me, she goes, well, somebody told me that you should make your resume what people want to see. And I said, okay.
Not fabricate.
Not fabricate. I said, I see your confusion.
Yeah, when they change the resume each time, that's not what we mean.
Right.
That's not, no, we mean.
Okay, points for creativity and thinking out of the box. Negative points for lying. There's
boo on that one. Oh, and we did just have a comment to make sure that we acknowledge that marijuana is legal in certain states. All that. Yes. I was not in any way saying anything against use. Like I said, I have a seizure disorder, so I certainly understand people that need to use it for medical purpose or for even personal purposes.
Can I talk to that? You need to be careful who you're applying to, because like in California, it's legal. Okay. But if you're applying to a national company that's not based here, they still may not allow you to partake.
Yes.
If you want that job, and that's a term and condition in your employment. So you better know who you're going to be applying for if you're a job seeker before you toke up.
And not only that, it's the type of job. If you're going to be working around machinery, if you're going to be in security or anything like that, it's a no-go. So be very careful.
Why they can legally do that, in case anyone's curious. Well, it's legal in Colorado. It's legal in a lot of states now. And I personally have nothing against marijuana itself. I don't smoke.
No, I don't care. Yeah.
But it's fine. I'd rather you make it legal and tax it. I'd rather.
Right. 100%.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's
the point there. Jeffrey even said it too in his comment, is just make sure you know.
Right? Yeah.
Yes. Make sure you know. Yes.
If you're watching this as a job seeker, you don't know. Okay. So always err on the side of caution.
Absolutely.
Don't defend your rights before you even know who you're demanding with. But here's why they can do that, in case you're curious. It's federally illegal still.
Yes.
So, I hate to use the word Trump. Okay. It trumps state law, and employers that are national can use that federal guideline. They can use that to justify their position. And that's why,
100%. And that's correct. And actually also there's also laws about employers having to acquiesce to the states in which they are officed corporately.
Right,
so there's both of those things.
That's where the headquarters become part of the conversation. Again, if you don't know and you're looking for a job, keep your options open. Now, if it's a non-starter for you, you're addicted to it, or whatever, you just can't get off it, then fine. Then you just have to know going in that you've limited your options.
Ira, I think
there's
the comment you made there, which I think could translate to any job seeker, right, is err on the side of caution. I mean, you can look at that from so many different standpoints and positions, and you got to just be careful. Don't try to be extreme. I mean, people most times don't want to hire extreme people, right? They want to get to know you as a person, and so I think erring on the side of caution is certainly.
Well, let me take this even to the next step further, okay? And this actually, I just talking to somebody about this yesterday. They went to an interview for a management position dressed up in a suit and tie. Sounds smart, right? They didn't do their culture homework.
Right. That's everything.
When they went to the business, the guy that he was interviewing with, now this is the owner, was in shorts and a polo shirt. He said, you know what? If you did any homework, you would have known that we don't dress like that here. And he didn't get the job. Now, if you're a marijuana user and you want to continue to use marijuana, just do some homework. Look for companies that have that culture. And then
there are plenty.
Yeah, you'll fit right in.
It's fine. There's plenty of companies that just do not care. I have some as clients. They could not possibly care less.
And I think the overarching story there too is like, I think that's the same thing that we were talking about earlier with core values, right? Like find where your values align,
and you'll be happier.
And you will be
happier.
Everyone will be happier.
100%. So I want to tell one last story here, that really cracked me up, and it touches on two different things that I've had happen in interviews. To me personally, but this story isn't mine. A woman goes into an interview and brings her child with her, and a baby, little baby, and about 5-6 months old. And in the middle of the interview, starts to breastfeed.
Yeah, no.
And first, I want to just put it out there. I'm pro breast. Go on with yourself. Do it.
Interview.
But not in an interview, and please do not bring your children to an interview, especially a baby. That's weird. We also addressed yesterday, don't bring your mother. Please don't do that.
Okay. Let me ask you this, Catherine, just as a devil's advocate.
Let's do it.
What would you prefer, the baby or the mom?
Oh, okay.
You can't say either, because
no, that's too easy. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say I at least prefer the baby, because you have an obligation to that life to keep it alive, and maybe like your babysitter pulled out, you can't just leave the baby in the car.
Yeah, you're right.
So I'd rather that than you bring your mom.
No, you're right there. You're right.
So I mean that's just me. So I wanted to say there's no good answer though.
Well, no, I mean, I look, especially right now, I could see it, like say, hey.
No. First of all, COVID. Yeah, none of this applies during COVID. First of all, none of this applies.
You shouldn't bring your mother.
Well, don't bring your mother. No, but the baby. I've had dogs join interviews.
So if your mother comes to your interview, now I understand if mom's waiting in the lobby, right? Mom gave me a ride or whatever, but
that's fine.
We're gonna go.
That's fine. No, in the room.
Yeah, no, that's. I end the interview before mom even makes it into the room, because I don't.
That's what I did when it happened to me.
I'm not a micromanager. I actually just hired 3 interns on Monday. Okay, for Project Help You Grow.
Yes, I saw that, and congratulations to them.
I told all of them. I said, look, if you need a micromanager, this is not going to work for you, because that's who I am. I will give you tasks. I'll teach you how to do it, and I'll tell you when they're due, and then you do it. And if you need help,
and that is exactly what that communicates to when you take somebody with you, is that you are codependent. And I want to thank you so very much, Ira, for coming on and helping us and staying on with us through this segment. You were a blast
that was great
to have on.
Thanks, Ira.
Thank you. Anytime I can ever help you guys, you know how to find me on LinkedIn.
Oh, absolutely. And everybody check out Project Help You Grow. Go to their website. Go to our site, careerlaunch2020.com. They are also embedded into our site. Check them out. They're wonderful, wonderful projects, completely nonprofit. So please go check them out. And thank you, Ira. And again, international and remote opportunities.
Yeah. And remote.
Across the country. Yeah, and remote. Yeah, all over the place. So thank you so much, Ira,
Thank you
for joining us. And this next guest is yours, Dan. Bring him on.
Well, let's bring him in. This is a good friend of mine, actually, Daryl Martin. Hey, man, good to see you.
Hi,
Hey, good to see you
Daryl.
too. How y'all doing?
Doing good.
Doing really good. I like those headphones. This is
Yeah, those are cool. I was just looking at those like, I want those.
so let me
They're wireless.
And let me guess, is your favorite color blue? Because I see a blue background, blue headphones,
I'm
and
all
a
about
blue shirt.
Yeah, there you go.
let me do a little bit of an intro for Daryl. I've known Daryl for Daryl, what, over 20 years now.
Yeah.
And we've been good friends. Daryl has always been, honestly, one of the smartest people I know. And just always doing interesting things, always has challenged me in a variety of ways. And he's now doing some really cool things, and I'm excited to have him here to talk to us about these opportunities to different ways to potentially earn income. Before we jump into that, Daryl, I got a little bit of an intro here for you. So Daryl's has been trading for nearly 15 years from his home.
Wow.
He has since built a larger trading community built on the motto of THT, Traders Helping Traders. The community has a following of more than 30,000 members from over 40 countries.
Ooh.
And Daryl's simple approach to trading, involving step-by-step rules, money management, and trading discipline, has helped many new and experienced traders alike. And I know firsthand that he is passionate about helping other people, and really people that are looking for a different option for income beyond the corporate America space to achieve their personal goals. So again, welcome, Daryl.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. We've kind of been starting off everyone with talking a little bit about their career evolution. So can you share with us a little bit about your career evolution?
Well, I worked for myself as an entrepreneur, owned a telecom company. And after 9/11, a lot of that went out. And so I went to work for a publicly traded company. And in the course of that, sort of capped out on my salary. I couldn't make a lot more without working insane hours. And so decided to pursue, something else. And so I got into trading. I studied it for a while. And about a few months after I started trading live, I was able to quit my job. And was very fortunate because they ended up laying off about 80% of their employees over the next 6 months. So, depending upon corporate America, it can be obviously very difficult. And I was glad that I was able to make that move and that transition. And I just got into trading. I liked it because, I don't have to sell to anybody. I don't have to have a job where I report to somebody. And my income is dependent upon, how committed I am. And I just, the big thing is I found people who knew how to trade, who were successful at trading and knew what they were doing. And then I followed them. And I learned a lot because I never knew anything. I didn't know a thing about trading at all when I first started this journey. Like literally, it was completely foreign to me. What's an option? What's a future? What is a stock? And so I had to go through and learn all that. A lot of that I had to learn the hard way, reading a lot of books, going to a lot of seminars where I wasted my money. But I finally found some good people that knew what they were doing. Paid them quite a bit of money to learn from them. And one of my friends bugged me for a lot of years because I was building videos for my daughter, and she's 13 now. And I started making videos for her so she would know what to do in case anything ever happened to me. She would know how to trade. And one of my friends asked me, like, hey, let's build a website. And I'm like, why? It's like, who would listen to me? And he's like, well, you make money doing it, so people would listen to you. And he bugged me literally for, I don't know, a year or two. And finally, I decided to go ahead and make the website. And made the website. We had like 100 people join on, and then more people join on. And at first, it was just a basic education thing. And then people started asking for tools to automate a lot of the stuff that I taught. So I was like, well, if I'm going to have tools, I got to have programmers because I'm not one. So I ended up hiring some programmers, and it literally just snowballed from there. And we're almost exclusively referral based as far as our growth, getting to 30,000 people. It's just traders do well. They come in. We have people that have never traded in their life. We have people that bring on their moms, their sisters, their daughters, their cousins, their spouses, and quit their jobs. Yeah.
Tell me about that. I love any type of business opportunity where a primary source of new customers is referrals, right? To me, that says there are some great things happening there. Why is it that people are referring especially their family, right? Family and close friends. What is it about what you're doing? And I know the answer to this, but share with everybody what it is that you're doing to create that value and that inclusiveness, if you will, and how you do it different than other people.
But one of the things that we do different is we're not some company that charges you like $4,000 to buy my package and learn how to make money, right? We go in and I set this company up as if when I was starting, what do I wish I would have had? And that was my whole premise. And so I actually set it up for like the first month that you come in. I don't charge a dime and I don't ask for a credit card. And you get to come in and see everything. You get to see the training, the tools, the trade room. I call it Life Trades in the Room every day. And so that's a big part.
I think that's an interesting part, Daryl. Like you're not just you didn't just prop this up and you got your feet kicked up. I mean, you're actually in it every day, talking through trades. You're actually trading. You're actually that's the source of your income still, at least one of them.
Exactly, it's a main source of income. Yeah.
So you're actually people are working alongside of you, doing exactly what you're doing.
Exactly. Sort of like I'm looking over their shoulder. I'm helping them. I'm like, hey, we have this trade here. Here's the entry price. Here's the stop. Here's the take profit. And I mean, and we have foundational videos. I know you've seen some of those where it's just really basic. And if you don't know anything, it helps you. And like I said, a big part of our community that's different than other communities is it's not just a follow the guru. It's more like become the guru.
Right.
You know, we're here to help you to be on your own. So, I mean, I'll call out anywhere between 3 and 15 trades a day, but there are hundreds of trades day and night. You can trade 23 hours a day. So obviously I only like to trade for about an hour and a half myself, and I mean, that truly is my work day is about an hour and a half and I'm done. It's not something you have to do around
the dream.
Work insane hours. Yeah. And the rest of my day is actually helping other traders. And so we do chart reviews and, you know, THT, like, I teach everybody, like, when you learn something, once you know the answer to that, then if you know the answer for someone else, answer it. Don't wait for just me to answer it. And we have like 30 mentor rooms that are led by other traders on a complete volunteer basis. They help volunteer and review charts of other traders. They help answer basic questions. We really say there's no stupid questions. We may refer you to a video that you haven't watched yet. But beyond that, I mean, it's like I don't care how basic your question is. I remember when I was trying to place my first trade with TD Ameritrade, and I called them up and I'm like, okay, I want to buy a call on Sprint. And they're like, okay, tell us what you want to do and we'll do it for you. And I'm like, no, I want to learn how to do this.
Yes.
And that was my first trade. Now, I mean, I've done tens of thousands of trades since then. But I still remember that moment where I didn't know the most basic thing, which was just how to enter an order. And so we try to keep that mindset so people don't get, come in and feel like, oh, everybody knows what they're doing. I don't know what I'm doing. And, we try to make the training where it covers people of all levels. I mean, we have floor traders. We have people that have, managed funds before. And we have people that literally, have a GED and they're a janitor, and they're trading. We have Uber drivers. We have plumbers, I
think the other diversity component too, Daryl, is just like capital or dollars to start off with. I think oftentimes people think like, I got to have this huge amount to start trading.
You don't.
Can you speak to that a little bit?
That's a big misconception that you have to have a lot of money to trade. You don't actually have to have a lot of money to trade. You just have to be consistent. And one of the things that we do is I've actually partnered up with a company that funds people to trade. And so you go in and you take a test and basically showing that you can make X number of dollars without losing X number of dollars over, 2 weeks or more. I mean, it doesn't matter if it takes you 3 months or 2 weeks to pass the test. And if you pass the test, they fund you with $50,000 in your account.
Oh, wow.
And you don't take the risk. You literally, like, if you lose money, then you just have to start the test over again. And they're just looking for consistent traders. And because what they do is they pay out the first $8,000 and then they keep 80% after, or 20, sorry, not 80. They keep 20% after that. You keep 80%. So they're looking for good traders to make, a percentage off of a lot of good traders. And I tested out 6 different companies that do this. I only found one that I could tell was truly committed to helping other traders succeed. And so I went with that one company and I work with them, talk to them on a daily basis. We have hundreds and hundreds and I don't know, probably about 600-700 traders already that have joined up with them and, are getting funded. And so we provide the funding component, which is a big piece. Some people feel like, oh, well, things are too hard. They're too fast. We even have an automation engine that helps you automate the trading. Nice. So now you're still there. You manage it. It's not just a turn it on an ATM, you walk away. but you know, you're there to, it helps you keep up.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah, it would be. But it gets you about 80% there though. So
and I'm super interested in it. And by the way, I've just gotten into trading, and I think it's the most interesting thing in the whole wide world. And so by the way, I'm probably going to have my husband reach out to you, because this is something he's wanting to learn more about. And it's you know, there's so many articles, and you never know like which ones are actually good versus which ones are.
Well, I mean, there's so much, just to be blunt, there's so much crap out there.
Oh
you
yeah.
know?
And I have
just like there is in almost any field that works from home. You know, it's a hard thing to find. And that's one of the reasons why I do the free month. You know, it'd be really stupid of me to do a free month. And the second month, by the way, is $1. Okay.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So it'd be a very bad marketing plan to say, come try my product out for free.
And then stay.
And then it stinks. Yeah, we would have no customers. We wouldn't have thousands of customers, you know.
Right.
So they get to come in, they get to see it. And, you know, one of the things is we're trying to help people pay out of their profits, not out of their product,
Right.
know? And so by the time they hit the third month, hopefully they're making income and they've got the funding source and everything else put in place.
That's awesome.
You know, and I'm not going to tell you it's just like, it's not easy, but it is no way is it rocket science.
Okay. And so how much money? Oh, sorry.
we just trade two markets. We trade the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500. And we just focus on that. So we keep it really simple. It's not like you got to pick between 20,000 stocks. We don't even trade stocks. So we actually trade what's called futures, which are, you know, it's the same thing. You buy and sell, you know. The thing is, we can make money no matter what the market's doing. If it's flat, I mean, I've had people right now, the market's been pretty flat today. You know, they're trading while it's flat. If it's flying up, we're making money. If it's flying down, we're making money. So we can make money in any direction the market's moving. And you can sell first and buy second, which a lot of people don't know. They're like, how does that work? You know, and that's like, well, it's sort of like a pre-order at Walmart. You know, you buy the video game, and then a month later, you know, the video game comes in and you come pick it up, right? So that's them selling first and buying second, you know. So you can sell first and buy second, or you can buy first and sell second. And
I think this is a great skill, and it's something that's gonna. I mean, this isn't gonna go away, right? This is just gonna keep going,
this
and
is
it's
one
gonna
of the
keep
things.
growing.
No matter what, you don't have to worry about technology changing, whatever. It's always going to be here.
Right.
I mean, my 7-year-old son trades, so he
That's
came in.
So
this
cool! I love it.
He came in this morning with me, and he wanted to buy a new Lego set. And if he wants to buy new toys, he has to come trade. And,
oh yes, I love that. You're teaching him entrepreneurship. I love it.
He needed to make $50. He made $96 this morning. So
good for him.
And that was in about 15 minutes, and then he left for the day. So
that's phenomenal.
His day of work for a 7-year-old made $96 in 15 minutes, and he went back and played with his animals or whatever after that.
First of all, I fully commend your parenting style, and I have some great stories about little kids that think that way and that have become successful, interesting people because of parenting like that. So great on you for that. But let's talk real quick about realistically speaking, what are some I know it doesn't exactly work this way, so you'll have to kind of translate this, but kind of some part-time style income somebody can make from this versus somebody who really wants to get into it and do it. What is the potential for, let's say, somebody who has $10,000 to work with? We'll start with that.
One, you don't have to use your $10,000 to work with.
Right.
Because you can get the funding and you could have $50,000 and not risk anything.
Right.
So it sort of goes either way. It doesn't matter whether you're 10,000 or 50,000 or 100,000. I mean, you can go in there and start. I mean, I got funded with $300,000 accounts, 2 of them. So, so they have bigger accounts and smaller accounts and all that stuff. And it's like $170 to basically take the test. So like I said, you have as long as you want to take it. Or you can fund with your own money if you want to do that as well. $10,000 is plenty to go in and trade with. And what we teach is we teach 3 trades a day. Okay.
Okay.
And what are we going? We're trying to make 3 net trades. And so on one trade, let's just say you're doing single contracts, that would come out to $50 a trade.
Okay.
All right.
So about 150.
$150. Yeah. Maybe, a little less with commissions or whatever, but about $150 a trade. And when you do that, you're done. You stop for the day. So that may take you, yesterday, that took us 15 minutes.
Nice.
Today, that took about an hour and a half, So it depends upon how many trades come up. And we have traders that trade at night, part-time. So they come in, they start at 8 o'clock and they trade till 10,
Okay.
So, and they can make they can get the exact same, they can get 3 trades in those 2 hours. So it doesn't matter whether this is not a job where you're looking to sit down in front of a computer for 8 hours. It's something that you can do literally in a matter of, minutes or maybe a couple hours. A long day would be 8 hours. That'd be a really long day.
Yeah,
but
that's a long day.
but I mean, most of our days are usually, a couple hours or less.
That's
and
awesome.
And so if you think about making $150, if you're just doing that on one contract a month or one contract a day, and do it 3 times a day, 150, then, you're making basically $3,000 a month. So that's not a bad starting out for, an hour and a half a day. Right.
Right.
And then you go to what we do is we tell people to do that for 3 months to be consistent because we really want to build consistency. Okay. On the second month, they go to 2 contracts and they've made quite a bit of money. And we tell them to take out half their profits every month. Okay. So that way you're getting paid. You're not.
And I want to step in real quick that Daryl, you're talking through this, but this is all spelled out in your process, your training, and how people go through the process to understand how to do this. So it's not like you're just spitting it out and they got to remember it all. I mean, you put videos together. You've helped. Yes. You've helped break this down for people to really understand.
And and that's phenomenal. And by the way, educating people for this kind of thing.
Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, educating people with this kind of thing is so helpful because it's something that even when COVID hits, right, or something just completely, or you lose your job, it's still something you can do to have some kind of income. It's a skill. This is not a scam. It's not it's a for real skill that you can use every single day. People do it for a living. It's a thing. It's basically Wall Street, but from home. So this is very, very viable, folks. If you're looking for secondary income or even a primary income, if you really want to grow yourself like that and you want to have flexibility and things like that, this is a great opportunity.
Yeah, that 3 trades a day as you grow your contracts, and I'm not talking about exponentially growing. I'm talking about eventually you get up to 7 contracts. That turns into a 6-figure salary of about $250,000 a year.
Yeah.
Just doing those 3 trades a day. So it's one of those things you never change the amount of trades you're doing a day. So it's something that you get to keep small. It's just now instead of making $50, you're making $350 a trade.
Right.
So now you're making $1,000. But I don't teach people to go infinitely up. I think, that you get ridiculous when you start doing numbers like that.
Yeah.
But I teach over the period of 9 months, slowly you're adding 1 contract, 1 talk. And once you get to 7 contracts, it's literally a $20,000 a month salary doing 3 trades a day.
That's amazing.
And so whether you have a full-time job already, or you even have another work-at-home job that you're doing, or whatever, it's something that you could definitely dig into. And like I said, we have a big community that's here to help you, and we don't charge you anything to get started. Now, the one thing that it's going to take is that you have to want it.
Right.
Like you literally have to want it. My daughter is a professional rodeo barrel racer. She's 13 years old. She's won over a dozen world titles, and beat the pros of everybody. And when she first started, I told her, hey, I can get you the best horses. I can get you the best tack and equipment. I can get you the best trainers. And I literally got her the best trainers in the world. And I was like, I can get you all that, but I cannot get you the motivation and desire.
Right.
And so one thing I can tell you is when you hop into this, it's a whole new profession. Okay.
Yes.
There are going to be words that you don't understand. The charts are going to look like the Matrix, and you're going to be like, what is going on? And you're going to have to want to go through the education because it will become more and more clear as you go through it. You're going to have a goal. Like, I want to actually make this much, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make that happen. And so that desire, that drive, and I think that's true with anything. But especially when you're going into a brand new field where you don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
Right. You have to really have that up there. I mean, Dan, I know you've checked out our website, and we had some great talks, and we actually made some updates based on Dan's feedback.
There you go.
Came in and he's like, okay, these terms are confusing the crap out of me. What do I do? And so I was like, okay, go to this section. We had this training ready, and actually remade some of the videos to cover that stuff. And but you have to have the drive and desire. Would you agree with that, Dan?
Absolutely. I mean, I think you said it best, Daryl, where you said it's like it's a new profession. And so if you were going to go into a job every day in a new profession, would you just hope that it works out? No, you'd put the time.
Yeah, you dive in.
And you got to learn all the new words. You're going to be a doctor, a lawyer, all the new words you have to learn, right? Except for you don't have to study for 8 years to do this. You can study for 8 weeks and do this.
And I think that having those expectations, Daryl, and I like the way that you you push it out. No, you're only going to do this for 3 months, and then we're going to graduate you to this level. You've got to have the expectation that you're going to see it through this process, because I'm sure that you have stories of people that are like, I'm ready to go faster.
Oh, they want to come in and make $1 million tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's not how,
not life.
That's
Like,
not how
you get there,
anything
but it's going
works.
to take some time. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Anything
And
worth doing takes time. That's right.
anything worth doing is worth doing right, and it does take time. It's not immediate.
Well,
It's
the
Daryl,
important
not.
thing is to have a good plan and things set there and a good community to support you in that process. And that's what Apex offers.
100%. And by the way, so anybody who wants to contact you to jump in on this, which I think is a great opportunity, I highly recommend it. How do they what's the best way to get hold of you?
Hop on apexinvesting.com, and then the best link to go to is apexinvesting.com bootcamp. And you sign up there free for 30 days. There's also a live chat right on there. You can chat. You can call us. The phone number's on the website if you need want to call. But you hop in, and you can start right on up, and you can literally get inside the room. You can ask questions. But you can call us. We have multiple people here here to help answer your questions, whether it be online chat or over the phone.
Very, very cool. And thank you so very much for joining us. It was really cool. You were the first person, man. I said, you got any guest ideas? And he goes, yes. You were the immediate. There was so much enthusiasm. Okay, let's have him on. Let's do this.
Awesome. Well, it's been awesome to be on here, and I appreciate the opportunity, and hopefully I can help some people out.
Absolutely, man. Take it easy. Thank you so very much.
All right, thank you. Y'all have a great one.
See you, man.
Oh, so we have a few minutes before our next guest. Not too long, but we do have a few minutes. So you've used his platform, is that correct?
I've actually I was consulting with him, and so I was doing some consulting work from just a delivery standpoint and how they were communicating with their new customers. I can tell you that they are doing some pretty phenomenal things and really helping a lot of people. And Daryl came to me and said, we're doing some really great things and we're helping a lot of people, but there seems to be this snag that's happening in a few different places. Can you kind of help us figure that out? Because Daryl's been doing this for so long, and anytime you've been doing something for so long that you don't see the blocks. You just don't see the roadblocks because it's so second nature to you.
It's so true. Yeah.
And so that's another reason why I love what I do, is because coming into consulting, I don't have that a lot of times. And so I'm able to ask all the quote unquote dumb questions that actually help fix things. Right. And so Daryl, it was funny because I know Daryl so well. Right. And so we have such a long friendship that I could come in and just be blunt with him and just, say, and I'm kind of like that with most people anyways, but I just say, well, this doesn't make sense. How does this tie into this? And he goes, and then he'd explain it to me. And I go, well, Daryl, that makes sense to you. But if I'm a new person, that isn't. And so he said, you know what? You're right. I hadn't even thought about that. And so they just kind of reworked some things. And so that's my understanding. And that's how I help. And I continue to help him wherever I can. I mean, we're good friends. So
and real quick, guys, if we have a few minutes here, if you have any questions for us, any of the viewers, you can please put them in the chat, and we are glad to answer your questions, no matter what they're about. Even if you missed how to contact the guest, comments we'll tell you how to do it. And please connect to Dan and I on LinkedIn. Visit our site, careerlaunch2020.com. There's opportunities. You can connect to us, all of that. So please get on there as well. And thank you, by the way, all of you, for joining us. And to all of our guests that we've had on so far, we've had a great time with all of you. It's been a really, really, really fun time. So you've done that with him. I think that's so cool. And by the way, guys, I'm gonna pitch you here a little bit, Dan. So Dan Dan is awesome. He's actually COVID, all the joy is there. So he is actually looking for his next big opportunity, and has an incredible skill set. I mean, I'm telling you, I think this guy could run a company if you asked him to. Just throw him in there. He's done consulting. He's obviously got the chops for management. I can tell you by the way that he came in here and worked as a partner for me in this event as a guest co-host. He's collaborative. He's bright. He will jump in any way that you need him. He will cheer you on. He literally sent us a video this morning cheering about the show. This guy will give you all the energy that you need. So if you are looking for someone to join your team that will bring all the energy and be one of those whatever you need kind of guys, this guy over here is the way to go for that 100%.
Well, that's incredibly sweet and nice of you. Thank you for that. Yeah, I've really been enjoying this space. I've enjoyed collaborating with just really smart professional people like you.
Thank you.
And really in a unique environment, pushing myself, pushing my boundaries. I can tell you right now, a year ago, maybe less, there is no way I would have volunteered for something like this.
But you're so good at it. You're natural. I would swear you had your own show.
I've actually have found this. I have this newfound confidence in kind of connecting with people, and I've been doing it a lot, actually. And in fact, when I get new connections, I send all of my new connections a video message. And in that video message, there's an opportunity to actually schedule time with me on my calendar. And so I've been connecting with people, and that's really helped. And I think, and this really is a message for all kind of career transition and job seekers out there, is that when you start stepping outside of what you think you can't do, it's amazing when you just jump into it and try. Not only listen, there's still times where I get on things like this, Catherine, where there's like a sweat going down the middle of my back, right? Where it's, but I know, here's what I do know, is that on the outside of it, after this is all said and done, and even now, after 15 minutes of being in here, I mean, the joy and the excitement, and I do love doing this type of stuff, and I do love connecting with people, and then I get the feedback from people because people are just so incredibly encouraging and nice, right?
Right.
And so I think when we step outside of what's comfortable for us, what we actually find is a supportive group of people that want to lift up, want to help, and want to just help people succeed. So
100%.
That's what I've 100%. Been enjoying. And so thank you.
No, you absolutely. And I meant it. It's not fluff. So I always tell people I never plug somebody I don't believe in. I don't give those random recommendations on LinkedIn that where you don't even know the person and you endorse them or whatever. I never do that. It's only if I actually know you and I actually believe in you and that type of thing. So yeah, no, absolutely, man. And I wish you the best of luck in your search. So we have a guest coming on with us now. Her name is Linnell. She is also from the DFW area, and she runs a really interesting company. Let's see if we can bring her on. Where'd she go? Here she comes. Hey, Linnell. Oh, you're on mute. You got to unmute yourself. It's okay. We've all had, there you are.
Need to get it together, right?
Oh, Lordy. Good. Good. And by the way, you made my morning this morning with your turtle video. I just had to tell you that. It was
oh my goodness.
So
I don't know.
cute.
Animals, nature loves me. It finds me, it gravitates towards me. I don't care what it is. Okay.
It's true. I met Linnell years ago. I helped put on an event manage an event called Pitbull Pride in Dallas, Texas. And Linnell was there, and she and her company had very generously donated one of the prizes for one of the events that we had in the competitions. And I met her, and I had a dog at the time that was a rescue, and she'd had a bad life. It was not good. And she was still very much afraid. Everybody walked right up and plopped down by Linnell like, hi. Like, what you doing over there? So
me the nature whisperer, and I see stuff that they wouldn't even imagine. If it's a walking stick, if it's a praying mantis, I don't care what it is. I'm the first always to spot it if we're outside. So I don't know.
I love it. Nature just wants to talk to you. They just want to go, hey.
Yeah, I'll take it.
There's worse skills to have. Right. I think that kind of makes you a Disney princess. I think.
Okay, that's my takeaway. I'm a princess.
I think that's what it is. Yeah, that's my niece is that way, and that's what we call her. We call her our little Disney princess. So, so I wanted to try to talk about. So first of all, tell us about Divine and what you do.
Okay, well, Divine Events, I felt like came to me at a time that I was kind of transitioning out of an accounting world, and just wanted to do something that was, that I just love to do, and helping people create memories, doing things for people. That's just who I am. And so as I was praying about it, I thought, well, you're always planning events on an amateur level. Why don't you take that over, and see if you can make a living doing it? You love to do it. Yeah. So that's where Divine came from. I just took the whys. obviously, and replace the I's in that because I felt like that was my divine moment to change my life. And there you have it. That's how Divine Events was born.
It's a cool company. It's kind of a unique event company. And by the way, I've actually seen Linnell's work. And she helped a friend of mine with her wedding, so I can personally vouch for the quality. But you guys, do you still do the date night scenario? That was my favorite product that you did. I thought that was so unique and so cool.
Yes. My thought process behind bringing in some things that were a little bit different is because obviously I went out and looked at a lot of other event planning companies around the area and just wanted to see, what would really kind of set us apart, make us a little different. So my husband and I, who are both a part of the marriage ministry, decided to come up with a package that's an in-home candlelight dinner package.
Right.
And at the time, you're thinking there are some people that don't always want to get out. We know how busy Dallas can be.
Oh, yes.
Sometimes just for something a little different, I thought, why don't we bring that 5-star experience to the home? That way people don't always have to get out there and fight the traffic or the crowds. It turned out to be a great thing. People loved it. It took off. And we actually did that quite a bit before I started getting into the bigger things like weddings and, just kind of keeping it small scale. Yep.
I thought that was the coolest thing in the world that you thought of. It's such an intimate thing. And Dan spoke earlier in the event about how important it is to him to be a good husband and to actually take steps towards being a better husband and how he puts that in his goals. And so first of all, Dan, so you need to hit this lady up over here.
I'll take care of you. I will definitely take care of you. You'll have big kudos by the time it's all over with. I promise.
Trust me.
We need something like that more now than ever. I'll tell you what.
And that's what I was going to say. I mean, have you gotten that kind of request right now? I'm curious. Or have people been like, ooh, there's still people coming in my house? I don't know.
Yeah, I haven't. And I think probably because at one point we were on such a lockdown situation. I don't think anybody was thinking about any of that at all.
Oh, that's true.
Everybody was staying in and they're cooking, hoping to see as it, gets a little bit more now, it's kind of getting more casual and relaxed that, people do start. I had stopped even kind of promoting it. I'll be honest, because I was wondering myself, where does my business go from here?
Sure.
Right. Good grief. Yes.
I do weddings. I've done international events that have drawn 300 to 400 people. Now we're not able to congregate. So I got a little sad about that. I thought, what's going to happen to event planning, And so just when I thought, well, maybe I'm just done, on that scale and thank God I have some other streams of income and other things I'm involved in, it really occurred to me that would still be something that would be really a great idea for people. Obviously we'd be making sure that we're safeguarding and that sort of thing. But you're right. I think that package really would benefit a lot of people who are still kind of wanting to stay in.
Right. And also just to bring the intimacy back. Right. But when you get out of a stressful situation, you tend to have forgotten that aspect of your life and that joy that you get from that other person. And it's so important to reconnect. And even carrying that into the professional element, if things aren't right at home, and this is true, I've worked with, thousands of people and I've done a lot of recruiting and I've consulted and all this. If home's not right, work's not right. And people go, I can leave it at home. I can always tell. And I'm pretty good about, I can put on a face and all that, but the people that really know me and they'll still go, you're moving a little slower, you're being a little weird, or you're not interacting the same way. And that's what it is. So I think that connection is really important. So when you're going through, so right now, as you're looking at marketing again, because we were talking about this earlier, that the cold sales pitch is just right now, it's gone on. Nobody wants that. What are you going to do to market and that type of thing and to promote the company?
Well, at one point, obviously myself and the few team members that I had, was just 5 of us. So we're a small team.
Yeah.
We were able to do a lot of the promotions, marketing, and that sort of thing. So, it wasn't something I had to necessarily outsource, but I have even been considering that because I feel like COVID is changing everything so much. I may need to go speak with someone who's professional in that lane just to see, because they're the pros. I'm not
Yes.
necessarily someone who knows marketing firsthand. So speaking with them to find out what they really think is the best angle is
Right.
probably what I'm contemplating doing next. Now, I did
Okay.
decide to also implement a couple of other things. I'll share with you all later some beautiful outdoor settings that are going
Ooh.
to be really marvelous. That way, if they're going to take it to the park or whatever, they can still call us to come out there and set up a
Oh,
very
that's
beautiful
cool. I
scenario
like that.
in the afternoon. So got a little few tricks up, up my sleeve, hoping we'll do what we need to have done. We'll keep you posted on that for sure.
That's awesome. And what about people that are looking to start a business, right? So we talked about this yesterday. We had on some entrepreneurs, and we talked about what it's really like, because everybody goes, "Oh, I want to be an entrepreneur. I want to be a business owner." You think that in your mind until you do it.
Yeah, a lot of research. That's what I'm going to tell you, and would be my best advice, because I'm going to tell you, I just leaped out there. I didn't do it. So and that's, I mean, a good thing as in a faith walk, but at the
Right.
same time, there's things that you definitely need to know if you want your business to be successful. And honestly, I literally leaped. So if it wasn't for a couple of just blessed scenarios that might not happen for everybody, like my opportunity to work with Steve and Marjorie Harvey, or some of the other things that I accomplished in such a short period of time, who's to say? That was exposure that I didn't expect to happen. So that was lucky, but
It's true. And I've got to say too, I think you actually embody this characteristic better than anybody else. The number one key component to being an entrepreneur is that you have to have the indomitable spirit, right? Where you nothing is going to beat you down. And Linnell, I will say, nobody stays positive and loving and caring and has that mindset better than you, I think. And nobody's perfect, right? But you keep that mentality. And how do you, on those bad days when everything is just knocking up against you and all that, and you just, how do you keep going? Because you have those days like where you do an event and it rains you out, or or whatever. We've been there. So and I used to do events, so I kind of know a little bit about that. How do you get through that?
My goal in the end is to satisfy my client. I don't want people to be customers. I want them to be clients, and I want them to know my spirit and know that, I'm here long term to make sure that the things that you want to implement with your family are taken care of, and a lot of times I think we can gloss over what someone else is trying to do. And that's a problem, because it's important to you. This is a moment that you might not be able to get back.
Right.
So I just keep and continue to remind myself that whatever it is, I mean, and I've been through some other things in life. So, whatever it is really not that bad. It's clearly about communication and just talking to each other and getting through it. So that's where that continued positivity comes from.
I love what you said, Linnell, about the leaping, right? I mean, you kind of said that maybe you were, and I'm paraphrasing here, but maybe you were a little bit of ready, fire, aim. But I kind of tend to side more with the ready, aim, fire side, right? But I think the important component of what you said is that you leaped, right? I mean, at some point you have to leap. At some point you have to. If it's early on and then you figure things out as you go along, that's one way. And or if it's you try to line everything up, listen, you're still going to have to figure things out after you leave.
Oh yeah. You're going to think you have it all together. No.
It's just at what point are you going to actually leap? I love that message. And then one other thing you said there, Linnell, that I wrote down actually is that, and you kind of said it pretty quick, but I heard it and it hit me, is I want people to know my spirit.
Yes.
I mean, that is such an interesting statement that I'd love for you to unpack a little bit for us and what that means for you and your business.
Everything is so drive-by. I feel everything is so rushed. They're super busy. So I have to think about, the time that I take in doing the things for the clients that actually want to hire me. If I come in there and I do this rush job, obviously it's going to be probably not up to standards. And I have certain standards. So if I want somebody to make sure that they're taking care of whatever it is I'm asking, then I need to deliver that as well. So, like she said, I guess that sunny disposition is there. Not everybody is set out to just get your money or just,
Right.
treat you any kind of way. There are business owners out here who really care about what they
Yes.
do. And I try to convey that from the moment that we consult, because they'll call me and say what they're interested in doing till, we're cleaning up and putting decor away. So that's just my biggest thing, just being good to people. And it's something
Yes.
ingrained too. This doesn't come in having a business. That's something that's just ingrained. You're either going to treat people with respect or you're going to,
Right.
you're not going to have clients.
Right.
So-
And I will say too, and you've worked with people with all levels of budgets, right?
Yeah.
You've done like barely have money, but we really need help level of budget, all the way up to nice, grand, like you said, international style events. And I can personally say, because I've seen it, you treat the little guy the exact same
people
as that big guy. Yeah.
Some of us have, yes, been blessed enough to do some extraordinary big things that have put us in upper echelon groups or higher tax brackets. But in the end, we are all people.
Yes.
We all deserve the same respect. So that's just how it is.
100%.
What a great message.
And I spoke earlier about keeping ethics in the business. So you're very much tying into that, because it's as you grow, and this, as you grow in a company, because you were in the workforce before you started this, it's so easy to lose that. It's so easy to lose that perspective and that mentality, and remembering to be grateful and remembering to treat people as people first, right? Hiring made human. We keep talking about that, treat people as people, be empathetic.
Yes.
And share the human experience together. That's so very, very critical. The last thing I really wanted to ask you about is, how do you keep your focus when there are outside distractions? And this is so relevant right now. I mean, everything political, and then we've had COVID, and you might have health problems, you might have family distractions, you never know somebody's personal situation, but how do you block that out and still keep going with your business?
I mean, everything that you just mentioned, from health issues to, like you said, COVID to political. I mean, it's everywhere you look. But I learned something with one of my former employers, and it was a concept called "be here now." See, if I'm not here in this exact moment, focusing on this particular conversation, my mind is all over the place. I can't answer you effectively, because I've got all of these things in the background, and I'm not going to say those things won't be there when you're done.
Right.
But one thing at a time. We get so overwhelmed with everything when it's just bombarding us. It's just bombarding us. So be here now was a concept that not only did that former employer train us on, but it was something that we could take into our life skills. You want to be attentive. You need to be in that exact moment at that time.
Well, I can tell. I know that the other thing I wrote down that you said, Linnell, was don't gloss over what they're telling you. Don't gloss over what their priorities are. And that, what you just said, speaks to that directly. Like, be here now means understanding what's happening with the person that you're working with, understanding them and helping them and providing solutions for them, and just not just immediately going to a solution, but really understanding where they're at. And I have no doubt that whatever's get thrown at you, you're going to figure it out and you're going to be successful. I mean, with that attitude and that mindset,
I'm sure. Let me tell you, I met Linnell for the first time, and I as part of my recruiter brain, as I call it, there's certain just things that I pick up, and the first thing I can pick up on in somebody is, well, two things: their energy and their potential. Absolutely. And when I very first met Linnell, it was like if you those people that say they see auras, which like this light just went on. It was like, there you go, a really unique, very interesting person. So I've stayed in contact with her over the years. But Linnell, thank you so very much for coming on. You've been a breath of fresh air.
Absolutely. Thank
You're so welcome. And again, Dan, if you need me, you just let me know. It's amazing to see the response. It's amazing to see the response. Surprise takes place, and even for the women who surprise their husbands, or vice versa, it's amazing, the response. So let me know if you need me. I'm here.
I might take you up on that.
Yeah,
Okay.
you really should. It's a really cool thing that she does. So, all right, Linnell, have a wonderful day. And if anybody wants
Thank
to
you
get
all
in touch
so
with
much.
Linnell, look up Divine. There goes her website down there at the bottom. Reach out to her if you have needs. Absolutely.
Thank you so very much. You all have a good day.
You
You
too.
too.
Bye-bye.
And I love Linnell. Man, she's
Man,
one of a kind.
that was awesome, man. What
Yeah.
just speaks to, well, a lot of things she said just speak into my soul. I loved it.
Oh, same. I know. And speaking of speaking to the soul, we have a very special segment coming on next. We have a repeat guest, Miss Sarah Runner. Where'd she go? Gonna get her in here. There she comes. And there she is. Hi, Sarah.
Hey, Sarah.
Hi. I think she's, a little bit of a delay, but that's all right.
Hi.
Hey.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Hey, shit. You should have seen our technology issues yesterday. It was tragedy. So you're here to shed a little joy into our day, and so tell us a little bit about the performance we'll be hearing.
Sure. I'm going to play just a little bit of a segment of first movement of CPE Bach's Sonata for Solo Flute in A minor. And just the first kind of a little excerpt from it. And CPE Bach, he was a German composer, and he was the fifth child of the notable Johann Sebastian Bach. And so this piece he wrote for flute, actually, but oboists, we steal it all the time because it's gorgeous. So,
All right.
All right.
That was awesome. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you.
So is that one of your favorites, or?
That is one of my favorites.
Yeah, I can kind of tell. You seem like you were pretty excited about that one.
Yeah.
So how's it going with the music world right now? What's happening? Any updates, or kind of same old from last time?
Yeah, it's right now a lot of the orchestras are figuring out how they're going to open up. There are some orchestras in Europe that have been able to do chamber concerts. They're very spread out, masked shields, but they're performing with basically for online audiences. The audiences are not being introduced back into the actual concert hall. But they're doing some live broadcasts like that, starting to get that going a little bit, and it's just so much uncertainty.
Yeah, Sarah, I actually had a question about that.
Other issue that orchestras are facing right now.
Sorry, I think we're on a delay, so I was trying to jump in there early, and sorry to cut you off. But I had a question actually that I thought would be interesting, and if you could maybe address it, because as you're talking about kind of being
don't worry about it.
in that online environment, or performing for online audiences, how do you think kind of this space, this industry will be changed forever? I could see this online offering just being a part of the landscape in the future for musicians, which then I think just opens up this broader audience opportunity for musicians. What thoughts on that, and kind of where you think that's going to go?
Yeah, I think that one of the things that is going to really take off is the live stream of orchestra concerts, regardless of audience or not. I think that there are several orchestras. Berlin Philharmonic they call it their live concert hall, and you can subscribe and you can watch basically any performance live. They live stream all their performances, and so I think that orchestras are going to continue to do that. And I think it's the way that they're working with some of their individual players, a lot of online features of their own players performing in their homes, things like that. I think that might be a trend that continues. So the several players and performers are doing online, like live stream recitals just for the virtual world. And on the business side of things, a lot of them are doing that for free, basically, for no charge. And just because this is what we do, we want to share what we have. And I think one of the things that could be really helpful is that you see these things, you can donate to that organization, the orchestra they're a part of, or if you have ticket subscriptions to symphonies, instead of asking for a refund, have that money go back to the arts organization. Is a huge help, because we're definitely the first ones to have our work canceled. And we're probably going to be some of the last ones to be able to return to work.
So, that's very true. I heard a friend of mine estimated about, he's just joining the show. A friend of mine estimated that they were still about 2 months out from being able to come back. So yeah, that's crazy.
At least, yeah.
Minimum.
It's been really interesting to see how technology's been introduced even more so, obviously for a variety of areas and a variety of business, but even in this space, in the artistic musical space, I was seeing different church services actually having musicians in their home playing together. But separated in their home. So I think it would be really novel and interesting to almost see, I don't know how you would do it, but almost to see an orchestra siloed in all of their different locations performing together. I mean, that to me would be just interesting. Not the music alone would be great, but then to see the technology work that way, I'm really interested to see how that continues to evolve.
Yeah, that's involves some major video editing skills that I certainly do not possess. But that's a lot of projects are emerging for those kinds of things, which is pretty amazing.
It is.
And we are able to teaching online lessons, teaching students and things online is obviously it's not ideal. There's so much that you can't see or do, and the sound and this and that. But it's amazing that the technology that was, as soon as this started to happen, it was everyone's like, switch to online. That's what we got to do, and the innovations people are coming up with and how to make that work it's incredible.
It is. It really is incredible. Did you have any other pieces to play for us, or we good? Or done, I should say.
Yeah. I'm gonna play a little bit. This is. Oh, what?
No, you're good.
Oh, okay. Sorry. This is a solo from an orchestral piece, an orchestral excerpt from. It's one of my favorite solos to play. This is a solo that would come up on an audition list for professional orchestra that you might see. So this is from Rimsky-Korsakov's Scheherazade.
Ooh, one of my favorites. That was beautiful. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
And thank you again for coming.
Pleasure.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for coming again as a wonderfully pleasant break in our show from the professional talk.
Good.
Yeah, I loved it. It was
Good.
great.
Well, that's what music. That's what we're here for.
That's right. Absolutely. And so everybody, I mean, Sarah will again one day be performing professionally. So is there a place that they can follow you or see you? Because I know you've been doing music throughout all of this. So anything like that where they can see what you're doing, or?
I've just been kind of sharing my private Facebook, Instagram, but they want to hear more. I do have a solo album that I released at the beginning of the year. It's called Oboe Unfolded, and it's works that I commissioned by composers for either solo oboe, solo English horn, and there's a piece with oboe and electronics.
Ooh,
which is pretty cool.
Fun. That's kind of cool.
And that can be found on iTunes, Amazon, Spotify. It's all on there, and so I'm working
amazing.
on getting all of those lumped together to do a live kind of album release recital. So.
Oh, cool.
That's
very, very cool. Well, keep us posted, please. And thank you again so very much for coming on. It was a true joy, and take care of yourself, please.
All right. Thank you so much.
Bye, Sarah.
Bye-bye.
Oh.
I wanted to jump in there some more, but I knew we were on a delay, so I was just going to let you take the lead on it.
Yeah, it's technology. What are you going to do? It is what it is. I love her. I've known her for years since we were teenagers. Really great human being and really, really cool. Really, really great performer. Very, very skilled. So we have our next guest, and this one's cool. We got an international guest coming in. So we have Sonny. Where'd he go? There he is.
I'm here.
Hi, Sonny.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Great. Thank you. Thank you. I think we have a little bit of a delay again, so that's okay.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Thank you. So you've actually had a very interesting career. So first of all, can you tell us a little bit about your career that led to your book?
Okay. Like you said, I've had a very interesting career. I first of all pursued a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering at the University of Benin in Nigeria. And then I grabbed a master's degree in project management from the University of Liverpool, United Kingdom, where I specialized in oil, gas, and energy resources. And besides that, I've been a preacher, 30 years a preacher. So,
wow.
And I'm also a leadership expert. So I have a really rich background in observing leadership, being in leadership, researching about leadership. And my book, Turning Every Leader into a Star, was written. People ask me, why did you write the book? And my answer usually shocks people because I say, I wrote it because I was tired. And they say, Sonny, you were tired? I said, yes, I wrote it because I was tired with a capital T. And they say, what do you mean tired? I said, I'm tired of seeing poor leadership on our planet. I was fed up of seeing poor leadership in our planet. That's one of the reasons I wrote the book. I was tired of seeing poor leadership. And I was tired of the way school curriculums were designed. Like I said, when you asked me about my story, I did mechanical engineering first degree. I spent 5 years in one of the best universities in my country. And in 5 years, we never underlined, we never took any course on leadership. And then we became engineers after 5 years, and many of us became supervisors in engineering companies. Now we have to lead. We never learned a thing about leadership. And then I went to the University of Liverpool and I did project management at master's degree level. And we took leadership as a course within just a module. Now, many universities did some research, and many schools all over the world. I talked with teachers in the USA, teachers in developed countries like Nigeria, my country. Students don't get taught leadership in elementary school. They don't get taught leadership in high schools. They don't get taught leadership in the universities. So most people, or most countries rather, all over the world, for you to study leadership at any serious level, you have to pursue a master's degree or a PhD. That is crazy. Why?
It is crazy.
One of the biggest problems in our world is poor leadership. And the biggest and fastest learners in our world are children. So we are not teaching the best learners leadership, and then we whine and complain and grumble about leadership problems in our world. And another reason I was tired of because of our politicians. I was tired of our politicians. I was also tired of those who voted for politicians. Why? Because politicians generally, they campaign rigorously to win election. They go to places they will never go to in their dreams. They shake hands with factory workers. They go to hospitals to see people, and then they win elections. And all of a sudden, now they have to lead. They have no clue how to lead because all of their efforts was put into winning an election. And then we who voted for them, we want them to lead. But these people are not leaders, and they are clueless about leadership, and they don't want to learn what leadership is. So they just stay there and dream of the next win in the next election after their poor tenures. And the biggest problem I have with us who vote is that these people promise 10 things, 20 items that I will deliver A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L. And then they stay in office for 4 years, deliver none of them, come back to us, lie to us again, we vote for them again. So I was tired. So my book.
Man, you're not passionate about this stuff at all, are you?
Yeah, right. No, I love this. You sound like me when I get going. I start preaching. I start going, hey, this is what it is. We got to do something about this. I love it. I love it.
Yeah. So I wrote the book to teach leadership. That is why in the book you will see I have 26 pictures, one picture per chapter. There are 26 chapters in Turning Every Leader into a Star, one picture per chapter, colored pictures. And in those pictures, I teach leadership in very simple but yet profound ways. Example, one of my illustrations in the book is the fingers. Every human has 5 fingers, on 5 fingers on both arms. So try using your thumb to touch all of your other 4 fingers. Let's go, Dan, Catherine, try it. Use your thumb to touch all of your other fingers. Try. How hard is that? Simple, right?
That's easy.
Quite simple. All right. Try using your other 4 fingers to touch all of your other fingers. You will be amazed at how hard and laborious it becomes.
That's what I got. This is what I have going on.
So I tell my readers that leadership is simple. Why? We are surrounded by leadership clues, and this is one of them. When you try to touch all of the fingers with your thumb, you can do it. Other fingers can't do that. Okay, now you want to pick up a gallon of water, 10 gallons of water. Try picking it up with your thumb, you will spend all night. Try picking it up with all of your fingers, it's a breeze. Why? Because the fingers are here to teach us about the power of teamwork in leadership. So there it goes.
That's a great analogy.
Clues, but many people, yes, and many people are not aware of it. So in my book, you see leadership clues. You're surrounded. You watch the whale, you're seeing leadership clues. You watch the lion, you're seeing leadership clues. So these are some of the foundations. And last but not least, I wrote my book because I was tired of my fellow leadership experts. Not all of them, some of them. When they wrote leadership books, they wrote as though everyone had a PhD in leadership. So they used big leadership words that scared the readers. And many people finish reading this book. Instead of thinking of how to lead, they begin to think about definitions in the book. Hard, big definitions because of the big terminologies. So I brought my book from a simple end. If you've never heard the word leadership before, you read my book, you understand leadership. It's simple, but yet it's profound.
I like that. And that is a great line. Leadership is simple, yet profound. It really, really is. So I like that. And I like the finger analogy. I'm going to start using that. that was really good.
You know what really struck me, and Sonny, that I really liked that you said there was, I like a lot of it, but what stood out to me is that there are leadership clues all around us.
Yeah.
And that hits me. When people ask me about leadership, and I'm curious on your thoughts on this, Sonny. When people ask me about leadership and my leadership style, oftentimes I go to this mindset of, I had a mentor once tell me years ago this, and I'll give you the shortened version, but he epitomized what it means to be a great leader. I looked at him and I thought, man, this guy is leader quality all day long. And I asked him one time, I said, how did you become such a great leader? And he, long story short, told me that he constantly puts himself in the mindset of a student and being a student of leadership. And so I've carried that thought forward of being this student of leadership. And so a student to me is looking for the clues, right? A student for me is picking up the broken pieces and figuring out how it goes back together. I'm curious in your life or where you're at today and who you're helping with. Do you see that as a leadership quality to be a student of leadership? And where do you apply that into kind of what you do?
Okay. That's a very brilliant one. I think the person you spoke about, your mentor, is really, he has a very good grasp of what leadership is, because leadership is about learning. One of the biggest problems in our world is that many people who find themselves in positions of leadership think that they're there because they know everything. That's why they fail, always. Being in a leadership position does not make you know everything. As a matter of fact, one of the biggest realizations that must hit every leader who will become a star is to realize their weaknesses. Realize what you cannot do.
Yes.
And then realize the power of learning. Learning is a very powerful tool. So every day is a classroom. There's an opportunity to learn as leaders. I will give you an illustration. I gave you a finger illustration from a human being. Now let's go to one of my animal illustrations in turning every leader into a star. The lion is called the king of the jungle. It's my favorite animal. I could sit for hours and hours and watch lion documentaries. Now, the lion is so feared, but yet, when this animal, recognized by humans and fellow animals as the strongest, when it wants to go for prey, to look for food, it does not go for the strongest animals.
Nope.
It looks at the flock. It picks out the laziest in the bunch. Why? Energy conservation. It understands that the fact that I am strong does not mean that every day of my life I have to look for opportunities to show strength.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
If I can use 1% of my energy to get my food, why expend 50% of my energy to get my food?
Right.
So that is why many people don't do well in leadership. Why don't they do well? They think that leadership is about achieving very big things all the time. The lion says no. Leadership sometimes is knowing about how to achieve a small thing here, another small thing there, another small thing there. And when they aggregate, it becomes a big thing. Yeah. So I agree with your mentor.
That's so
in the
true.
learning space, and the leaders who learn are the best.
Yes, and also one thing too, and I want to get your opinion on this. This is the one that I preach very hard, and that one of my biggest mentors taught me is that leadership is service. You know, people think that it's about power and it's about being, you know, the big boss and all of that. It's about service, talking to your people, understanding your people. So what are your thoughts on that concept?
I agree. I agree with your mentor 100%. Why do I agree? You see, like I said, I wrote my book because I was tired of poor leadership in our world. One of the reasons why leadership is failing in our world is what you're meant to identify. That people do not realize that being in leadership is not a place to show that I'm powerful, I should be worshipped, I should be adored. Right. Leadership is about service. Why? Because it is about people. For instance, all the leaders in the world, whether they are political leaders, whether they are leaders in corporate organizations, if there was no human being to lead, would they be leaders? Question is no. They will have no one to lead. They are leaders because they are people to lead.
Yes.
So when there are people to lead, then it means it is your responsibility. It's incumbent on you as a leader to serve them. I know many people, like Catherine said, they want to worship, they want to show that they are powerful. But the greatest leaders know that the more you serve people, the greater you become. Go all over the world.
Yes.
Ask people, who is the greatest leader you ever met? Who is the greatest leader you ever saw? Who is the greatest leader you ever had an acquaintance with? They will point to the people who served people. They won't point to the people who wanted power at all costs. People who served people, who cared about people, who had passion for people. Those are the people that all over the world we still revere today because they understood that leadership is service.
That's right. Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us today, Sonny. You were wonderful. Everybody, please check out his book. You can find it on Amazon. It's scrolling across the bottom right there, Turning Every Leader into a Star. It's really great. Definitely check it out. Reach out to Sonny, connect on LinkedIn. He's very friendly. He will strike up a conversation with you.
Yeah, I will.
and by the way, just a little quick side note. I've had a lot of Nigerian friends over the years. I love your parties. Best parties in the whole wide world is a Nigerian party. Best party in the world.
We like parties in Nigeria. Oh, we like parties.
Yes, you do. It's very true. Nobody parties like them.
We can plan parties for years, 2 years, 3 years in advance, just planning.
Oh yes, it's true. It's true. They do. So thank you so very, very much for joining us.
You are welcome.
I will talk to you soon. Have a wonderful day.
No problem. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, America. Bye-bye,
Nigeria.
Bye-bye.
Oh, that was cool. Yeah.
Wow.
That was a great perspective. I loved it.
I know. I love the analogy that he made with the lion.
Yes.
And about, you know, and then, you don't need to show strength every day.
No.
You know, that's such a, man, there's been so many moments today, and I think that's one of them.
Yeah, that was a really great moment. And speaking of people who can bring a lot of energy and really make a contribution. I am super stoked. So this is going to be our last guest of the day. And I have known this man my entire life. I'm not, I know he came along like 3 years into my life, but technically I feel like I've known him my whole life. So we're going to welcome in Greg Hutchison. Where'd he go? Let's see.
You have known me your entire life.
I have.
Yes, you have. And greetings. We are back to America, and particularly to Texas. So
you're right there by Dan. That's where Dan is. He's in Louisville.
All right, Dan. Well, hello. Cedar Hill, Southside.
Yeah.
It's been great, man. I tell you this, we've had a high energy show today. I'm sure you haven't gotten to catch all of it because you've been super busy, I'm sure. But thank you.
It was a lot of fun.
Isn't he great? I loved him. He was a hoot.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was really awesome.
So you actually, one of the reasons that I wanted to bring you on is that you have had one of the most, or you had at one point, you've been doing what you're doing now for quite a while. You had a very interesting career evolution. We've been talking about that's our theme for the show. And many years ago, when you very first came into our lives, you worked with my father selling pianos, right?
So let's really, you're right. Very interesting career path that I've had, and very, very blessed with what I have done, which includes moving from California to Texas. But yes, in fact, I will be attending a birthday party this evening for Bill Everett, who is 97 years young and owns music. So Bill was instrumental in my coming to Texas. Now, I've always had a finance part of this. I owned 2 music and television stores in California, which many of you don't even know what a TV store is. So TVs with large wooden boxes around them. And I had one in a mall and one freestanding, and that's what I did for several years. Had a ball, great time, rented movies for $80 a night. You had your choice of VHS or Beta back then, right?
Wow.
Yeah. So, so my best friend, who ironically, me and him had a singing and guitar and music playing duo together. I went to work for Merrill Lynch 40 years ago. And I have now been with what is now Morgan Stanley, was originally E.F. Hutton, Solomon Smith Barney, Shearson Lehman Hutton, and now Morgan Stanley. We have dropped the Smith Barney name. And in my 32 years, I have moved 1 time. So I have been in my current office at the Dallas Galleria for the last 22 years, although I've been working at home now for the last 2 months. So,
yeah. So how's that going? How is working from home going for you?
Fine. It's forcing me to learn much of the new technology. I have now, Zoom is now in my life, as so many people. You knew about them. We have always been able to do this. We have had wireless or at-home capability. In fact, one of my best friends at work, he spends half the year in Crescent Butte, Colorado, half the year in Dallas. He has homes in both places. So as long as we can get to a computer and a telephone, we can do business, and I plan on doing it until they put me in the ground. So it can be done. And I am on 5th generations of some families. So throughout my career, this is where the clients come from. So I wanted to throw in here that, and I sent this to you in my email, I really don't care what your degrees are in college at all, okay? And even though my 2 degrees were in both music and engineering, really my 2 degrees were in hops and barley, which I talked about for a long time. I partied all the time. So anyway, so Martin Merrill said, boy, I'd be perfect for this business, which has been just fabulous. I am luckily, out of us 5 kids, I have the financial and economic bones of the family versus my 3rd brother, who's a doctor, and I have not a ounce of doctor in me whatsoever. So people would die. So anyway, I tell young people to come into the business, there's a couple of career paths, and I just had this talk with a young man who just interviewed with Ameritrade. He will come on board in one of the Ameritrade offices, in fact, in Fort Worth. He will take phone calls from people wanting to figure out the website, figuring out what to do with their 401k, should they up their contributions, and so on. So he will be answering those questions for them. I had suggested to my son, Patrick, that Fidelity would be a wonderful place to start. Fidelity has a wonderful training program, and they are one of the major players in the retirement plans in our business. They really do know what they're doing.
Yes. Yeah, they're great.
You can either be on the phone, the 1-800 number, answering the questions I just addressed, or talking to brokers. So many people like myself. And you'll build up a clientele. You'll talk to a number of brokers. You'll be signed a territory. So you might talk to the North Texas brokers. Then after a while, you might then get out in the field and start visiting those people, face to face.
So I wanted to ask you. So you're talking about you don't care about the degree for this type of role, and I have kind of an inkling. But what do you look for when somebody says to you, "I want to come join you. I want to learn this. I want this to be my career"? What are you looking for?
People who I detect care. People who will eagerly answer these people's questions and give them direction, give them financial advice. People who care about relationships, who, after giving them advice, hopefully the right advice, and they will continue helping for a beginner. But it's wonderful that even though you may know nothing about investments, even though you think you're a wonderful day trader, that's a whole nother subject, but you put those people's monies with mutual fund managers or professionals who run their money for them.
Right.
So you get to know a Pete Lynch at Fidelity. You get to trust Pete. You recommend the Fidelity Magellan Fund. And one of my favorite stories I've told through the years. So 1974, I suggested you give $100,000 to this man at Fidelity. And over the next 2 years, you watch that $100,000 go down to $40,000 in value. It dropped 60% in 1972 to 1974 when me and your father were getting out of high school. And you called me up and yelled at me and said, this guy's obviously an idiot. No, he's not. And I told you to sit tight. He's a very, very bright individual. And 8 years later, your $100,000 were worth $550,000. Even though it went from 100 down to 40, it turned around and went back to $550,000 for an average return of 18%. So I look for people who believe in this, who believe their long-term investments are better with us than with the bank. Right. Banks are safe places to keep your short-term money and write checks. Okay? Right. We deal in the money that you need to have when you turn 65 or 70 years old when you think you want to retire.
Right.
So,
hey, Greg, no one's writing checks anymore, by the way. Just want to throw that out.
Tell me about it. So I'm very heavily involved in real estate also, and we talk about where is real estate going. So in banking, brick and mortar, your generation, you're right, doesn't go into a bank. And that's been kind of funny about this pandemic. It has forced many of the older people to do mobile banking and to use, what's the one we use? Starts with a Z.
Zelle?
Venmo and
Zelle.
Zelle. Thank you. Yes, which I am still learning about. And I still don't know what a virtual currency is. I leave it to people that know that stuff and understand it and try to figure out if you can actually make money at it. Right. But yeah, I know. Oh, I know. It's been quite a transformation. Where
it is.
To comment on my business, I'm in the ivory tower. So I'm with Morgan Stanley or a Goldman Sachs or Merrill Lynch. We don't want to see the average person on the street. We want to be up in the ivory tower, seeing only the wealthy. Okay. We don't want to. The poor teachers and the beginners at our business, they get no help.
Oh gosh.
And by the way, the government doesn't care about you either. So something I have to explain. But yeah, you're right. We don't write checks.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. And so when you have the people that have less money, because you are the ones that started giving me advice on investing and all that, and that you don't have to be a millionaire, you don't have to be wealthy, right? You can just start with, a couple of thousand or something like that, so.
Great thing to teach a 401k people too. So first off, you always do at a place you work, your 401k, because they might match part of that. So that's a good thing. But it takes market timing out of the equation a little bit each month. And as I sit down with people to budget, I mean, good grief, to go to a Cowboys game is what, $200 a piece?
Minimum.
But so why not also put $200 into a mutual fund each week? Okay. Certainly each month, So
right. And, absolutely.
Yeah. And what we do is confusing and complex. So, putting it into a Roth IRA, putting it into a brokerage account, you do need to build up a short-term nest egg. So life sends you little expenses. Car breaks down, you need a deposit to move, you're buying a house, whatever it might be. Yeah.
Right.
So my new hats are financial planner, insurance agent, investment advisor, half lawyer. Yeah, I need to have and constantly working on the legal end. Mm-hmm.
Oh gosh, I'm sure. And I think it's so cool to hear about these types of jobs because it's not going anywhere, right? What you do is not going anywhere. It's just gonna be there. The market's gonna go up and down and sideways or whatever, but it's still gonna be there. So if somebody wanted to learn this, to get into it, what recommendations would you make to them?
Start small. It may be a bank you should start at. It may be with a mutual fund company. It might be with an insurance company. And get your training in. So you go and you get licensed. Series 7 in my business, Series 6 in banking, insurance license, commodity license. I'm a licensed realtor as well. But you get all those licenses. You find a good training program. Should be 6 months in length.
Okay.
I was fortunate to start with E.F. Hutton and ran off to New York for rah-rah sessions and got to do the big test. And they're not easy tests, 250 questions that you have to go through, very complex tests. And then latch on to senior members like myself.
Right.
So I'm always on the lookout for a young, enthusiastic, someone who understands technology. That is a vital part of our team. They're bringing in new accounts, they're networking, they're seeing people, they're talking to Elks clubs, they're talking to whatever, large groups everywhere with that. So that's going the route of what I do. A lot of people come to me and want to become analysts. They want to sit around a computer and recommend mutual funds to me, recommend stocks to me, annuities, whatever it might be. Okay.
Right.
I have wholesalers who do that for me already. So I have representatives from Fidelity, Vanguard, whoever, coming to me and saying, hey, we're the best. You need to use our funds, ETFs, indexes, whatever.
Right.
So good training program, Catherine.
All right. So training is everything. And I like what you said about latching onto somebody senior. That's so crucial. OJT, we had somebody on yesterday talking about on the job training. Imperative, having somebody that's really lived it and really done it. And I recommend that for any profession. If you're looking to break into something new, find a mentor. Find somebody who will really spend time with you and teach you. It just makes sense. It just does. I mean, it's just common sense. But thank you so very much for joining us today, Greg.
Boy, that's 15 minutes was fast.
I told you. See, it doesn't seem.
Wow. Nina told me to pull the hook on me, so yeah.
Well, if you want, I was going to do one last segment of funny interview stories, and then we talk about what should have happened. So if you want to stay on with us and participate in this, you are very welcome to do so.
I am going to be listening. I got to run in. The market closes in 30 minutes.
Oh, yes.
What do you guys call it? Multitasking?
Yes.
Trying to do two things at one time.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that sounds fun though, Catherine.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so very, very much. Have a great rest of the day.
Well, and hope to see you someday. When I'm
I'll be back. I'll be there in late June, so we'll definitely get together. Yeah.
Sounds good.
All right, man. Take it easy.
All righty.
Take care.
Oh boy. So it's just you and me. And then in about half an hour, we're going to go right into Who You Know, job networking show.
Yeah. So if you're unfamiliar with the Who You Know job networking show, hang on. It's it's a great resource. It happens every week at Wednesday at 3 Central Time.
Yes.
And I actually jump in and watch it every week. It's on my calendar. And they do a great job highlighting.
Yes, they do.
Lots of resources for job seekers. So it's going to be a great opportunity.
Yes, I'm really excited about it. And they've got a really cool guest coming on. I'll let, they'll go into that for you. And Trevor, who was our co-host yesterday and got us through some of our bizarre technical issues. He is the one of the main hosts on Who You Know. Really great dynamic team. And Dan, tell us again. You did at the beginning of the show, but for those that were maybe not tuned in, then tell us a little bit about your relationship with the Who You Know.
Absolutely. I've been in career transition now since the end of 2019. And I was really looking for opportunities to enhance my search process and find new and creative ways. And I felt like I was on the leading edge of being creative and unique in my search, because again, in career transition, what are you ultimately trying to do? You're trying to stand out. You're trying to be the colorful resume in the stack of resumes, right?
Right. Absolutely.
And so how do you do that? Well, there's just so many ways to do that. Again, I thought I was on the leading edge of that. I went to the workshop that those guys put on, and just walked out of that with a whole cadre of new ways to think about how to go about this process. And so Trevor's very generous in his description of me. They provided the resources and the ideas, and I just ran with it. I just actually implemented it. And then how I actually think in the different positions I've been in, and just how I operate as a person, is that I'm like, okay, this is a good way of doing it. And even really, they were doing it really great. And then I always think, okay, is there a better way for me to do this? Or can I add on to it? They were already doing it great. I just made some tweaks and added some things, and then I'm really consistent with it. Anyone that's been successful with doing anything, in my mind, is just consistency at trying, right?
Right.
So I just jumped all in. And so some of the tools and techniques that they offer there in their seminar that they do. And by the way, they do that for free.
Yes, I know. Isn't that amazing? Just another group that just wants to help people. God, they're so cool. They really are.
It's an organization, and really it's, Trevor and Mark and Foster who helps out as well. They are just providing resources to job seekers and helping them get landed, and then helping, because again, like we were talking about so many times today, Catherine, right? It's like, if you're not keeping up with how to stay ahead, then you just become another pile. And I heard yesterday, Trevor, and this is kind of his slogan, is that you will go into the black hole.
Yes.
Right? He talks about that all the time.
Yes, he does.
True. It's so true. And so how are you going to, again, be the colorful resume in the stack of resumes? And then ultimately for me, so they provided those ideas and thoughts, and that really helped. And then now I'm actually finding myself connecting with people that are like, hey, how do you do these things? And I'm like, well, let me walk you through it.
Let me show you. Let me show you how to do this. And that's awesome. And it's all about helping. And just like how Ira was on the show earlier with Project Help You Grow. And everything he does is free. And this is stuff that other people charge for. And then your friend Daryl, teaching people, about futures and all that. It's so awesome. Just people that want to give back, and people that want to, that just want to contribute and all of that. I think it's wonderful. Honestly, really do.
If you are watching this and you're thinking, ugh, I feel stuck, I don't feel like there's any help out there for me, I would challenge you and say that you just haven't looked, because you could just stumble into people wanting to help you. You have to do some of the legwork to find it and do some of those. But what I have found is that these groups and these individuals, you do a little bit, even if you did a little bit, they will pick you up and give you so much back in return. And for me, that just fuels the fire, right? Someone
Right.
that wants to go out of their way to help me, I'm like, well, I'm not going to let your suggestions and help go to waste. I'm taking that to the next level.
Right, absolutely, and I do that too. I always like to, I say I take it and run, just take it and just go right on through, and that's absolutely right. Look for people that'll help. LinkedIn, that's how I found you. That's how I found Trevor. That's how I found so many people that I've connected with, and it's been really, really wonderful. And I don't remember if that's originally how I found Nina, who's, by the way, been running our whole show. Thank you so very much, Nina. It's just she's been absolutely spectacular. Helped us find some of the guests today. Had people that, gave us shout outs, to get more people to see the show. So she's really been valuable. Just reach out and connect to people. Just, and it's okay if you're an introvert, do it on LinkedIn or something so that it's comfortable for you. Facebook has great groups. If you're comfortable doing networking events, get out there and just talk to people, just strike up conversations. It's not that hard.
Now it's like, for a long time, I would classify myself as an introvert. And I've kind of broken out of that shell a little bit, but I can very easily go back to that. Now has never been a better time for people kind of in that mindset to be connected, because we're all kind of siloed and isolated, and so everyone's kind of by themselves, and so so there's no excuse anymore.
Right.
You just got to jump out and really take the first step, take the first leap. I do, Catherine, you mentioned Nina. I know that she's not so excited to be on camera, but I'd like to bring her in just for a minute.
Come on, Nina. Come on and say hi. There she comes.
There she is.
Nina.
And just really, thank you. For those of you that don't know, Nina is in the background and she is coordinating a lot of things. All of it. We have a private chat for the hosts to be able to see, and she's coordinating the guests coming in and giving and letting Catherine and I know when we could take breaks and countdowns, and she's just back in the background churning. And
I tell you, Nina, you've been really helpful with that. The first show which went great, but we just kind of winged it.
Yeah, that's
and it's been nicer to have the help, to go, okay, now you can take a break, now you can do this, now you can do that. So it's been really, really nice, and thank you.
Well, thank you. It's really been fun. I try to watch as much of it. Well, I watch all of it.
Right.
So yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and it's always, it's wonderful to get this sort of perspective from all these different types of people that we get on this show. So,
and we have really international talent today.
That's right. That's right.
That was exciting.
And this is a time for people to reinvent themselves and to really, start to think out of the box a bit. And I think it's fantastic that, all of these great people can come on and give a great new and fresh perspective in ways that people have probably never thought about, themselves in this place before. Like Dan said, he never imagined himself doing this, and now here he is hosting a show with an awesome looking microphone.
I know, I love the mic. I do. And by the way, congrats, Dan. You made it through the whole show standing up. I just want to say I am pretty impressed with you right now, sir. I didn't even fidget that much, by the way. I was kind of like, I noticed that at one point, like halfway through the show, I was like, man, he's really not fidgeting very much.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, that was, it was great. Thank you so much. And by the way, again, anybody looking for an opportunity, please go to careerlaunch2020.com. We even have Project Who You Know site embedded onto ours, so you can see all the jobs there. Go to the opportunities page. My company page is there, and all the positions I'm hiring for, including truck drivers for Wahid, who was on the show yesterday. And I can also hook you up with LeVar Bennett, who was on the show earlier, but you can also find LeVar on LinkedIn or by going to his website, trueexperienceins.com. So definitely reach out to anybody. Oh, and also Casey. Sorry, I nearly forgot you, Casey. Casey is with VIP. She has some accounting roles in the DFW area. Please, reach out to her. Also, if you're in DFW and you have a need and it's not accounting, Casey knows everybody. Reach out to Casey Hasten on LinkedIn, and she's phenomenal. Connect with Dan and I. Bye, Nina.
Thanks,
she
Nina.
wants to hide again. Everybody here is really glad to help you. So please, and by the way, I've been getting tons of LinkedIn connection requests today. great. I'm super stoked about that. I will reach out to each and every one of you. So I did kind of want to do one more funny story segment since we got a little bit before we go into who you know.
Okay.
Are you ready?
I think I'm ready. We'll see.
You think you're not entirely sure? All right. So we talked about some of the the interesting one. So I had another one. There was an HR friend of mine who had a gentleman come in, very professionally dressed, very smart, had a fantastic resume, had been great on the phone, came in, sat down, kicked back in the chair, put his feet on her desk, and just sat there with his hands folded. I almost want to like hunt this guy down and ask what the motivation for that was. Like, were you tired? Were you trying to make a power move? I'm really not sure.
I think the first thing that comes to mind is like, am I being punked?
Right. Right. Am I getting punked with this? Because I really feel like this is not normal.
Yeah. Who was earlier today? We were talking about being overconfident, right? Being overly confident.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
too much.
That takes it to another level, I think.
Yeah, take it down a peg. Then another one that we had, and this is actually oddly not a unique story. You would hope that it would be, but it is not. There was a mass hire event, and so everybody's sitting at a desk and everybody's going through hiring, and I guess this young woman felt like she needed an advantage and halfway disrobed herself on the front upper half of her body to put it as PC as humanly possible.
We're all tracking.
And I will say this is another one that this happened to my group, and it was a gentleman she was interviewing with, and he was staring at his computer and just typing like, I can't look at that. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. And we had to address it and politely escort her out. Again, what was the thinking? Why did you do this?
Who was it? Sonny was talking earlier about how there's there's nothing in schools about leadership. I think that same thing applies to job interviewing, right?
Although some of this should be common sense, but yes, that's true though. And actually, that is something that I like to do is talk to people who are new grads, also veterans that are rolling out of the military. Talk to them because they don't know. They've never applied for a job or anything. They don't know what to do. They don't know how to interview. They don't know how to resume. They don't know how to make a resume. They don't know how to job search. So I love to work with people like that and help them through that process because it is very taxing. I've worked with women that were stay-at-home moms for 25 years, that are just coming in. That's very important. And then the last story is really funny. And this one actually had an alternate result. I want to see if you can guess the result to this.
Okay.
And this is another one of my personal ones. I love this one. So I had somebody bust into my office one day. I'm sitting there working. I'm very, very busy. I'm managing a big recruiting team.
Yeah.
Young guy busts into my office, just flings the door open almost theatrically. Well dressed, suit and tie, whole bit, walks in and says, "Are you Miss Catherine McCord?" At first I'm going, am I getting arrested? Like what is happening to me right now? And I said, yes, I am. And he said, well, is there any way that you have a few minutes? I would really like to speak with you. I said, I'm a little busy, but you know what? You're here, so sure, sit down. Let's see what you got.
Yeah, you bust the door down, so
yeah, you busted the door down, so let's see what you got. And he sits down, looks me square in the eye, and sets his resume in front of me, and without breaking eye contact, looks at me and says, I won't give his name. I'll say John Smith. I am John Smith, and I have just graduated with my business degree. I've been working for this company for several years. I have not been able to move up. I would really like to come work in your department. It'll be the best decision you ever made in your life. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, you told me to guess. Hold on. I have a question though.
Okay.
Did it come across confidently?
Yes.
Oh, Well, I mean, then if that's the case, I mean, that's inspiring to me, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I like that. You know, then, you know, it's almost like I want to say like, well, let's talk about that. And let's hopefully, and I hope you don't prove yourself wrong, because I'm not even asking you you're wanting it, right?
That young man not only got the job, he turned out to be by a very, very wide margin my best performer. Like a huge margin, like not even remotely comparable,
Right.
just by the wide margin. And he just had the confidence. It's what we've been saying all day. Know your value. And he sat there, by the way, it was not a traditional interview. He sat there and told me what he brought to the table as a person. And he put out there that unique value proposition. It was kind of a dramatic way to start an interview, uninvited, just barging into someone's office.
Well, I mean, I would imagine that's what, I mean, hiring managers and certainly recruiters. I mean, you're kind of, I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, Catherine, but goes back to my mentality of separating myself, right? And being different, is that I would imagine for the most part, you kind of get this similar candidate kind of all the time. Right. Where they kind of work through your resume. They're like, oh, here goes another one. Well, when people actually stand out for whatever reason, your antenna pops up, right? And you're like, whoa, this is not the normal candidate that I'm used to talking to. Something's unique here. And that could be positive or negative, I suppose. But let's just stick with the positive side for a second.
Right.
Your antenna goes up, right? And you're like, wait a minute, there's something here. And even if I don't have a spot for this person, there's a spot somewhere for this person.
We're going to figure this out.
Yeah, exactly. So that's great. I love that story.
It was. Yeah, he just busted. It had very dramatic beginning, but then it went really, really well after that. And I asked him later, I said, well, why did you bust in here like that? Like just, and he said, well, they told me that you were busy, but I don't have another day off. And I said, oh, and we worked for the same company. It's not like he was just walking into a random company doing this. And he kind of knocked before he came in. It was like a knock in, you know, kind of a thing. And I told him, I said, you know what? Good for you. And look, you got a job out of it. You know, I mean, it was absolutely inspiring. It was amazing.
Yeah, you know, probably good timing for that type of stuff. And you know, you got to kind of pick your opportunities, when to take your shots. But I mean, at the end of the day, you know, a closed mouth doesn't get fed.
Right. That's a great saying. Yes.
if you don't ask for what you want, you'll never know if you can get it.
Right.
And the other thing, I have a story kind of similar to that, where I remember a company I worked for years and years ago. There was a promotional opportunity that came up. I was nowhere near in the realm of being eligible, just from a skill set standpoint, but a tenure standpoint as well. But I was on the rise in that company as a performer, but I just wasn't ready yet for that next step that this job opened up. However, I went to the hiring manager and I explained this to her, and I said, you know, I know I'm not eligible, and I know that probably I wouldn't even be granted an interview if I just submitted it through the process. But I'm wondering if I could just go through the process, if I could be interviewed for the position, so I can experience what it's like to go through this panel interview.
That's a really cool, by the way, like angle to go at it with.
And I stuck my I mean, I wasn't that confident about it. I just said, you know, I want this job in the future. I know I'm not eligible now, but I want to practice for it. And this is the only way, this is the best way I know to practice. And she was like, yes, absolutely. We will make that happen. Because in this particular case, it was like a panel of literally 10 people.
Oh, wow.
Where you sat in the middle of a room and 10 people fired questions at you. And I wanted that experience. Yeah. And even though it scared me to death, I wanted to just, and then also what that did for me, it prepared me certainly, but it put it in the mind of that person that this is where I want to go. Yeah. And, you know, put my hat in the ring for the next opportunity or two opportunities from now. And eventually I did apply for the position later on and got it.
I love that.
But you know, sometimes you just ask questions like that and see if you can experience things like that. Again, people are accommodating and want to help you. And I remember going in there and I was nervous and I was shaking and I told him, I said, I don't want you to hold back on me. I want you to come at me like you would as if I was actually eligible for this position because I want to experience this. And and so, anyways, great outcome just from just
That's
understanding
awesome.
and then also an outcome from me asking and then being allowed to do it, right? And so
right. I love that, and I think that having that kind of tenacity, and just like the gentleman I discussed had tenacity, that's what you have to do. You just kind of have to go for it. I had another hire that I made, and he was there to apply for a sales position, and I just happened to be in the room. I wasn't even interviewing him, by the way. I was just there. I was just over in the side of the room working because I was in the building that day. And I looked at the person interviewing him and I said, "Didn't you have something you needed to do for a few minutes?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, can I talk to him for a few minutes?" I said, "Sure." He came back. He didn't have a sales guy anymore because I made him a recruiter. so I kind of sniped him away. But sometimes you just see talent. You just you see that, and people's tenacity goes a long way. And I will say, I was talking earlier with your friend Daryl. I was telling him, how much I like what he was doing with the kids, where he's making them work for what they earn. I had an employee who had a little boy. It was one of those Miami, you have something happen and all the schools shut down, and I would tell the ladies, just bring your kids to work. It's fine. We have space. We'll put them over there. They can all play together or whatever. It'll be fine. So I brought him in. Well, this one little boy, he did not want to play with the other children. He came over and he sat down by me in my office and is just watching everything I'm doing and learning. And he would ask me questions. And then he said, "I want to be a boss one day." I said, "Yeah." He said, "Yeah, that's definitely what I want to do." And I'd already heard stories about this little boy. This little 5-year-old had a bank account and he had spreadsheets. He was the most organized little boy in the whole wide world.
My man.
And this little dude, you'd have really dug, man. He was super organized. He would organize his own mother. It was really cute. So he said, "I want to be a boss one day." I said, "Okay." I said, do you want to practice?" And he goes, "Yeah, I want to practice." So I walked him in the other room and I told everybody, for the rest of the day, this is your manager. This little boy, I am not kidding you. So I sat there and I taught him a few things. And I told him, what's important, what you have to look for. This little boy came in and gave me reports on everybody's numbers. I am not kidding. 5-year-old child gave me reports on everybody's number, told me who was talking too much. And this was his own thing. I did not tell him to do that. Who was talking too much, who should get to go home early because they did something special. He would go around and go,
was there a preferential treatment for his mom or his dad?
No. Oh, he was meanest to her. It was horrible. So about once a month, we'd have him come in and if I had to leave for any reason, he would call me with updates, so I'm saying all this to say, if you have a little kid and they show some kind of affinity for this kind of thing, help it grow. This little boy now has a permit and has a business inside his school. This little child did this all on his own, and he is 8 years old. So don't tell them because they're kids that they can't do it. Don't tell them they have to wait till they get big. Let them have their potential and let them grow.
That's right.
I mean, you have 3 kids, right?
I do. I do have 3 kids. My oldest is 9. My daughter, and I used to always tell people, her name's Stella. I said, if you don't know how to play with Stella, don't worry, she'll tell you. She's very opinionated. She's very much like her mother. Just kidding.
Now you're really going to have to get her that date night now. That's really going to have to happen now.
No, she's very much like me, where we want to live in a structured environment, and so she's helped me just become a better person. In that it's not always going to work out the way that you want it to work out, and you got to be able to pivot and transition into different outcomes. And so her and I share that, but she's taught me in that. And so, and then I have a son who's 6 years old, and he is actually like his mother, super sweet and kind and loved everyone. And then a much younger one that we'll see where that personality is.
I mean, you never know when they're that little, what's going to come out. I love to watch that. And I like talking to teenagers that are just entering the marketplace, and learning what they think about the job world, and new graduates. I think they kind of a fresh perspective, because as we go, we get jaded, right? Where it's kind of like, everything becomes an annoyance. Well, they have this fresh bright perspective. And
right.
and for those, somebody asked earlier, about the I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought. Oh, about the entry level, and how people say you're overqualified or you're this or that or you're underqualified. Either direction, give people a chance. And if you are that person, that is the one time you've got to show your unique value really, really well. Like you talked about, Dan, how you have 2 different resumes. You have one for the ATSs and one that really shows off who you are. Get that one that shows off who you are. Go see people face to face. Go to networking events. Actually, even stuff like LinkedIn Live, that kind of thing. Just do that. Get your name out there. Show who you are as a person.
Yep.
And really, really develop your brand, and give people a chance to get to know you. That's the only way you're going to get to do things like pivot into a whole new industry, get a career when you haven't had one yet. And I don't mean a job, I mean a career when you haven't really had one.
I think that's where people get hung up at because, again, I talk to people. The people can, when you connect with me, I send you a video and a link, and you can schedule time with me. And oftentimes, what those conversations sound like are, "Hey, you're doing all these incredible things." Like they tell me, "You're doing all these incredible videos and these posts, and you're consistent with it. Like, how do you do that?"
Right.
And the answer is really simple. I force myself to do it, and I'm consistent with it. I track it. And that is, people want to do business and connect with people that they know and they like and they see and they can have connection with. The best way to do that is to put yourself out there. Right. And so I do that through video on my LinkedIn and because I want people to know who I am, not
right.
And maybe you don't start with video, maybe you start with text, and you're posting different content pieces. And you'll move into video, but that's the best way for people to get to know you. You got to put yourself out there.
Right. Absolutely. And we're starting to wrap up. So I just want to say again, we're going to go right into the Who You Know show. There's not going to be any break or anything like that. We're going to go right in. Thank you again to all of the guests. You were all phenomenal and brought unique content. I learned some things today. And I'm very, very excited to like kind of implement some of what I learned today. Going forward. Thank you, Dan, so much. You were such a trooper. This was the longest day for this kind of thing. It was really crazy. And you were great. Thank you. I couldn't have done it without you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate being here. I appreciate the opportunity. And just thank you for what you're doing for career transition folks. And this is just, once again, another free resource to people, right? To develop themselves, to get advice, to be able to ask questions. I mean, we had multiple people asking questions and we were answering them right here.
Yes.
And so just another opportunity for people just to stumble into people wanting to help them. Right.
Right.
And so it's just phenomenal. Thank you for that.
Absolutely. It's a passion project for me and for Nina. And once again, if you're looking for a job, careerlaunch2020.com. We have tons of opportunities, including projects to help you grow. We have, please connect to both Dan and I on LinkedIn. And I think it is time for the Who You Know show. So we will sign off as Career Launch. Have a wonderful day, everybody. We'll see you in the first Tuesday, Wednesday in July. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, welcome to the Who You Know Job Networking Show, where what you know is important, but who you know can make all the difference in your job search.
That's the one.
Super excited. We've got a great show for you today, brought to you by Career Launch Live 2020.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yes. So for all of you that are watching Career Launch 2020, hello. We're super excited to be with you today. And hopefully we can bring some value to your show over there on your pages. So we've got some very special guests with us today. We've got the one, the only Andy Cook.
Hello, everyone.
Andy,
I love your new studio.
You like this?
I love it. It's fabulous.
This is nice.
Cool cars.
Love it.
Yes. That's a nice couch. I like that couch.
Yep.
I am obsessed with the pink chair.
You like that?
I do.
Is it comfy?
Absolutely. But most importantly, it's pink.
With that.
Tell us how y'all.
I don't know if
think
you can
about
see
it.
my purse over there. That's hot pink. Like, see,
That should be over here, probably.
Yeah, tell us what you guys think about the new dig.
Yeah, the
Love
new
it.
dig. We also have another very special guest with us today. We've got David Schreiner Khan. What's up, David?
Hello, David.
David.
Man, it's
Doing
great here in Dallas. Tell us real quick where are you zooming in from?
New York City.
Hey.
NYC. Okay. All right.
Well, we're excited to have you here with us. Before we dive into all the content and all the information, we want to go straight to the audience, see who we've got checked in with us. We've got a very good audience. Patricia, we've got Lauren Nee, we've got Amanda Christian. Hey, how are you doing, Amanda? Dolores, Lisa Lowry in the house. What's up, Lisa?
Of course, Lisa.
Yeah. Yeah, we got Doug Ellerbrock, Bridget Moreau, Amy Wilson. We just saw and talked to Amy not too long ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Amy Hubbard.
Yeah, guys.
People. Meg Rose, our hype person, right?
Yeah,
Our hype woman.
We got Meg Rose online, the hype lady. So, guys, make sure you are checking in with us. We need to know a couple of things. First of all, where are you tuning in from? That's important. We got folks like David, who's coming all the way out from New York City to be with you today. So, we want to know where you're tuning in from. Super important. We got people from all over the world. We also want to know what you're searching for. If you're a job seeker, I need to know. Hashtag project management. Isn't that right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we'll talk more about that in a second. Andy has actually hired from these live comments. Okay, she's done that. So make sure you're putting what you're searching for. If it's project management or IT or whatever it is, make sure we know what that is. If you're a company and you're hiring right now, I want you to put hashtag now hiring, or maybe if you're just supporting the network, we want to hear from you too. So please, please, please check in with us. We'd love to hear from you.
And to that note, if you are a recruiter or hiring manager and you're part of our network and watching the show, put what you're looking for.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
What you're looking for.
Yes.
And connect with those people that are putting what they're searching for. Like, it's great. Build your pipelines.
Build that pipeline.
100%. So I'm pulling up the computer in here so we can see the live comments.
Laura Van Camp's with us from way up there.
Yeah.
St. Louis.
Fantastic.
John Sparenberg. What's up, John?
John.
Hey, John.
I always love to see John on because John and I worked together at CompuCom.
Yeah.
Oh, did you?
We were on the help desk together. Third shift.
Nice.
Graveyard crew. Yeah.
Okay.
Small world.
John's like my brother, so.
Love it. We worked together.
Well, we always like to bless this show with a prayer for the listeners. So, Foster, will you do us the honors today?
I will be more than glad that, guys, today's a good day to pray. But so was yesterday and the day before and the day before that. So let's go to the Lord in prayer. Father, we are a bunch of job seekers and we're trying to figure out where you want us. There's a lot of things that are going on in the world. We might agree, we may not agree, but you know what? So you teach us where we need to go. You orchestrate, continue to orchestrate the things that you do and get us to the right place as far as what you want us to do in life. One of those things is job, and that's what we're focusing on right now. We pray these things in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. We've got a lot to be thankful for. There's a lot of landings, actually, which is shocking, I know, because of what's going on in the world.
There's going to be a lot of those we're going to be sharing.
Yep. Well, I mean, the lights are slowly turning back on.
They're slowly turning back on.
Right?
Yeah. People are figuring out what to do.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, we're going to adapt. We're going to survive. We're not just going to not.
Yeah, I think a lot of the landings that we've heard about, they mentioned at Frisco Connect yesterday that the healthcare sector is very
sectors,
active right now.
Yeah, then that makes sense.
Especially companies that support healthcare, not necessarily your hospitals that have lost so much money because elective procedures are out, but the companies that support them and third-party vendors are definitely doing some hiring.
Definitely.
Oh, yeah.
Well, guys, get your hands ready on LinkedIn. Okay, we've got 3 that we're aware of, and we always would like to know if you've landed. Please share that story.
Yeah, y'all let us know.
Yeah, you can
we're
share
family.
your
You may feel like it, but we're family, y'all.
100%. So we got 3 that we're aware of. Linda Howard, congratulations, Linda Howard.
Hey, Linda.
Hey. So hands on LinkedIn, guys. We need to see that. Also, you want to say Gene's last?
Gene D. Fabritis. He is the general manager for ServPro for South Frisco. Well, actually, all of Frisco when it boils down to it, and the colony. So it has taken quite some time. Gene and his wife, Deanna. Hey, Deanna, moved here from long way away, California. And it took a while, but we got there through prayer.
Nice.
Love it.
All right. Well, congratulations, Gino. And last but not least,
Zach Metz.
Zach Metz.
Yes, software developer. He was in the market for about 2 months, which is really odd for software developers. But he has a very niche skill set. And so he did a video that we blasted out. And within 15 minutes of that video, he started getting a bunch of interview requests.
There you guys. Hey.
So
video did it again. So video worked for Linda Howard. It worked for Clay Timmons. It worked for Zach Metz.
Who else, right?
Just thinking, guys. Just
only
thinking.
there was a common denominator.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, don't forget, there is one more. Carlos Pena.
Oh, Carlos Pena.
Carlos.
Round of applause to Carlos.
He actually, I've got his email right here. Dell Technologies as a pricing manager through VirtuStream.
Nice.
Yep,
Great.
starting June 8th. So next week, coming up, Carlos.
That's
Carlos, did you do a video?
Yes, it does sound smart.
Yep.
That's all of what you just said sounds real smart.
Yeah. Carlos is smart. Hey,
we need
Carlos
you.
Good on you,
smart.
Carlos.
Yes.
We need you, Carlos, because we need smart people in the world. Just saying.
Carlos, you're buying barbecue, bro.
That's right.
All right. So, guys, congratulations to all of those folks that we just mentioned. And again, if you've landed, please tell us your story. Those stories are not only encouraging for us, but also the other job seekers that are out there. It shows them how things are actually happening out there and what's actually going on, what's working.
Right.
Because we know a lot of stuff that doesn't work. What is working, right? So, Mark, let's well, actually, before we go to the tip of the week, let's go to events. So, guys, we've got a new thing that we want to roll out. This is brand new, thanks to Real News PR. Y'all are awesome.
You guys are awesome.
We have a new website, so you guys can check out, get a lot more information.
Yeah.
That website is whoyouknow.show. Okay, whoyouknow.show. Pretty easy.
With a YA. Who ya?
Yeah, whoyouknow.show.
Right. The way we say it in Texas.
Don't try to get proper.
I did a poll on LinkedIn.
No proper English, forget it.
To try to figure out what was the best, because we had a bunch of domain names and things like that, and what people liked the most. And actually,
we're already branded there, so
it was all of them were very equal. I was shocked.
Yeah.
I didn't see one that stood out. Everybody voted, and it was like 33%, 33%, 33. Like,
wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I
Can
just picked
somebody
the one I
get
liked the
34?
I love it.
Whoyouknow.show.
I love that.
And we've got a lot of information on there. There's events on there. There's resources on there, guys. So, guys, make sure you check that out and tell us what you think. And Mark, will you lead us off with the tip of the week?
Tip of the week. So, tip of the week. Actually, I've got two. I've got two tips. So, one is related to what we get asked a lot because we're making introductions for people. And so a lot of times it's via LinkedIn. And we tell folks, once we make the introduction, ask for the conversation and then take that offline outside of LinkedIn. A lot of people don't know what to say, what to ask, how to foster that conversation. And so one of the suggestions that I have for that, or tips that I have for that, is let them know, because this just happened. I saw somebody we made an introduction to, the other individual replied, and the person we introduced them to said, well, what would you like to talk about? What is this about? And so what I would recommend is just put this out there that, hey, I'm conducting some research into people's experience at different companies, and I would love to get an idea and some feedback from you about how your experience at your company has been in the work that you're doing. Would love to have that conversation if you want to book some time, and then have a scheduler that you can use, Calendly, of course.
Yep.
Put that in, and that way you can get people to actually bite, right? To take the bait and get that conversation going. So once you've entered into the conversation, maybe it's a phone call or Zoom or what have you, go into them, right? Just like you had told them you would. Ask about their experience, ask about what the work it is that they're doing there, how they've felt the company has treated them. Just really get them talking. And I think through that, you'll find that the barriers will come down, the wall comes down, they get more comfortable with you.
It's like dating, right? So if you think of it that way, if someone introduced me to a woman, right? And they were trying to like, you know, do like an introduction, right? You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
And they're like, hey, here, you know, Trevor, meet Andy. And like, I'm like, Andy, you want to get married?
Exactly. Right. I use this phrase a lot. Don't get married on the first date.
And she's gonna be
like Love at First Sight, that show.
Right. Right.
Yes.
You're gonna be kind of freaked out, huh?
Absolutely. We're not gonna go on a date.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Wow, y'all not getting a date?
But wouldn't you be much more comfortable if they actually showed some interest, asked you questions? Like, what kind of music do you like? What do you like?
Absolutely.
You know, what do you like?
Or
to do?
hey, let's grab a coffee and just talk about, get to know each other.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Guys, virtual coffee. Okay, this is called Zoom. You need to have your own Zoom account. It's free. Okay, go get you a Zoom account. Okay, and do that. So great points. Great
Number two. Tip of the week number 2 is being very specific, intentional at job fairs. Right now, job fairs have kind of shut down, but they're going to be ramping up again, right? We're reopening.
They will be.
A lot of people go into a job fair and they don't really have an agenda or a specific plan. And so they're just walking through the aisles like cattle, right, being herded through. Make sure that if you know that you're going to a job fair, research who's going to be there. Make sure that you research the companies and target the specific people that you want to talk to, and then make sure that you seek them out. You can go in. It's just like a networking event where you go in and you have a purpose, and maybe you go into that networking event, you talk to a handful of people, not everybody there, right, to your purpose, right? Make sure that you get that accomplished.
Well, and it can go the same way with a virtual career fair, because guess what? We're on one right now. Career Launch 2020. Shout out.
Career Launch 2020.
Go look up the agenda. When you go to careerlaunch2020.com, you can go and look at the agenda of all the speakers and companies and all the resources that they're bringing to you. And why wouldn't you go outside and connect with these folks and try to get conversations started and have your own agenda, right? Like, anyways, just throwing that out there. It can work virtual. It can work in person.
You have to walk
been
in
at a number of job fairs.
Absolutely. And you have to walk in knowing what problems you solve. People don't hire problems, they hire solutions.
True.
So if you come in and your whole goal is, I need a job, you're focused on your problem. They don't hire you based on your problem. If you go in and focused on, I can solve this problem for a company, and they're like, hey, we actually have that problem, let's talk more. That's how you get jobs.
If somebody comes up to you in a job fair and they have a specific question about something that is relevant to your company, maybe even something that you're looking for.
Yes.
Andy, what about this? Do they have a little bit more of your attention than just maybe somebody standing in line?
Absolutely. Because a lot of times what happens is people will come up to me and they'll say, hey, I'm looking for a job. Okay, great. What do you want to do? I don't know. I'll do anything. I just need a job.
No.
I can't do anything with that. If you want to make a recruiter's eye explode, that's what you need to tell them. I just want to do anything. Just give me a job. I need a foot in the door, because we don't know how to match that with anything. And I can't make a connection or introduction on that.
You said it. Bottom line is, you solve a problem. Okay. When you go to Home Depot, you don't buy the drill. Okay. Well, you do buy the drill, but why are you buying the drill? Because you need a hole in the wall. All right.
You might want to ask them for a specific drill.
You don't buy a hole in the wall. You buy a drill.
Well, but no, the drill is the solution.
Right.
That gives you, to that problem. What you needed, what you really needed was the hole in the wall. You needed the hole in the wall, and the drill is just the tool. So you are the tool. You're the mechanism to solve the problem.
I think we should do that. We should have a video of you going into like Home Depot and going, I just want to buy a hole in the
Can
wall.
I buy a hole in the wall? They're like, huh?
Exactly.
Y'all have a hole in the wall?
Everybody got holes? Anyways, we digress. All right. So tip of the weeks, real quick. Let's sum it up. Virtual career fairs, have an agenda, connect with people. And what was the first one you said?
He don't remember.
Be intentional about your connection.
Well, the connections, having the conversation in the connection, how to have the conversation.
Informational interviews.
Right. And what to ask, what to talk about. Because a lot of people they're like fish out of the water. They don't know what to talk about.
Yeah. Get your informational interviewing skills up, guys. That's what you need to do. All right. Real quick, before I'm super excited. We got David here all the way from New York. I don't want to leave you hanging. So, but before we get to David, we're going to go to a real quick commercial break. Can we play first time? We're going to debut it here on the Who You Know show. Super excited for Amanda Christian. Can we play her video,
Right,
please?
Amanda.
This is my very first LinkedIn video. Hi, my name is Amanda Christian. I am a certified HR professional with over 10 years of HR experience here in the DFW area. I help small to medium-sized businesses implement HR practices that improve efficiencies and compliance. I especially like to bring HR information systems and new technology to business owners. Be on the lookout for more content from me to be of a resource to business owners and HR professionals. I'm looking to grow my network here on LinkedIn, so please tag any professionals that you feel like I should be connected with. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Give a round of applause for Amanda.
Fantastic.
Guys, tag Amanda so that she knows if she's not watching. I want her to know that she was just debuted first time. And we're also going to be putting that commercial on our pages. So you guys check it out there. Companies,
share it for her.
Yeah, share it for her.
Yes.
Sharing is caring. Okay.
And Amanda, get ready to do that next week on Wednesday at our HR meeting.
Hey, there we go. All right. So without further delay, let's go right in, man. David, what's going on, buddy? How are you doing? Man, it's good to see you here with us. How are things in New York?
Things are still pretty shut down.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the temperature? What's the weather like in New York today?
It's warming up. It was pretty chilly the last couple of days.
I thought, yeah.
Hot for here.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, David, we're excited to have you here with us. David is the host of Going Solo, right, and Smashing the Plateau podcast. And, tell us a little bit about Going Solo and how you started that and why you started that podcast.
Actually, I'll back up and tell you about Smashing the Plateau first.
Okay.
I started that one in 2014. I like meeting people. I like having conversations, particularly with new people, and I found that podcasting was a good medium for me. So we launched Smashing the Plateau to help entrepreneurs navigate transitions. And if you look at what entrepreneurs aspire to achieve, they very often will aspire to achieve a breakthrough. And the reality is, if you look beneath the covers of a breakthrough, it's actually hundreds or probably more like thousands of tiny steps and pivots that they've taken over a long period of time. And it takes a lot of discipline, a lot of focus, and a lot of perseverance to be able to get to the point where somebody else does something that they perceive as a breakthrough. So we launched the show to talk to entrepreneurs about how they have navigated transitions and particularly dealt with roadblocks that they've encountered. And the focus has been primarily entrepreneurs that are in the second half of their career. So people that are looking to be entrepreneurs for decades, not for a year or two. And then last year we launched a second show, Going Solo, which is about a transition that I noticed in the Smashing the Plateau audience was pretty prevalent, which is experts that work in their field for often 20 to 30 years or more in corporate. They get fired, usually not performance related.
Right.
And then they start a consulting or a coaching business.
We've seen that.
And, right? And it's being successful as an expert, as an employee, is a very different skill set from being a successful business owner.
Right, right.
So what I see so many consultants and coaches want to do is they want to deliver great results to their clients, which they do when they have clients. But the whole building the business thing is something that they have never dealt with before, and the transition is really tough. And if you add on top of that, that they're starting their business because they've been fired, there's some other barriers they have to deal with before they can even focus on the business building strategy.
They got to let go of some baggage. It sounds like maybe some hangups. Yeah. Do you feel like anybody can be an entrepreneur?
No.
I agree with that.
I do too.
Yeah.
It's a very different mindset. If you're somebody that doesn't like structure imposed on you, yet you can be very structured on your own, you can likely, that's one of the key ingredients to be successful as an entrepreneur.
Well, it's almost like that, the analogy of dentists, right? A lot of dentists are great dentists, but they're not so great business owners, right? They don't necessarily know how to run a business. So that's why
they
you see
can
a lot.
drill on people, but
Yeah.
marketing and everything else that goes into a business. There's so many departments.
Not the drill that we get at Home Depot.
Yeah, not that drill. Yeah. So is that what happened to you? Did something happen? Didn't you go through in corporate America and all that kind of stuff? Like we see it a lot. I mean, there's a lot of people that climb that corporate ladder. They get to the top, and then companies restructure, right? And it's all about the bottom line. Yep, Foster, you can relate. And next thing you know, you find yourself back looking for work. Was that? I think we talked. Was that happen? Did that happen to you? Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was an employee for 28 years, and I've been an entrepreneur for 14.
Wow. Wow.
I bet you like that entrepreneurship a whole lot better. That probably fits David's direction a lot better in life.
I have a good friend who made the transition much earlier in his career. He was nagging me for, I don't know, probably 15 years, saying, why don't you just do what I'm doing? And I'm like, nah, I need a paycheck, bills to pay,
Oh yeah. That is tough.
Well, I'm curious as to the audience. So if anybody in the audience has dealt with this, right? Again, we see it all the time. I want you to know that you're not alone, right? It's something that is very, very common. It's something that we see probably more than anything else, where people spend a lot of time at a company and they move up, and those companies restructure. And again, it's all about money. So, just know that you're not alone, guys. A lot of people are going through this. We'd love to hear from you online. If you've gone through that, please comment in. We'd love to hear from you.
So while we're looking for those, I want to ask David a question. David, would you say, and I'll use you as an example, was there a time in your career that you feel like you weren't ready to become an entrepreneur? You needed the skills that you learned on that job, or was it really just a matter of taking that step and you had that innately within you?
Entrepreneurs are crazy, aren't they? We're all nuts. Yeah. That's true.
So one of the things you really have to be ready to do is you need to be ready to lead.
Yes.
Yep.
So good.
It's
true. You go to a new job, you're in a new situation with new people. Very often it's not very comfortable.
Right.
100%. Yeah. I mean, the first time you do anything, you're not going to be good at it, right? I mean, our first show, you remember that?
Oh my God, our first show, y'all.
It was bad.
Yeah.
Literally, the owner of the studio, we were at KVGI, Mark Warner was like, guys, that was bad. That was rough. We were like reading scripts and like trying to be all, it was bad. It was just awful. The first time you do anything, I guarantee you the first basket that Michael Jordan shot, he probably didn't make it. I don't know if that's true or not, but I would think that he probably didn't make the shot.
Yeah.
When he was like 2, he probably missed that one.
He probably did.
Right?
Then Mark told us, you guys need to turn it loose. Come on now, y'all didn't let your hair down. And we said, oh yeah?
Yeah, he said, you need to be more real, more authentic.
Right.
David, I've got a question for you.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing about this, especially when it comes to content creation. Like for those of us that have shows, I hear this a lot, which is if you're not embarrassed by your first episode, you waited too long.
Yeah.
Right? So the same thing is true in everything else in life. If you're not embarrassed by the first time you take a step and you don't make some mistakes, you waited too long.
Our first episode was live, so it was released as we were doing, you know what I mean? We do everything live. I love it. It's actually a skill because it has formed a lot of like pressured environments where we actually thrive pretty well under pressure. Do you remember like City Works?
Oh yeah.
And all the events that we've done where
all
it's
of our
just
growth
been
pains.
A lot of chaos around us, and we're trying to do a show around chaos. Yeah, it's fun.
Technology not working, people not working.
What's that?
You don't have to agonize over editing.
That's true.
That's true.
Yeah. Yeah. Touche.
So, David, I have a question for you. In talking about how you stepped out, right? You took that leap of faith and put yourself out there, got out of your comfort zone. What are some of the things that I guess continued to drive you, right? As far as maybe running into obstacles, and I'm sure you probably got to some points where you're like, I've thought about throwing in the towel. Like, what are some of the things that got you through that?
Actually,
Drop it.
Yeah. Good network. Okay.
Who's a very successful podcaster. He's somebody I really admire. He came on my show, and one of the things he talked about was when he told his family that he was planning to start a 7-day-a-week business podcast in 2012, which is pretty much unheard of. And he was quitting law school to do this. His family and his friends told him, "John, you're crazy." And what he did was he ended up joining a mastermind with other entrepreneurs, and it was a game changer.
You know, I love it because podcasts and shows like this, there's a real value to it now that, like, okay, I'll give you an example. Joe Rogan, right?
Oh,
you guys hear that he sold his show for like, I think it was 60 million. I could be wrong about that number. 60 million or something like that. A lot of money. Big enough number. Yep. And it's because there were some social media platforms that were kind of censoring him and kind of like not allowing him to be as creative as he wants to be. And he's out there, guys. We know Joe Rogan's out there. But they were censoring him, and YouTube wasn't allowing him to do what he wanted to do and things like that. So he went to a different platform, and they paid him like $60 million. And, you know, anyways, there's a business in podcasts. That's why they're becoming so popular.
Right. Yeah.
Golly, he went from Fear Factor to the UFC.
Yeah. So now the highest paid podcast
Is he now?
in America or the world. I don't know. But
Is he now?
Yeah, the highest paid one. Yep.
But that's a great point, I think, that you made, David. I mean, it's the network, it's the support. That's one of the other tips I was going to maybe use today. But just surrounding yourself by the right people.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And in the job search and starting a business, anything that you do.
I'm convinced that there's something in each one of us that God gave us, guys, and you'd be surprised if you exhibit that. You'd be surprised how much support you get and what it would do. Andy is one of those people that we all noticed when she showed up. Oh my God, this lady knows what she's talking about. And we didn't read nothing about her.
Yep, 100%. David, okay, a couple more questions I have for you. You know, when you were starting your show, right, getting started as an entrepreneur and stepping outside your comfort zone, what were some of the biggest things that you had to overcome, biggest fears that you had to overcome, or how did you overcome those challenges and fears?
Well, one of the things that I started doing early on as an entrepreneur was business networking, going back to relationship building and who you know. A friend of mine invited me to a BNI meeting. I'd never heard of BNI.
Yeah.
About business networking. I never stood up in front of a room of 30 or 40 people and given a 60-second pitch about myself.
Yeah, elevator pitch. Yep.
Yeah, I was clueless about it.
Do you have an elevator pitch now?
Yeah, we help entrepreneurs navigate transitions.
Love it. Short.
Love it.
It's not even 60 seconds. That's like 2-3 seconds.
But it says everything.
Explaining it, yeah.
Yep.
It was BNI, David, in which I discovered LinkedIn. I first heard about LinkedIn at BNI. Now, that was years ago.
Long time.
But I've been on LinkedIn for a while now, and it's substantially grown.
Guys, online watching, you need to be thinking of your value statement, your what do you do statement, your you learned about it 2 episodes ago with Shay Rowbottom. I help X accomplish Y using Z, right?
Yes.
She gave you the formula.
That was awesome.
Okay. You need to be crafting these statements, write them out. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to use all these big words. Matter of fact, keep it simple. The more simple and easy it is for people to understand what problem you solve, like you will attract what you're trying to attract. So
It doesn't have to be complicated.
it doesn't have to
Like
be.
what's yours?
I help job seekers get noticed, create opportunities, and take control of the financial impact of job loss.
Love it. I help job seekers navigate the digital hiring process using updated technologies.
There you go. So yeah, guys, I want you to be thinking of this. This could also be like your headline on your LinkedIn profile instead of all this other stuff, because I see a lot of headlines where I look at it and I don't know what you do. You know, anyway, you may have alphabet soup in there. Is what I call your alphabet soup.
You have over-degreed yourself.
Yeah.
Yes.
Shout out to Kyle Knutson. He's at our firm and he's got all the designations. He's got
you got acronyms all the way around the building.
He's got all, I mean, literally ABC, FYZ, GKY, LMNOP, like all of them. And I'm like, you used your whole headline for that. He's smart.
And I might remember one of them, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know what any of them mean.
Yes.
Anyway, David, who is one of the most, like when you think of a very, very successful person, a successful entrepreneur, right? Who's just crushing it out there, who's the first person that comes to mind?
Actually, one person that comes to mind, especially in what's going on today, is Rick Edelman, who is the founder of Edelman Financial Services.
Okay.
Also a guest on Smashing the Plateau. He talked about when he got started in the 80s, he graduated college with a specialization in communications, and he noticed that there was a gap between people that provided financial advisory services and consumers. That the people that were providing the services were focused on the numbers and the technicalities of managing money, and they weren't necessarily so great at communicating about the problems that consumers were having with personal finance. So he stepped in and he acted as the communicator between them and the customers. And he's been very successful. He has a company that's many locations. He's also been out there in media since for decades. He's had shows long before anybody else has had shows like we have shows now. But he's been very successful. And one of the things that he has looked at is what's coming down the pipe. What is the future going to bring? And the second time he was on Smashing the Plateau, we talked about it. The work that he did to write the book, The Truth About Your Future, which talks about how technology in the age of acceleration is causing some massive changes in the way we live, the way we work.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Look at the underpinnings of what's going on in 2020. A lot of it is stuff that he's been talking about for years.
Well, he sounds like a visionary, right?
Right.
He's got vision. He sees into the future, right? I mean, he sounds like definitely a successful person. So, yeah. Hey, you know what? I would love if at some point if you could connect me with him. Sounds like a good person for this show, for sure. Yeah, yeah. Make sure let's get connected. What did you say his name was again?
Rick Edelman.
Rick. Yeah. I like to. Cool. One last thing, I would like to know, what is your why? Your why statement. You know what drives you?
Every individual has gifts. Every team has gifts. Every organization has gifts.
Yes.
And when you share your gifts, the world prospers.
I love that.
Boom. Mic drop.
Yes. I love my
That's the way it is.
So powerful.
Well, David, thank you so much for being with us today. We appreciate you all the way from New York, guys. Let's give David a round of applause on LinkedIn. Thank you so much again for being here. We really appreciate you.
Absolutely, David.
And we'll talk soon, okay?
We have to LinkedIn. You'll see a LinkedIn invite from Foster Williams.
All right, David. Have a good one. All right, guys. What'd you think of David all the way from New York City? Let's hear it on LinkedIn.
New York. I've noticed that. We've had a couple of people from New York on this show over the couple of years that we've been in existence.
So let's give some shout outs here. We've got, okay, Amanda Christian. Hey, how are you? Did you see your commercial? Hopefully you saw it. It was awesome. You did a great job. Yep. Doug, Caroline. Who else do we got here with us? Let's see. Meg Rose, of course.
Courtney Melendez.
Our hype lady. Oh, Amanda's tagging everybody. I love that. Amanda, thank you so much for all those tags. That brings up a great point. guys, anybody that you think would benefit from watching this show, tag them. We're also looking to always bring on new guests, people that you think might be a good fit for the show to come on here for us to interview. We would love an introduction. So make sure you're doing that in the comments. And then do not forget to hashtag what you are searching for. That is super important. If it's project management, QA, accounting and finance, make sure you put that in there as well.
You know, you could do in the same post, right? The same comment, hashtag what you're looking for, tag the company that you're looking to get into.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, you can tag a company.
Tag the company.
Tag that company.
Yeah. Tag that company.
Show interest. Hey.
You know what I would do? I would go, here's what I'd do. If I was looking to go to Coca-Cola, right? And that's the company I want to work for. So I'm gonna go first follow them, go follow their company page. I'm gonna do a search, find the decision makers, okay, the recruiters, the hiring managers. I'm gonna find them on LinkedIn, trust me. Once I find them, okay, what do you think I'm gonna do from there? I'm gonna start tagging it. I'm gonna tag the company, and I'm gonna tag the recruiters and the hiring managers here in the comments, and they're gonna be like, "What? Why did I get tagged? Huh? What?" And they're gonna see the show, and they're gonna be like, "Oh, what? Who? But who tagged me? Who is this?" It's like they get to just appear all on the show, and they're like, "What's happening here?"
So can I make a caveat on that?
Yeah.
Don't tag them in a comment that you tagged 40 other people.
Yeah, no.
It drives us crazy, guys, because then we get notified every time somebody comments or likes it, and you're spamming us, and we don't want to talk to you anymore.
That's true.
That's okay,
So-
guys. That's what's called bulk tagging. Okay, and there is strategy to bulk tagging, and there is a time and a place. You have to do it correctly, otherwise it comes off as
Spamming.
There you go. So that is something that we talk about in our summit, our Who You Know Career Transition Summit, and we teach the correct way to do bulk tagging. So I love that you brought that up.
Here's an example. I had somebody tag me that I had never met
Yep.
because somebody referred them, and they said, "I've been looking at Andy Cook's profile. I really like her job seeker tips and I was like, absolutely, I'm going to respond to you, as opposed to being tagged with 40 other people that I'm sitting here going, why was I tagged in this? What does this have to do with me? And I didn't understand the relevancy of it. And so
yeah, you're like, why?
Meaningful tagging is absolutely, and I connected that person.
Yep.
And
you heard it.
Yeah.
Meaningful tagging. Okay. It has to be relevant. It has to make sense. I'm not just going to go grab 100 strangers that I don't know and then tag them on a post. And then they're like, who the heck? What is going on here?
Yes.
Right. It comes off very spammy.
yeah, say it louder for the people in the back.
Yeah.
Everything we do needs to carry a value, guys. Think about it before you do it.
All right, a couple more shout outs. Mark Lushington Murray, what up, Mark?
Hey, Mark, just talked to you this morning.
Courtney Melendez, Chris Renicky, how are you? Joe Northern, Lisa Lavender, what's up?
Dolores Galt is our hype lady from our HR group. Go, Dolores.
Hey, I saw her.
Good to see you.
So fabulous.
I got to give Trevor. I think it's Melendez.
Oh, you heard me laughing about that, huh?
What did I say?
You said Melendez.
Melendez. Melendez.
Courtney, we don't mean no harm. We don't mean no harm.
Whatever.
Y'all know I can't read.
Louisiana. Yeah.
Trevor said, you know he can't read.
You know I can't read.
Hooked on phonics.
Y'all know it's true. Look, I'm the worst.
My mom told me.
I'm the worst host there is when it comes to saying names and shout outs. I'm like, yo, we got a...
You know who,
we try to help him.
You know who we got in the comments?
What's that?
We got Bez.
Oh, Bez.
We have Bez Nakomo?
Bez in the comments.
Okay, real quick.
Y'all know I'm a fan.
Bez is the man, 50 grand.
Let's tell that story real quick, guys.
All right.
So this is important for you guys that are online right now with us. So Andy, when you were working with Matrix,
absolutely,
right, as a recruiter, so Andy was on the comments and saw Bez Nakomo
right.
Hashtag, what was it, project management?
Project management.
Yeah.
And we had just gotten an order for quite a few. I think we were looking for like 40 PMs out at Wells Fargo and somebody who had infrastructure and SDLC experience. And so I started looking at Bez's profile. I'm like, hey, let's connect. And then he came to the transition point meeting, and we stood there together at the transition point meeting and prayed over it and then submitted him. And 30 minutes later, he was the very first person to get an interview, very first person. They hired him off of a 30-minute phone screen.
Wow.
He was so impressive and so passionate and did everything we asked him to do. And he has just excelled out there.
So,
Yeah,
okay.
I love
Wow.
that.
I love that.
So awesome.
See, I didn't hear some of the other backstory that went along with it. That's awesome. So So I was like trying to take all this, you know, with the hashtag and all that. No. It was the prayer.
Right.
Forget the hashtag, guys. The prayer worked. Okay. I'm just going to say.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Hashtag too, though. Hashtag what you said.
Hashtag
what you said,
prayer.
bro.
Yes, please do. And I wouldn't have connected with him with that. That's how God connects people. There wasn't this divine message that showed up on my computer one day. Hey, contact Vesna Como. Like, that's not how it worked. I had to be connected with him. And that's where you hear me say a lot. It's not enough to know the right people. You have to be the right person. And you have to do the right things. And Vez did everything he was supposed to do. And he was the right person.
Well, you see why we like Andy Cook, you guys?
Yeah, she tells the truth. She calls it
We
out.
call this fearless feedback.
She does.
Fearless feedback. I like it.
Like we were on, I had a post and then I can't even remember. We were going back and forth in the comments.
About VMSs.
Yeah.
Or ATSs.
Yeah, about the ATS system. And you know what? I loved it. It was amazing because I'm trying to get the, you know, all the perspectives and she's done a lot of research and study on ATS systems and all of this stuff. So we're going to get to that in a second. Mark, I know you had somebody you want to shout out.
Yeah, I just, we were talking about acronyms, right? And all that. And Randall, hopefully I pronounced this right, Beisel, he put in the comments, too many acronyms reduces your value. And yes, I think if you had like on your LinkedIn profile, if you had more acronyms and it doesn't even show them all because that's how many you have, I think that it would be very valuable. I do agree with you that you could actually partition that down to what you're trying to accomplish. So if you have the maybe one or two top acronyms that actually pertain to your search, put those on there. You could leave the rest off. Again, be intentional.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it has to go in your headline.
Right.
It doesn't have to go in your headline. You're eating up your headline with all those acronyms.
And it's searchable like in the resume or in the body of your profile.
The about section.
Yes.
Yep.
The skills section, the education section. Yep. So I would recommend just picking a couple that are most relevant to your job search.
Yeah.
There you go.
Great
Boom.
comment, Randall.
All right. So let's give a couple more shout outs in here real quick. Who do we got here? I always go to my computer because it's got the most up to date. The cell phone. Guys, LinkedIn, get with the program.
Patty Bashy is with us all the way from Arizona. Patty, you know, you stick with us pretty good.
Yep.
We like you might be a secret, a closet Texan. I don't know.
Jordan Prince says hashtag prayer.
Hashtag prayer.
That's what I'm talking about. Chris, we see you out here. Chris Renicky, how are you? Good to see you. Man, guys, we just love you. Would be
Chris
no
Renicky,
show without you.
I appreciate that shout out on LinkedIn. I do, man.
All right, and real quick before we get back to the show, I want to play one more commercial in here for. Can we play the commercial for Gita, please?
This is my first LinkedIn video. Hi, my name is Geeta Guru. I am currently graduate from Central Connecticut State University and I am eager to get my career starting in the accounting industry. Be on the lookout for more my content coming soon where I will be discussing why accounting plays such an important role in business. I am looking to grow my network and be active in LinkedIn. So please tag any recruiters or anyone else you think help me connect with my next success. Thank you in advance. Bye.
Gita, I like that. Is it Gita?
Gita. Round of applause for Gita.
I like that, Gita. You get out there and you do it.
You know what I'm talking about? Hey, that's all I'm saying, guys.
Yeah.
Like, hello. Let's get Gita a job. You know what I'm saying? Let's rock that. Accounting. Yep. So that's awesome. She has been debuted here for the first time on the Who You Know show.
You'll get first.
Yeah. Well, no, this is it's here. It's here first. Yeah. And then we're gonna put it on our pages and we'll get the posts out there so you guys can share it.
What's Gita's last name?
You know I can't.
Why are you trying to trap him?
Spell it. It's because I want people to connect with her. I like that.
Y'all need to tag her, okay? First name Gita, Gita.
That's all.
Last name is Gurung. Gurung.
Okay.
I'm gonna sound it out. Gurung. So, guys,
You guys
tag
connected,
Geeta. Let her know that.
Yeah, let her know. Yeah,
she was just debuted here on the Who You Know show.
there was something that grabbed my spirit about that. I like that. Geeta, I'm going to connect with you. You probably want to run away. This foster guy, oh my God, he talks too much. He's crazy. But I will help you any way that I can, Geeta.
Well, and you know what's so cool about that? It shows a can-do attitude,
Yes.
right? Because you know, guys, that was not easy for her, right? You could see it was not easy for her, but she did it anyway. So
English
for
is
those
probably
of
her
you,
second language, maybe even third language.
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
For those of you that English is your first language, come on, where are you at? Where's your video at? Just saying.
Yes.
Just saying. Anyways,
yeah, that's great.
That was good. That was, I like that.
Yeah.
That's powerful.
Good to Andy.
I mean, I've been just talking anyway.
Yeah,
so.
she's part of
Yeah.
it. She's family. Yeah.
Andy is short for Andrea, you guys.
Well,
Thank you, Foster.
Andy, we're
Andrea.
super excited
Is
to
it
have
Andrea?
you here with us.
Andrea, whatever.
Tell us a little bit about the changes that are going on with you, because you've had a lot of changes. Whew, she says.
How did we get connected with Andy? Where did we first meet?
So, a technology prayer breakfast.
Was it Matt Harrington? Did he do that?
Well, actually, so they do this really cool thing at the prayer breakfast where they have everybody go on their LinkedIn at the same time, because if you're all in the same room, so any networking event you're actually face-to-face for after we go back face-to-face. When you are all together, you can go to LinkedIn and set it to find people that are near you.
Find
and
nearby.
Yes. And so we all did that. And so after we connected, I started a conversation. He said, well, yeah, we do this show. And I was like, well, if you guys ever need somebody, he's like, absolutely.
Let's do it.
So it just kind of happened organically from there.
Who was that? Was that Mark, me, or
Mark?
Mark?
And then
Mark.
he sent me to book it, and then I connected with you. And
It was probably Hope.
No, I
But
think
you
we
like the
actually-
Chicago
we talked.
Bears, don't you?
Oh,
Yeah.
Well, we have an assistant that handles
That-
our
that- yeah, a lot of the
that handles a lot of our LinkedIn communication. So
yeah, we had, I mean, through DFW Technology Prayer Breakfast, I mean, Curry Nichols, Matt Harrington,
absolutely,
Joe Garza,
Joe Garza.
Robert, right, who really organizes it. We've gotten connected in really good conversations and with all of them. So great group of people, guys. If you are in technology or maybe even not, but want to check out a great event, it's annual DFW Technology Prayer Breakfast. They have a website. Check that out.
great event.
Well, and they got Transition Point, which is over there at Matrix Resources,
And it's a ministry out of.
Yep. And you
Chuck
can find
Vanderwell.
that on our website, which is whoyouknow.show. We've got it there, so you guys can check that out.
Chuck Vanderwell and BTNG is supporting all of that stuff. Are you linked in with Chuck Vanderwell? Chuck is our man from, we hooked up with Chuck.
I am. We've had some great conversations. So yeah, I connected when I was working at Matrix, and like many people back in April, I got hit in a layoff. There was a long story before that, a really cool testimony that back in February, I was feeling really called to ministry, but I wouldn't take that leap of faith. And there's two areas that you have to have in order to have mental, emotional, and spiritual freedom. And it is, you have to have a creative way to express yourself, and you have to be living out your purpose that you were called to do. And so all of a sudden, this recruiting career that I've had, that I've always been a top producer, I couldn't make a placement to save my life. I couldn't get people on the phone. It just wasn't working anymore. So when they hit layoffs, I was a natural first choice. And I wasn't upset because I knew immediately. In fact, 15 minutes after my call with them, I get this text. I get that verse of the day text that you can get if you text the word verse to 50700. And you get this really cool, it's always right on time verse. And so it said, God blesses those who trust him because they depend on him. And I was like, God, I hear you. So that day I allowed myself to just go through the feelings of job loss that happens with that, of this hurts. I just lost my work family. Part of my identity is in being successful. So now what? So day one, process feelings. Day two, dust off. Let's go. And so I was ready to make a plan, and God told me just pray. So day 3 at 5 a.m., I woke up with a plan for maximize your job search. And I knew I wanted to help job seekers. That's been a passion of mine.
Yes, it has.
Even through recruiting, I was a different kind of recruiter. I always recruited backwards. I would find somebody and find them a job, more like a talent agent, as opposed to getting this job order and going and finding somebody, which is very different for agency recruiting especially. And so I knew that I had information that job seekers needed. And at first I had this great pricing structure, like any good business person. I got a business plan, and God just kept challenging me, trust me, trust me. So then I started free consultations. We'll do a 15-minute free consultation. At first it was COVID-19. Now it's, if you need a free consultation, book a free consultation. And then God challenged me more of let people pay whatever they can. And all of my services now, including my life coaching and my business coaching and all of that, is done on pay what you can, because I never want somebody left out based on that. And I'll use Vez as an example. Vez reached out to me. He said, Andy, I have a job. I want to pay for somebody else's service. And we
wow.
like people started this pay it forward and right?
Yeah.
Yes. And so I started seeing the really, really cool things in the community. Other people are like, hey, this is what I can pay now. When I get a job, I'm going to come back to you because this is helpful. And one thing I try to make sure is that when people walk away from a consultation with me, they have job skills, they're energized, they're passionate, and they're ready to go out there with a new and refreshed attitude. I want them to leave better than what they came to me.
I love that. I mean, think about, so the Who You Know show, what, going on 5 years, maybe 4.5 years now. The network, the summit, and the workshop that we do. We've hopefully touched thousands of lives.
I would say that's true.
Absolutely.
But I mean, Vez, I love that, by the way. Andy, what you're doing, but you know, just the mantra is pay it forward. I mean, we get so many people. How many of those thousands of people that we've interacted with are going out of their way to pay it forward? So
yes.
Note to you guys in the viewer audience, when you get landed, and you will, make sure that you stay engaged, stay in the network.
Yeah, don't just disappear. We see that all the time. There's a lot of people that just, and then 3 years later, they're like, hey, they come out of the woodworks and they're like, hey, I need some help again, because they're back in the job search.
Look at the dynamics.
And I'm like,
of
man, I remember you. I remember you. Come on, I'll help you anyway. But look, guys, don't just disappear.
Something that I was challenged in my own like growth this year was to look at every relationship I had and decide, am I a contributor or a consumer? And that I always want to be able to say, I am a contributor to this relationship. I'm not only taking from you, I am giving to you as well.
Okay.
So.
Man, that's awesome.
Okay. Yeah. You got a mic drops all over the place.
I love it.
I'd throw the thing.
Okay. I got some questions for you. Andy. All right. So
are we doing rapid fire?
Yeah, we're just gonna get this out here. Okay, so let me hear from you. What are the biggest mistakes you see from job seekers? Because you deal with them all the time. What are the biggest
now that's a good question.
Okay, so you and I have talked about this, ATS resumes not being formatted in a way that the ATS can read it. So I will say this, and this is where Trevor and I kind of box it out very kindly, but I do think you have to have a good resume, and it has to be readable by an ATS. An ATS does not have personal feelings about you. It is computer code.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a machine. You have to learn to speak ATS language, which means you're dealing with words. So when I get a resume, ATS is for some kind of witchcraft and sorcery, cannot read italics. They can't read headers and footers. They can't read tables or comments or graphics. Bold? It can read bold.
Okay.
But it cannot read italics, which I recently learned that. And so what will happen, a lot of people will put a hyperlink. So here's the difference. You can have your URL, your website address for LinkedIn. It recognizes that. But if you try to use a LinkedIn icon and tie it to your website, it will actually see you as a virus and reject you. You won't get notified. It actually sees you. And they're not going to notify you're rejected because they think you're a virus. So you have to learn to speak the languages. And I told you this the other day, I think I've done 170 consultations since April 13th now. And none of the resumes came to me ready for an ATS.
None.
Not one.
None.
Well, no wonder y'all ain't getting through the black hole.
So
okay.
Even though they had
Event Horizon,
and probably 40 of those had paid somebody else to do their resume.
Ooh.
And that's where I really structure. And I will tell you, if you have paid somebody else to do your resume, I don't require a receipt. I will redo your resume or at least tell you how to fix it for free. So please reach out to me. I will look over it. That's part of our free consultation, but I want you guys to get placed. I want you guys getting jobs. One of my favorite things to do is post a landing And I always post them.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So just goes to show you, I mean, if you are getting your resume in and it's getting viewed, there's only really two ways you can do it. You can either have it formatted correctly, and it sounds like nobody is, or it's a referral, which that's probably what you guys box it out of.
Well, yeah, I go over like, okay, here's what I hear. I hear 150 some odd people that and none of them had it right, right? So 150 some odd people, you know, send it over to her, and then none of them were right. And so I'm like, okay, well, can we just get a human being like an Andy involved who can pull it out of the black hole? Because it's it's in cyberspace. You're in the black hole. So that, you know, and I know she agrees with that statement too. That,
Absolutely.
That who you know is important, right? Who you know.
Who you know.
is important. Yeah, right there.
Yes.
But it is also important.
The mechanics of it have to be there too.
Because, okay, so here's a couple of things that happen if I give a referral. There's going to be 2 questions they ask me. How well do you know this person?
Right.
And have they applied online? If your resume was rejected because they thought it was a virus, they will never be able to go pull your application.
Won't be in there.
Virus.
So if it has a hyperlink in it and they thought it was a virus, if you're using too many graphics and whoever
like
started this
COVID.
thing about putting
That's what
emojis on resumes, I want to find them.
Look,
don't do it.
All she's saying is before you go outside, okay, before you submit your resume,
don't get a virus.
Okay, don't get a virus. Put your mask on. Protect
COVID.
yourself.
Protect your resume.
Send your resume to Andy Cook so she can help you out.
Yes, it's so easy. It's really just keeping it simple. I always give 2 resumes. I give one. It's a 1-pager. When you're networking, if you have a human that you're sending an email to, use your 1-pager. It has your picture. It has a graph of your skills. It's really pretty. It's cute. Don't stress out that this other one is not aesthetically pleasing.
Your marketing document.
What we do is we make it very plain and simple, and we use bolding to guide your eyes because you have 8 to 10 seconds to make an impression on that resume. So they're skimming through. So we're very selective about what we bold. We get as much information on the front page as we can. And we do that in a way that after it does get through the ATS, they want to read it.
Love it.
What other, I guess, worst practices, right, that you see?
Outside of the resume would be LinkedIn, not utilizing it. So I know you guys teach this. I teach this. Kirsty Bonner teaches this. I'm a huge fan of hers.
Yeah.
She's somebody, if you could ever get on the show.
Who's that?
Kirsty Bonner.
You gonna connect me?
I don't know her.
Come on, girl.
She is the #1 resume writer in the world. She's out of the UK. She's phenomenal.
Yeah, she is.
I use a lot of her practices. I take her webinars every time she offers them. But so LinkedIn, how you post, it rewards your activity. So how you post, making sure your posts are at least 12 words long. How you comment, making sure your comments are at least 8 words long. It honors engagement. It promotes engagement. So making sure you have all-star status, which simply means that all of the fields are filled out, that you have a current job posted. If you don't have a current job, you simply go in there and put hashtag O&O as your company name. That's a Kirsty Bonner trick. And then seeking, HR specialist position as your job title. But going and making sure those things so that you're appearing in recruiter searches. They are looking for you, but you're being ranked based on how well you score on keywords and how well you're engaged. Making sure that so I see this a lot. People will have a LinkedIn banner that has a quote on it that doesn't really tell me anything about you. So I always, when I'm working with people, I go and do digital graphics for them. I want to look at it. I want to see your name on that banner. I want to see what you do on that banner. I want to see your email address on that banner. If you don't know how to do it in Canva, reach out to me. I do it as part of my services.
Whoa, she's doing Canva.
Canva.
She's rocking it on Canva.
So Melody Robinson has one.
Shout out Melody.
We love you, Melody.
Dominique has one. Francesca. She has one. And they're all very different. I always go in and customize it. Francesca does QA in manufacturing. Hers is industrial.
Mm-hmm.
With Melody, she's a little bit different because she's in HR, but she does data. So we really made her more data driven because she kept getting all these talent acquisition calls.
Yeah.
So we really branded her more towards data. Make sure your LinkedIn profile is branded. What do you want people to think of when they hear your name or see your face?
I love that.
Right.
Yep.
So, Andy, there's a lady who is not on LinkedIn, Well, she is on Facebook, and she keeps getting these big corporations that call her. She now works for Marriott. All of this, I don't even know where they're finding this little girl. But you know what? It proves that there's a God. This little girl, I want to introduce you to her because you guys will have, while she's here, I'm going to barbecue with Hannah Williams, and she looks like me. And guys, she is constantly getting jobs and all of this stuff. She's a leader now, a call center leader from Marriott. But I want her to meet Andy because I feel an explosion coming. There's been so many blessings that this little girl has gotten. So I just want to throw that out there, and I want to introduce you to Hannah.
She looks like you?
She looks just like me.
Are you picturing? Yeah.
I don't know what I'm picturing right now. I don't
Oscar in
know.
a dress.
My whole mind is
She
like,
likes
what is going
fast
on?
Cars and
Medea.
space and all the stuff.
That's what you're picturing, right? I get it.
Let's not go there.
Well, Hannah, I hope you're
Posture
watching
and dress.
because Dad is just messing you up right now.
Wow. Okay. All right. Well, Andy, real quick.
Yes.
Because we got a few more minutes here. The audience, if they want to connect with you or you know, get connected or get to some of your resources, what's the best way for you? What's the best way to reach you?
I drive everybody to my website for a reason because it helps me stay organized. Otherwise, I overbook appointments so I don't take impromptu calls anymore because it was driving my day and my day was controlling me instead of
it
controlling
drives
my
your day.
Yes. So I drive everybody to my website, book a free consultation. You can book it right there. You don't have to pay anything up front, no matter what. So how it works with the pay what you can. So on my website, you'll see suggested pricing. After we meet and we decide exactly what we're going for, I make a Trello board. I just started this process and I share it with you.
Bashy, Trello.
Exactly. Patty gave me that one. So like I just shared one with Melody. It has everything that we're going to be doing during her job search so we can track that. But then I invoice you. You pay what you can. I mark the rest paid in full. So go ahead and book an appointment. You're not obligated to pay anything up front. And it's the best way to get on my calendar. And
I love that. I'm gonna start sending some big invoices out there.
Yeah.
And they'll just be like, pay what
exactly, just pay what you can.
$10,000.
And you'll run across a person that will pay.
You're worth all of that money.
All of it.
You're worth all the
And
money
you guys
in the world.
can tell.
My pricing is so low though, because I've been a job seeker. I remember what it's like.
Yeah.
So my standard, just reviewing your resume, telling you how to fix it, is $40. And then if I actually have to do your resume for you, which I don't mind, but it's $100. Like we can come up with $100.
Yeah.
And
What have I been thinking? These minutes.
Look, guys, I want to
and I'm
tell
telling you, God
something.
has blessed it.
If you can invest in yourself, right, and leverage brilliant minds like Andy here,
Yes.
you're gonna get farther along quicker than trying to do it on your own. And there's a lot of do it on your own, self-starting, go to YouTube, figure it out. There's a lot of good information, a lot of bad information out there, and you're gonna have to siphon through it to figure out what's real, what's not.
Yes.
But the ultimate result, if you're trying to do it all on your own, is it's just going to take you longer to get to that result. You get with an Andy, right? And you're going to get there faster. So my question,
have more support.
And more support. And my question to you is, would you want to take the long way or do you want to get the shortcut and get there faster?
Andy is supercharging for you Mopar guys out there like me, the drag racers.
Just saying.
I love it.
So thank you so much.
Thank you,
Always.
We just love you. You're awesome.
I love
You're
y'all.
always welcome to come back.
That's value right there, sitting right there in that pink chair.
Yep. All that pink. Okay.
All of it.
So real quick before we go, let's give some more shout outs. And
shout out.
guys, remember,
Meg Rose.
Remember to hit that share button on your way out. Okay, before you click off of this thing, right? Remember to hit that share button. Mark says it every time. Sharing is caring.
Angie Figueredo, we love
Smash
you.
that
We
button.
know you're out in Arizona
Jason,
with Patty Bashy, but we love you. I got to introduce you to Patty Bashy.
Let's see who we got here.
We had
Can I answer that question
I
for
lost
Jason?
comment, but we missed somebody. Somebody was watching from London.
Oh, I love it.
I don't
So
even know what time it is there. but-
Jason asked a question about do agencies get IT management roles during yes, they do. Not all agencies get them, but they will. So stay in touch with 4 or 5 different agencies. And but working your network is always, the people you know is always going to be the first option, but definitely reach out to some agencies.
Got Tammy. She says, Andy Cook, you are amazing.
Aww.
Love
You're
that you're
amazing,
finding
Tammy.
ways to help so many people. Love that.
Holly-
Fanny Dunnigan. Oh, what's
Hey, Fanny.
Holly Gordon is with us.
Hey,
Hey, Holly. Hey,
What a
girl.
great audience.
Yes, guys, we love you. Fanny, I heard you were here in the studio today. Jeff Crilly told us you were here.
Really?
So
Yep. And I want to give a special shout out. She made the announcement already.
Who that?
But she's come through the Who You Know network.
Who that?
And Tammy Walquist.
Hey.
She didn't find a job yet.
Oh.
But
you will though, Tammy.
But
I
she
guarantee
found a
you
husband.
Oh.
Wow.
She found a husband. She went out to North Carolina, North Kakalaki.
North Kakalaki?
And
Flapjack.
And out there, her boyfriend got on a knee and I guess popped
Love
the
it.
question.
Oh, wow.
I can't fix your LinkedIn profile for that.
Congratulations, Tammy. I
All
told you I
things
was
happen in the job
Love
search.
it.
I'm noticing.
Congratulations.
No.
Yolanda, what's going on? We got Caroline. What up? We love all y'all. John
Simonet.
Hopkins. What's up, John?
Hey, Caroline.
Ken Lehman. Oh, Ken says he's the head of registration for the DFW Technology
He
Prayer
is.
Breakfast.
Ken is great.
Connect with Ken Lehman, Leaman.
Oh, Ken's awesome. Yes.
If you are interested in the DFW Technology Prayer Breakfast.
Caroline Simonex in New York City.
Hey, real quick, guys, another thing too. Remember, I asked you this earlier. If there's somebody that you think would be a good fit for the show, right? They're a good resource. They're helping people. Maybe they're an influencer. They're creating impact and change. They're a good, strong voice that can really help to add a little more fire to the show. I would love to just have those introductions, guys. All you got to do is you can do a virtual introduction or message on LinkedIn. Introduce us, guys. We'd love to see if there's a spot for them on the show. We'd love that. So
Love it.
all right. Well, guys, that's the show.
That is.
It's all about who ya know.
I rushed that.
Bye.
You companies call me. I got ideas.
Bye. Credits still.